Howdy, everyone. How are we doing? I know that I'm competing with Simon today. Apparently, I just learned that right before I went to start. So we'll see. So if you are swapping back and forth or double viewing or whatever, no hard feelings. I of course am a big fan of Simon. Simon is a big part of how I got into all of this to begin with. So uh, whatever we do. So today we have something very special. We have Naplu Ultra by Andrewsarchus, who is in chat. So Andrew or Simon will start before he finishes reading the rules. It's possible. So this is a combination of many things that I love. It is an Andrewsarchus puzzle. It is a chaos construction, and it is an S cell puzzle. But by various accounts, it is not an easy puzzle. So I've talked to a few people who've done it, and what I've heard is this is not really a 6 out of 5 difficulty puzzle. This is really a 5 out of 5 difficulty puzzle, but it's a long puzzle, is my understanding. That the steps individually are not ludicrous, but there are an awful lot of those steps. So we'll see. Well, Naveria, I'm only streaming for 8 hours today, so I might not be able to do anything after this. We will see. But actually, anyway, when this came out, I kind of wanted to do it, but I said after I got to 1,000 subscribers, I would do this puzzle as sort of a reward, exciting celebration thing. So that time has come. We are now at over 1,000 subscribers. We finished our 1,000 subscriber celebration. So this is maybe like the last piece of the 1,000 subscriber celebration, if you will, is to attempt to do this Andrewsarchus puzzle. So I will try and explain. I will try and explain the rules, and then also try and do the puzzle, and try not to mess up the puzzle. We'll see if I can manage to do any of those things. Okay, so let's start with the fact that this is a chaos construction puzzle. Which is to say, yes, I would love bets in chat as to whether you believe this will be our longest solve, especially for those of you who've solved it before. But if you've not solved it, I'm still interested. If you think, before we do it, if you think that this is going to be the longest solve we've ever done on the channel. Alima says after solving we'll be on 2,000 subs. It's possible. Okay, so let's start with the Schrödinger part. So the Schrödinger part is that every row and column has to contain the digits 0 through 9 once each. Okay. Now, if you carefully, it was Carousel by 2 to 10th, was the longest solve on stream ever. So if you count carefully, there are 10 digits in 0 through 9, but despite everything else, this grid only has 9 spaces. And so the way that you have to do that is you have to, in exactly one space in every row and column, fit 2 digits. So I could, for example, go 1, 2. I could put both a 0 and a 3 here, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And these cells that... yeah, I count Caterpillar as 80 puzzles rather than 1, although maybe if I'd have done Glipperl's puzzle from Caterpillar would have taken longer. I'm not sure. Oh, by all means, if you've done the puzzle before, that just makes your help more useful, Naverio. So this is how S cells work. And so there's going to be 1 every row. We're probably going to put the S cells in circles. We're going to maybe mark some things that can't be S cells with X's. I'm not sure how the notation's going to go. It's going to be a nightmare. We are officially going to make this cell the bet cell. Row 1, column 6 is the bet cell. However, I'm not going to have any way of marking it. So just for now, before we start, I'm going to mark it like that, but that's going to be gone very shortly. All right, so that's the S cell part. In addition to the S cell part, we also have that this is a chaos construction, which means that there are regions in the puzzle. However, we don't know what the regions are. And every region has to contain the digits 0 through 9 once each. However, an interesting twist in the combination of S cells and chaos construction is that means we don't actually know how many cells there are in each region. So a region might have 10 cells, and the region would have 10 cells if it happens that the region has no S cells in it at all. So if there are no S cells, then it will of course take 10 total cells in order to make the digits 0 through 9 appear. However, there's nothing in this puzzle to stop us from having there be 3 S cells in a region, in which case you would only need 7 cells. So equally well, this could be a whole region with the cells, with the digits 0 through 9. So we have to make extra sure we're not assuming that regions are going to be 9 cells like they usually are. They could be any number of cells as long as they incorporate the digits 0 through 9 exactly once each. Okay. Okay. So now we have the various assorted types of clues that float around in here. Okay. So now there are 3 different things: circles, squares, and arrows, which will be defined in a moment. But I should also note that these blue lines, they're actually region sum lines. I really like the blue that Andrew has chosen here for the region sum lines. I think it's a very striking, personable sort of blue. And so region sum lines, just to remind you, mean the sum of all the digits at each sort of region the line passes through is the same. So if this was the green region, and I'm assuming the green region goes on forever, and then this is a purple region, and this is the orange region with the purple sort of running over there, then we're saying the sum of, and let's just be double sure, yes, all the digits. So all the digits here would have the same sum as all the digits here would have the same sum as all the digits here. That's what that would mean. 55 sounds right to me for the bet cell. Something like that. 10 times 9 over 2 plus 10. Whatever 10 times 9 over 2 plus 10 is. 10 is 45 plus 10. Yep, 55. Sounds right. All right, so that's the blue lines. Okay. The circles count things. So the circles and the squares and the arrows are all going to count things. For the circles and the squares, and I did pre-read the rules to this just because I was a little afraid of reading them for the first time in front of you all. The circles and the squares count things. So the number in the circle tells you the number of cells in the surrounding 3x3 neighborhood, which belong to the same region as the circle. Now, here's an interesting twist, because remember, this could be an S cell. So it could be that at the end of the puzzle, this cell actually contains the digits 5, 7. And so the question is, what does this circle mean if it's an S cell? And the answer is that what it means is that either there are 5 cells in this 3x3 box that are in this region, or there are 7. So one of the digits is exactly correct, and the other digit has no value, or has no meaning, no impact on the circle at all. Okay. The square counts the number of regions, excluding their own region, which have cells in this 3x3 neighborhood. So So we look in this and we count all the regions except the region that the cell itself is actually in. And then we count that. And it works the same way, whereas the correct answer has to be in the cell, but something else could be in the cell too, because who knows? All right. And then finally, we have the arrows. And then the arrows point to the S cell in the corresponding row or column. And the digit in the cell at the tail end of the arrow indicates the distance from that cell to the S cell. All distances must be positive. So, for example, if this was the S cell in the row, then this digit would be a 2, because I would count 1, 2 to get to this cell. Okay. Now, a particularly nice quality of this is that it tells us lots of things that immediately are not S cells. So I'm going to gray for now everything that is not an S cell. Let's see. Okay. These aren't S cells either. These aren't S cells. These aren't S cells. These aren't S cells. So we're going to now as we sort of try and internalize the rules, we're going to try and figure out. We're going to try and figure this out. Okay. So the good news is, so all I did here was I grayed everything that was behind an arrow, because the things point to these. Let's see. So the S cell is down here, so none of these are that. Oh, I'm missing some gray in column 5. Oh, I am missing some gray in column 5. Now, the great thing is that this is going to get us a digit immediately, because we're now going to know by looking at row 3 needs an S cell. It can only go here. And so with that, we also get to fill in this digit is a 1. And that means we get to have Zach, who is going to get to take the day mostly off, I suspect. But Zach can come out and dance for the 1 and be extra excited for this dance, because he probably won't get to dance again for a while. And go lip 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 da 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 da. Thank you, Zach. I'm sure Simon doesn't have a penguin on his stream. That's all I'm saying. All right. Chat has also pointed out that this cell also has a 1, because it is also pointing at an S cell. Now these aren't S cells. I am looking for an excuse as soon as possible to get rid of this gray, but I can't get rid of it yet. Now, notably, I really do actually know that these two cells are not S cells, because they're pointing at the S cell. So I don't have to worry about whether these are actually something else or not. This digit's also filled in. This digit is a 3, because you can count 1, 2, 3, pointing up to that. And so now that's actually huge, because now actually this goes 1, 2, 3, and plonks an S cell here. Which is going to then DS cell all the rest of this stuff. This is a surprisingly generous start, which is terrifying. That also DS cells this stuff. All right, so we've got that. Now this can't be an S cell, because if this was an S cell, I would need to put a 1 here, and I can't. So this isn't an S cell. Let's see. Can I do any more tricks like that? Maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. Now, we have lots of negative constraints, which I should mention. All possible squares are given. All possible arrows are given. And all possible circles are given. So we have to keep that in mind. Okay, So Nicholas has a good point, which is that, so I've been very hesitant to pencil mark anything in this puzzle, and I think pencil marks are going to be an absolute nightmare in this puzzle. Because, for example, the circle number can only be a handful of things, but there could be extra stuff floating around. But Nicholas is completely right. This is not an S cell, so it can only be a 2 or a 3. Because I can only possibly be putting the S cell in one of those two places. All right. So now I want to think about this 1 and see if I can do anything legitimate with this 1. Because this 1 is now telling me that there's only one other region in this entire 3x3 square. And so that these two 1s have to be in different regions, and those are the only two regions that appear here. So I'm going to make this green. That does not really show up well across the gray. Well, I'm going to make this purple and this orange, and every cell in here has to be purple or orange. I can't quite, I think, figure out what I'm supposed to do with that yet, but we'll work on it. I'm going to fill in the other arrows with their candidates, just in case I'm missing something. So this can be a 1, a 2, or 3, 4, or a 5 for this one. This can be a 2, a 3, or a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or a 6 for this one. This can be a 3, 4, 6, 7. Let's see. This digit can be a, let's see, 1, 2, a 3, a 4, or a 5. And now this one, interestingly, this is also 3, 4, 5. But now this is 1 less, so this is 2, 3, 4. Oh, actually, yeah, no, sorry, that's fine. I don't get to pencil mark this cell, though. Okay, and so chat has some things about the negative constraint that I should... yes. Okay, so good point too. I think Purple Sidewalk / Meme Rister was the first person to say this, but the 1 here would have an arrow if either of these was an S cell, and it doesn't. So these immediately go gray, which then removes 5 as a possibility from this cell. Let's see. Do I have any other places where I can do cute things with the negative constraint? Let's see. Let's see. Afraid Not says row 5, column 1 can't be a 2 because there's a 1-2 pair in column 1. So there's sort of a virtual 1-2 pair between these squares. Is that the claim? The squares... Right. The square can't see... that's a good point. The square cannot see 3 regions. So that I can't pencil mark this, because I absolutely do not know if this is a 1-2 or not. This I actually do know. Let's actually do it this way. This is a 1 or a 2, because the square is counting the number of regions in this area other than this one. And so the question is, could it see 3, in which case all 3 of these cells would be in different regions, but in which case this would not be able to get out. So this is a 1 or a 2. This contains a 1 or a 2. Oh, it could be 0. Nope, never mind. Nope, could be 0. Because, right, it could be 0. So no. So yeah, sorry, Afraid Not. You convinced me, but you did not convince the rest of chat, sadly. Because squares can have 0, which is absolutely correct. Okay. Now, an interesting piece about this 1-2 being on a region sum line is that this region sum line is way too long to have a 1-2 on it by itself. So for example, if this was a 1 or a 2, this cell would have to be the same digit. But now this cell is rapidly going to run out of things, which means actually because of the region sum line, all three of these have to be in the same region. I'm going to make that region red. Because if this was in a different region from this cell, then we'd immediately run into problems. And so these two are in the same region, but as soon as these two are in the same region, that comes along too. Okay, I'm just looking at the structure here to see if there's any chance we get some extra mileage out of that. Yeah, I mean, every single cell in here is purple and orange. But Nicholas is right. Okay, yeah, but I can apply that logic because purple and orange now need to extend. So purple needs to extend here, at least on the region sum line. Orange needs to extend here on the region sum line. So yeah, I agree with that assessment. At the very least, we need to do that. Okay, what is this circle counting? I've forgotten already. Circles are counting the number of things in the same region. So this digit's probably pretty big, but who knows exactly what it is. This is 0, 1, or 2 by our previous work. Oh, I never filled in this cell's candidates. This cell is either a 3 or a 4, right? Yeah, this is a 3 or a 4 in order to fill that in. I just never got around to it, apparently, when I was trying to fill in all my arrows. Let's see. I'm now curious if I have any other negative constraints just hanging out there waiting for me to discover them. Because there's a whole bunch of arrows floating around here. Yeah, I don't think there's any nice thing about squares and circles being different. One counts a number of regions, and one counts a number of cells. So I don't think that does anything. Let's see. Nicholas is looking at this and saying it's both a circle and a square, which seems like it's going to be very useful. So yeah, there are 3 cells in whatever region the 3 is in, and there are also 3 total regions in here. Which is interesting. Let's see. I'm looking for other cells that are going to be okay. So this cell is what's the biggest this cell could possibly be? I think the biggest this cell can possibly be is 4. Yeah, this is a circle square digit that has a 3 in it. 3 additional regions, sorry. You had to make it additional regions. That's so weird that the squares count additional regions and the circles just count cells, not other cells. Okay, so this is an excellent point from Jay, I think, which is there any way that this region sum line has as its common sum the value 3? And I think the answer is almost certainly that's not possible, because if it did, well, I would need to make, say, a 3 here, a 3 here. I could not make a 3 here, so then these two would have to sum to 3. They would have to have a 2 and a 1, but neither of them can be a 1. What if the 2 and the 1 went here, if that was a 1 and that was a 2? Maybe, okay, so let's try the other way. If this is a 1 and that's a 2, and by the way, remember that there could be zeros floating around, but zeros don't affect the region sum line, so that's why I'm not thinking about them. So we could go 1, 2... Oh, but we could actually have... Sorry, that's actually a good point. We actually could fill an entire cell with a 0. I was thinking about the zeros weren't going to, like, add to the sum, but actually we could sort of kick in zeros along here. Could also have a single cell with a 1, 2. That would be fine. I'm becoming slightly worried that I'm not going to be able to rule out the possibility. I think it's almost certainly not true. I think almost certainly these two are in the same region. But I'm not certain I can rule out the possibility as of yet that the region sum is actually, or that the region sum for this line is actually 3. We did correctly justify up here. I wanted to double check I didn't mess up. Yeah, there's no way that the region sum is 1 on this line, and as soon as it's not 1, it can't be 2. But I know it can't be 1 because 1 would require putting a 0 in this circle, and you can't ever put a 0 in a circle. So in fact, we were correct in saying that the region sum is more than 1, and so this needs to collect this cell and this cell. And once the region sum is more than 1, it also has to be more than 2. This cell needs to be orange because we need to total to more than 1 on the region sum line, Ambrose. So the total on the region sum line is not 1, and therefore, since the next cell here is purple, this cell needs to total to, or this cell needs to contribute something. Oh, does this use weird region sum lines? Oh, this maybe uses the old region sum lines rules, because this puzzle is old. No, for each pass. This uses the modern region sum lines rules. For each pass through. So what Ambrose is asking, and this is a very good question, because I absolutely did not think to check this. What if these two cells aren't orange, but then this cell is orange, and orange sort of winds away around it? But in this puzzle, and this is something I just did not think of because I'm used to doing region sum lines puzzles that work the way this one does, which is that if a line enters and leaves a region, the count just resets, and so you need to hit it more than once. Whereas in some older puzzles for region sum lines, if the line entered and left orange, you'd actually add those two together, and then, oh boy, that would be a complete nightmare if that were what was going on in this puzzle. So we appreciate that that is not what's going on. Let's see. Is a 1 or a 2? I'm looking at things on borders to see if there's anywhere where I can put in some constraints. So this cell is at most 6, but it's not a 1 or a 3, so I'm going to fill in the candidates. And it's not a 0 either. So this is 2, 4, 5, or 6, I believe. Oh! I can recover a frayed knots point. I don't think this can be a 2. Because if this digit's a 2, it would also be in a circle. So what happens if this is a 2? So the negative constraint is actually going to get us a frayed knots point. So if this was a 2, then what would happen is 2 cells would be in this region. Say it's those 2, and these 2 would be in extra regions. But then, which would give us our total of 2 regions, but 2 cells would be in this region. So this cell actually can't be a 2. That's awesome. I really like that. You have my applause for that deduction. And so exactly the same thing happens down here. So we get a 0-1 pair, a 0-1 virtual pair. Oh, sorry, I think... so we have a 0-1 virtual pair, because this cell also is a 0 or a 1. But it was actually 2 that we were trying to get rid of, not 0 or 1. Sadly, this maybe doesn't get us anything, but it's cool. There is a 0-1 virtual pair in this column. Okay, so what can I do with the 0-1 virtual pair? Well, that means I know this cell is at least big. It's at least as big as 2, which seems to count as big in this puzzle. Okay, so J says that makes row 1, 9, column 9, not an S cell. I don't think so. So here's what we know. One of these is a 0. So one of these regions inherits the square. So either this entire square is part of a region or this entire square is part of a region. And now, does that do something interesting with these 2 circles? Because now these 2 circles would need to be different. If this is all part of a region, can these 2 circles still be different? It seems to me like they can. Let's see, I'm told Calzone has a point. Row 9, column 3 can't be a 6. It would need an arrow for the S cell. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, it would need an arrow for the S cell. Perfect. Yep, negative constraint would put a 6 there. Let's see. Are there any other places hanging around where I've got something looking at one of the S cells that would cause problems? I don't think so. So this isn't all a region, for whatever that's worth. So what is this digit? It's at least 2, but if it's not 2, it's at least 4. It's just interesting for the region sum line. Is the only reason why I am trying to sort of make sense of this. Trying to check if there's if putting an S cell in one of these places would somehow break through the combination of the cells in the row and the cells in the column. But if it does, I don't see it yet. Okay. I did want to pencil mark in Nicholas's point about squares on the border, which is that this could never be as big as 5. So this cell is only 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. I could have 4 different regions other than this region, but this region needs to get out, so then I'd have to have 4. 4 would even be tight. Thank you, David. For the amount of people, David has donated $25 via super chat. For the amount of people here now, always constantly appreciate the whole community. I agree, David. This is a fantastic community, and I think you're a very big part of that. I think you're a consistent source of positivity in this community, which is just great for all of us. Okay. So thank you so much, David. By the way, if you want to support the stream, David has just shown you one way to do it, which is to super chat, which is like some little button you have down at the bottom of the chat. If you want to do that, you can send a message and do that. I was told Brian was turned off, but apparently not. You can also, if you want, you can become a member with the join button. And if you become a member, you can, like Naverio and Jay, have your name in green to show that you support the channel, get a cute little windmill, and get access to the various Zeta emotes, such as we have a lovely penguin emote that Zach is very fond of, but there are some other emotes in there too. And you can also support us on Patreon if you prefer. So any of those are options. So now there's a beautiful point from Mirister, which is that this can't be a 3 because there's an S cell 3 cells above it. 1, 2, 3. That would not work. So this is not a 3. So 57 Thorns is looking at, okay, can we get a swordfish on S cells in these sorts of things? So here, for example, I keep trying to, I was looking at that earlier and trying to make this work. So I definitely know there's an S cell over here. But then we still need an S cell in each of these. But I'm not sure if we quite get a swordfish yet because we don't know anything about the regions. As soon as we know basically literally anything about the regions down here, then we'd know that... so, for example, if all of these were in a region, we'd know at most one of these was an S cell, and so we'd know, for example, that one of these was the S cell, so none of these could be. But we don't know that yet. Oh, in fact, actually... Oh, no, sorry, I said something that's completely wrong. Because in this puzzle, there can be more than one or no S cells in a region. Okay. Sorry, I can now reconstruct 57 Thorns' point, which is to actually look at these columns. This is the point. So in column 1 and column 2, there's an S cell down here and an S cell down here. And in column 5, there's an S cell down here. And that is a swordfish. Because that means I know there are 3 S cells in the bottom 3 rows in the highlighted cells. So that means these are not S cells. So that's cool. Trying to be careful up here that I don't confuse myself with my coloring. Because I don't know if these are S cells or not as of yet. Did I learn anything about the world in terms of numbers through the things I just shaded? I fear that I did not. But that was cool. I have always been waiting for someone to use an S cell on, or use a swordfish on S cells. So we would know for sure there was a particular number in here if we could eliminate one case out of these. Sadly, I'm not sure that we can. Let's see. One of row 4. Let's see. Sayori says one of row 4, column 2, 3 is a 3 because of row 7? One of these two is a 3 because of row 7. Right. Right. Okay, that is a good point. So there is an S cell here. I know that one of these two is an S cell, and so that tells me for sure one of these two cells is a 3, which I do think is interesting. I don't know what to do with it, but I think it's interesting. I do know that there's at least 2 regions represented here, because every region sum line passes through at least 2 regions. But unfortunately, it could even... Oh, it can't be 3 regions. This does have to pass through exactly 2 regions. I just don't know which is the circle of the arrow. Okay, let's see. Nicholas does not like this circle being a 3. Let's see. If this is a 3, let's see if we can make sense of what that does. So that also makes that a 3. And that makes that a 4. So that makes my S cells go here, to here, and here. This being a 3 means that's a 4. And that's a 3. These two are in different regions. Row 7, column 4 would need an arrow up. Huh? So would we know this wasn't a 3? I'm losing track slightly here. But I don't think this ended up being an S cell in this story, necessarily. And I don't know if this ended up being a 3. Okay, what was this? Okay, so yeah, in this version, this was a 3. So this did end up being a 2, because if this is a 3... I guess Nicholas started with, if this is a 3, this is a 3, this is an S cell, so this is a 2. So then this is not an S cell, so then that's an S cell. In Nicholas's looking at what happens if this is a 3. Granted, this is difficult to articulate, but right. The negative constraint... Hey, pause. The negative constraint tells us that this isn't an S cell because this is a 2. So then this is not an S cell. But that then is an S cell. But I don't see... where the world has gone wrong yet. Okay, so there's something interesting if this square is 1, too. So remember there's 2 versions of this square. It could be 0, in which case all of these are part of one region. The other possibility is that it's a 1. But if it's a 1, actually 2 of these cells are part of this region and 2 are part of the other. Because if it was only one cell... Oh, no, never mind. Sorry, I was about to use the negative constraint the wrong way. Nope, don't listen to me. I 100% agree, Nicholas. It is exactly the kind of thing to look out for. It was a very wise point to look at 3 here, because 3 here does a jajillion things around the grid. I just don't see it breaking the grid yet. But I think asking if this cell could really be a 3 was a very smart thing to look at. Now, I do know every cell in here is either purple or orange. Do I know... Could this cell possibly be orange? Let's see, that would require there be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that's plenty possible, I fear, for that to be orange. Okay, so the true value in this cell, actually, let's look at the true value in this cell. So there's a true value and a fake value in this cell, but the true value actually, could it be 2? Sorry, maybe this could be 2. If the true value in here isn't 2, it's at least 4. Is it possible that, granted that everything up here is only purple or orange, is it possible that this digit is actually at least 4? The true one. Because if that's true, if the true value here is 4, well, we see purple and orange up here. And so that's a total of 1, because this cell is purple or orange. And we'd need these 3 cells to all be different colors. So the true value here is 2 or 4. Those are the only possibilities. And if the true value is 4, the way that works is that these 3 cells are all different colors, and none of those colors are purple or orange. That seems incredibly difficult to pull off, but I unfortunately don't see it as being impossible. And I have this eerie memory that last time I did an Andrewsarchus chaos construction, I was like, oh, well, there's no way that's going to happen unless it's exactly this ridiculous string. And then it turned out to be exactly that ridiculous string. So the true value here is 2 or 4. Let's see, what does it do if it's 4 over here? If it's 4 over here, it makes this a 3-5 pair, which makes either these 2 S cells or these 2 S cells. Okay, let's see. Afraid Not wants to double check row 4, 5, column 1. This being 2, 3 break the shapes at the bottom of column 1. Oh, sorry. There we go. These 2. Oh, how did I not notice that this cell was gray? Thank you so much, Memerister. I was very fastidiously not writing that in because I thought this could be an S cell, but it cannot be an S cell, of course. Because it is already marked as not being an S cell, so this is a 2 or a 4. Yeah, the Afraid Not was actually talking about these 2 cells. Unfortunately, there are way too many things that I want to notate in this grid for me to have clear, unambiguous notation for all of them. So maybe I should think about the region sum line. is it possible that this is a region sum line where the sum is 4? Because in the possibility that I outlined, if this is 4, this region sum line, the sum is 4. And here's why. If this is a 4, remember that only happens if this cell is orange or purple, and these three are all different colors that are not orange or purple. So this and this would be in different regions. This region sum line would have common sum of 4. So this could outright be a 4. Otherwise, it would be a 3, and it would have to go something like 3, 0, 1 in order to get to my 4. But I don't see any immediate problem with this going 4, 3, 0, 1, and then 1, 3 or something like that. But the more I look at this, the less and less I like this being a 4. But maybe because this is an Andrewsarchus puzzle, I think I probably actually am trying to prove this is a 4, because what happens if this is a 4 is so pathological that it would force a lot of the rest of the puzzle. So I think this... So should I be trying to prove this is not a 2? What goes wrong if this is a 2? So if this is a 2, these are definitely in the same region. Hey, Sam, welcome. And hey, Jay. Oh, Sam has an insight. Excellent. Yeah, if this is a 2, these are definitely in the same region, because the common sum can't be 2 if there's a 3 or 4 on it. So this would be purple or orange. Okay, let's see. I'm going to try and understand Sam's point. So if that cell is a 4, neither row 8, column 1, nor row 8, column 2 is an S cell. Right? So, okay. So that's a good point. Okay. So, very nicely observed. So if this is a 4, Sam is telling us, this is a 3-5 pair, which means there's an S cell here, there's an S cell here, there's no S cell down here. So if this is a 4, one consequence of that is that the S cell in this row is exactly here, which now means this is a 3. So if this is a 4, this is a 3. And so this would have to go 3, 0, 1. And that breaks because of the negative constraint. Okay, yep. So here I can do it. Thank you, Sam. So let's go through that carefully. If this is a 4, it makes this a 3-5 pair, which means these aren't S cells, which means this is an S cell. So this is a 3, and that's a 4. And because this is a 4, these two are in different regions. And so the common sum of this line is 4. And that's a 3. So I need to get one more. Well, I can't get it here. So this just outright has to be a 0, which means this is a 1. But remember, this being a 1 breaks the negative constraint because this is an S cell now, and there would need to be an arrow, and there's not. So this isn't a 4, it's a 2. Which means that these two cells are in the same region. Let's see. It means that this is a 3, which now means that this is an S cell. There cannot be a second 0 because that would have to be in the same region, and I can't repeat 0 in a region, Garion. I keep thinking that same thing too, but yes, you can't repeat a digit within a region, which you'd have to do in order to go something like 3, 0, 0, 1. Although amusingly, even if this is a 1, it would still break the negative constraint. Oh, good point. Okay. Chris has a much easier way to see this, which is that if this is a 4, if this is a 4, this is a 3, which now means these are in the same region, but that's not this region. And so actually, if you use these three things are in different regions, actually this region gets trapped. So I think Chris Palmer has a slightly easier way to figure out what goes wrong. That's slightly easier than the more extended detour that I went on. So that is some digits. So now this is pointing at that. So this is a 2, and that's a 3. This isn't a 3 anymore. Or in the corner, it's a 4 or a 5, which agrees with what I have over here. Let's see. This region sum line is getting interesting. Yeah, Chris's way was much nicer than the horror that I just inflicted. Okay, this region sum line can no longer have total 3. Because if this region sum line had total 3, what am I making these two cells? Actually, maybe I'm wrong. No, these cells can't be 1, 2, or 3. So the minimum that these two would sum to would be 4. And I could not make it work. So that means that these two really are in the same region. Hey, Judith. Unfortunately, I don't know if that region is orange or not, or purple, so I don't have a great way to mark that. But these two are in the same region. Don't let me forget that, because this region sum line now does have a total that is larger than 3. Okay. All right, so now this cell, now that this is not an S cell, it's now 0 or 1. So we have our 0, 1 pair. Now, this cell now is not a 0, 1, 2, or 3, so it is at least 4. So this is a 4, 5, or 6. Hey, Jessica. It cannot be 5 or 6. What's wrong with all of these being in the same region and then this being a 0? It's a circle. Circles can be huge. Yeah, this could be 6. All right. Nicholas is asking about the circles and squares in column 6. I don't think so. I don't think I can make any sense of it yet. Let's see. This cell, I should fill in that I know that this cell is not a 1, so it's at least a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can at least fill this in now that this is not an S cell anymore. Let's see. I have grade everything. Okay, so now let's do a quick scan for negative constraints. So everyone can scan with me for negative constraints that I can now eliminate things being S cells because of, if that is possible. Maybe there are more. Let's see. This is not a 3 anymore. Afraid Not points out. And because this isn't a 3 anymore, this cell is no longer able to be an S cell. This is not a 3 because of that 3. So now this is 2 or 6. So either that is the S cell or this is the S cell. Those are the only two possibilities now. None S cells are gray. Yes, Judith. Hey, Brennan, welcome. Happy to have you here. Quite a puzzle for your first, but hopefully you enjoy it. Gorgeous. Well spotted, afraid not. So, one of these two is an S cell by this. One of these two is an S cell by the column. That is an X-wing on S cells, meaning that these are not S cells. So that gets us some more S cells out. And now we've just got a little X-wing on S cells over here as well to sort of finish off the whole thing. Yeah, I realized as soon as I started explaining it that you were actually telling me about this X-wing and not that X-wing, but it did exactly the same thing. Let's see, row 8, column 7. Row 8, column 7. Okay. So now this has fewer options, is what is being pointed out. So it is not a 3 anymore. It could still be a 4 or a 6, and it's not a 7. So this is now a 4 or 6 only. Let's see. This is at least a 1 and at most a 6, which is a little gratuitous, but I'm going to do it anyway. Oh, have we found the negative constraint? Let's see. Row 3, column 9. Gorgeous, gorgeous. That's so cool. I wish it did more. But the S cell in this column is in one of these two places. And afraid not's point is there would need to be an arrow here if this was a 2, because both of them are 2 away, just in opposite directions. That's a really good spot. So this is 3, 4, 5, or 6. See, the true value in this cell is let's see, I guess it could even be a 0. It's not very large though, but it's not a 2. Can't be a 6 for the same reason. 6. Yeah, it can't be a 6 for an even simpler reason. It can't be a 6 because there's an S cell 6 cells that way. Okay, surely one of these cells, or one of those cells, or one of these cells, surely one of these is impinging on a negative constraint somewhere that I can spot. Yeah, Afraid Not has identified something I had sort of noticed a little bit earlier, which is that one of these two cells is definitely a 2. Because if this isn't a 2, it's a 6, which means that's an S cell, which means this can't be a 1 by negative constraint. Oh, you're kidding me. Naverio is asking about 1 in row 5. So it's not here because 1 and 2 are different. It's not here because there's a 1 in orange already. It's not here because there's a 1 in the column. It's not here because 1 and 3 and 4 are different. It's not here by the negative constraint. Let's see. So one of these 3 is 1. I'm guessing I'm supposed to be able to see more than that, though. Well, the circle can never have a 1 in it. Because this 1 in a circle would say that region doesn't have any cells in it. So one of these 2 is a 1. Can I do better than that? I'm not sure I see how to rule 1 out of either of these. If this was a 1, then that couldn't be an S cell. Yes, the circled cells are Schrödinger cells. So there we have 3 Schrödinger cells that we have found so far. I know these 2 are in the same region. I'm hoping that we soon have all the Schrödinger cells so we can erase the gray. Yes, there is a bet cell. The bet cell is row 1, column 6. However, we needed all the tools available to us to mark stuff, so I did not mark it in any way. Keep thinking about if this was a 1. Okay, Andrew has a good point, which is that maybe I should think about this cell some more, because this cell now has to simultaneously be both the circle and the square, which is something that we have pointed out a while ago, but before it could be an S cell, so it could be both, but now it can't be both. So let's just pencil mark the bejesus out of this. So it's at least 2. And at most, well, let's imagine that it was 5. That would say there are 5 other regions, and 5 cells from this. That's too many. So this is 2, 3, or 4, and it's not 2. So what we actually have, thank you, Andrew, is we actually have a 3-4 pair here. Can this even actually be a 4? If this were 4, there would be 4 cells here and then 4 other regions. That's vaguely possible. I bet this being a 3 would be nicer than it being a 4. But the 3-4 pair is interesting. There's no chance that this does anything interesting with negative constraints, is there? Let's see. It can't be a 3 by the S cell negative. Then, let's see, okay, so if this is a 3, it doesn't point to that one, right? Oh, okay. So, that's gorgeous. That is really cool. If this is a 3, then this can't be the S cell anymore because it's 3 away. 1, 2, 3. However, if this is a 3, this digit's a 4, in which case this can't be an S cell either because 1, 2, 3, 4. That's really cool. So this is a 4 and this is a 3, which is going to do a lot of damage because it's going to make this an S cell, which is going to make this an S cell by S cell Doku. Okay, now okay, now let me look at J40's point on the the 4 looks down. Sorry, I will look at J40's point, but I will look at the easier point first, which is that the 4 looks down and makes this a 6. Thank you, Judith. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 makes this an S cell, which makes this our last... No, not quite. These are not quite our last S cells, but we're closing in on it. But that does make this a 2, which makes this a 6. And now that is going to place our last S cell, or our last S cells here and here. Okay, so I think I think we now have all the S cells. Let me go ahead and mark that there's not a 1 here while I'm looking at it, because this is next to an S cell now. And so this is definitely a 1, but it's something... Oh, sorry, no, this just is a 1, because it's not an S cell anymore, right? These are not S cells. And so this is a 1. Okay, which is interesting because it says there's only one other region in all of these cells. But we have all the S cells now, so I think we can get rid of the gray. Let's try. Okay, so now every cell that is an S cell is marked as being an S cell with a circle. And so every cell that is not marked with a circle is not an S cell. And this can't be a 1 because of that. So this is the 0. That's the 1. That's not a 1. Let's try again. That's the 1. These are all part of one region now because of that. Could that region be orange? Annoyingly, yes. I think. Let's see. Row 4, column 2. Oh, row 4, column 2 is resolved, so that's a 5. Yeah, these are all part of one region. So this isn't a 0 anymore, at the very least. This number has to be at least 4. Oh, sorry. The true number has to be at least 4, and it can't be 5. So the true number here is 4 or 6 only. So either these are the only cells in this region, or all of these cells are in the region. So these two cells go together in that they're either in this region or not in this region. Up here, I know these two cells are in different regions. I'm trying, and I may have to abandon this, but I'm trying not to mark things in colors until I know they're in different regions. Let's see. So people are looking at this region sum line with some suspicion, noting that there's this is 2 digits, in fact, but one of them could be a 0, I think, annoyingly. If this could not contain a 0, a lot would be forced. In fact, maybe everything would be forced if this could not contain a 0. 1, 2, 3, 4. This can't be a 4 anymore because of the negative constraint, because this is 4 cells this way. So this is only a 1 or a 2 now. Oh, Chris saw it exactly as I was explaining it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This can't be a 6 anymore for the same reason. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It can't be a 5 either for a similar reason. Can't be a 1 either. This has been retracted. Circles can never be 1. Right. A circle that's not an S cell is never a 1, right? So this is not a 1, because if it was a 1, it would be saying, yeah, the thing. Okay. 57 Thorn says this can't be a 4. If this is a 4, again, these are the only cells in this region. These two are in a different region or different regions. And so now this region has to escape over here. And so remember that this cell can't be a 5, so these would both be together. Oh, just by S cells, not by anything else. 1, 2, 3, 4 away. Not a 4. It's also not a 6 because there's a 6 in the row. So let's do this the nicer way. This is a 5. Nice to meet you, 5. I am glad that chat also always does that, of missing these things. So 1 cell of these, of one of these two is orange. Okay, where is 1 in row 2? Okay, let's look for 1 in row 2. 1 in row 2 is not there or there by the negative constraint. It's not here or here by some combination of Sudoku and stuff. It's not there. Let's see. Do I know for sure that 1 can't go any of these other places? I don't see how I know that. I have to remind myself. I know that these two are in the same region. I just don't know which way that region bends. And I know these are all in the same region. Actually, I'm going to mark that these are all in the same region like that. I can't mark diagonally yet, right? Yeah, I cannot mark diagonally. But I'm going to, just to further do horrifying marks, I'm going to mark that these are all in the same region. This can't be a 5 anymore, because if this was a 5, I would need at least one of these two cells to be in this region, but this region already has a 5, so this isn't a 5. So this is a 2 or a 4. If this is a 4, it looks exactly like that. Would be all of these in one region, all of these in one region. This would have to escape out one of these two. Row 3, column 3 must contain a 2. It's not 1. Okay, so this is counting all of the colors that show up in here minus 1. So with squares, you always subtract 1. But we know that all of these only contain 2 colors. 2 minus 1 is 1. This cell can't contain a 1. But what's the most it could be? The most this cell could be is if these 3 are all different colors that are not orange or purple. And that would make the true value in this cell 4. But Afraid Not is claiming this can't be 4. Because Afraid Not is claiming basically that this has to be a 2 for the real value, and then some other bogus digit that has no meaning. That geometry did look awfully tight, so if this wants to be a 4, I need there to be 3 new regions showing up along here. So this digit, so this digit would go here, and to be different, and this would need to be a 5. Okay, I understand. So the reason Afraid Not is saying this can't be a 4 is because if you think about what putting all of those borders would do here, it forces this out, which means that this goes region, different region, different region. So the sum of this region sum line is 5, and we can't make this cell a 5 because it already has a 5, and it can't be an S cell. Okay, good spot. That was really complicated to see. Okay, so this is a 2, which means this is a 4. Which means this is a 4, which means that all of these are in a region, which means there's a border here because we know these are not the same region. No, I did it wrong. Oh, it could join. Sorry, it could join because it could be 4 like that. Okay, this is a 4, but I don't know what the 4 looks like. Sorry, you're right. I had previously convinced myself of that, and I was wrong. Okay, they could become friendly. Okay, okay. So now why? No, they can't become friendly because that would make this digit a 6, and this digit can't be a 6. I thought maybe this digit can be a 6. Uh, oh, this digit has to be a 6. Never mind. It actually has to be a 6, which means actually all of these are in the same region. Now I get a real border here because now this already sees it's 4. So this is an actual border. Do we now believe this thing can't join orange? 3, 4, 5. Okay. Yes, so 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yes. Even with S cells, I still cannot make this 11 cells. So we're going to make this blue so that I can get rid of all of these horrible lines. Okay. Now, I know these two cells are in the same region. So could that region be not blue? I think it still could be just. Can we please recenter mark the S cells? Oh, you just want like an S in the center? I can do that. So like a... Oops. I thought I could. 1 second. S. There we go. Like that. S, S. Oh, sorry. That's not an S cell. That's an S cell. That's an S cell. That's an S cell. S cell. S cell. S cell. Oh, the corner marks over the circle. So you want a... okay, so instead of marking this with an S, you want to mark this with a 2, and then get the 2 out of the corner, and then just say, okay, this is 2 plus something else. This is... Oops, sorry. This is 6 plus something else. Okay, I think we can do that for now. Yeah, I think that does look better. It's going to limit our ability to pencil mark things, but I think it will be worth it in the end. Okay, so I'm being instructed to look at 1 in row 8. So 1 in row 8 is not here, not here, not here, not here, not here. Is there anywhere else I can rule a 1 out of? Unfortunately, 1 in a square is very easy to accommodate. So I think 1 still goes 3 places. Not column 2 either. Not column 2 either. Okay, I agree with that. So I think it goes 2 places. Yeah, the negative constraint over here is potent. What about row 7? Because row 7, it's not here, 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 here. It's not there. In row 7, it actually is down to these 2 cells that are next to each other. Could I rule 1 out of either of these cells through some machinations? Maybe not immediately. I don't know if I want to corner mark that or not. It seems a little dangerous. I guess I'll corner mark it. Never mind. I'm not going to. For now. Okay. This is a 5, which means one of these 2 is blue, and the other's not, which means there's definitely a border here. I just don't know which side the border's on. So blue either escapes up like this, or blue escapes out like that. I do have to remember that I need to use negative constraints on things like circles and regions, circles and squares. So now I might finally be coming into a position where using negative constraints on circles and squares becomes relevant. Okay, so this digit is going to be quite large. It's either a 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's a lot of possibilities, but okay, so Naverio is encouraging us to think about where this region gets a 1. So it's not from column 1 or column 2, but we have to remember this region could go all the way over here, because regions can have 10 cells in them. Oh, this region can't have 10 cells, though, because it has an S cell already. This region can only have 9 cells at most. So it can't get a 1 here, because that would put a 1 by itself on a region sum line. That's not allowed. It's not getting a 1 from anywhere in these columns. So the 1 it's going to get, I think, has to come from one of these 2 cells. Oh, and this cell can't be a 1 because of the negative constraint. So I think blue has to get its 1 here. Do we believe that blue has to get its 1 here? I think I believe that. Okay, so this is a 1. And that is blue. Okay, now blue only gets 2 more cells. And so blue, I think, now needs to take these 2 cells to finish. If blue doesn't take these 2 cells... oh, no, sorry. Navario's right. It could be in the Schrödinger cell. This could be the 1. Yeah, I think Naverio and Brennan are correct. The 1 could have gone down there. Yeah. Okay, but now we're supposed to look at 1s in row 2, because now the 1 in row 2 is not here, 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 here. It's not here because one of those 2 places is a 1. So the 1 in row 2, and I think we did this before, is either here or it's in the S cell. I don't know which of these it is, but it's one of them. Good point. Good point. Ambrose has a banger point, which is that everything in this 3x3 square is purple or orange. Purple and orange have their 1s, so this cell can't be 1. So the 1 is boringly in the S cell, but we can at least pencil mark that. And I'm going to weirdly... I guess I want to center mark it. Oops. Sorry, I need to turn letter mode on so that I can get the S out of the center, so that I can put a 1 in the center. There is a 1 in this S cell among other digits. Okay. That was very well spotted. Okay, does that fix row 7? Because in row 7, I think one of these 2 had to be a 1. Let's double check. Not there, 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 not there. Yes, this is now a 1. S cells are not getting a color. Regions get colors. I appreciate the notation's not perfect, but I think giving S cells colors would make this very confusing. Okay, so this is not in its own for what it's worth. Is this the place we were talking? No, this was the place we considered it. Okay. Now row 8, column 1 is fixed. I am confused about what is meant by that. Oh, row 8, 1. Row 8, 1. Okay, where does the 1 go in row 8? So not there, not there, not there. Probably here. Not there. Not there, not there, not there. Yep, so the 1 here goes in this this cell, joining this S cell. Hey, grkles. So the bet cell officially is row 1, column 6, Logan. However, I did not have any tools left at my disposal to mark it that I was willing to surrender for use in this puzzle. But you are welcome to put in a late bet on row 1, column 6, if you would like, for half money. Okay. Logan has bet 1. Your bet has been recorded. Put an X in the bet cell. I was contemplating, and if I was doing this by myself, I very well might have put X's over the places that weren't bet cell, or sorry, that weren't S cells. But I was thinking about using X's, but I've not actually used X's for what it's worth. Okay, so this cell is bigger than 3, but I guess it still has lots of optionality above 3. These two, I need to keep reminding myself, these two are in the same region. That region might be blue, or it might not be blue. This 1 is probably not correct. I think the problem with 1 in row 9 is I think 1 in row 9 goes either of these two places. And then I think the 1 in row this one goes one of those two places, I believe. So I think we have a little X-wing on 1s left. I was not, by the way, dismissing your point. I just happened to have thought through that earlier. And so I had it loaded to think about that. I think, although I would love for someone to tell me that I'm missing a negative constraint or something, that these aren't. But I think, yeah. So Nicholas, so this all started from the question, where can blue get its 1? And the answer is these two places can be blue's 1. Okay. Annoyingly, this cell can be a 0. If not, it's big. This cell cannot be 0, 1, 2, 3. It could be a 4. If it's not a 4, it's huge. So if it's not a 4, then it's 6, 7, 8, 9. Which is interesting. Hey, Kodak, welcome. And this can't be a 4 because 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, this is not a 4. Okay, so these two cells are actually in the same region, which I have no great way to mark. But it's also true because now the total can't be 5. So these two have to be in the same region. Which in fact means that these two cells have to be pretty big as well, because they have to sum to at least 11. Okay, and these two also now have to be in the same region, because I can't get there in 1. So these two are in 1 region. Okay, can I figure this out? I might be able to figure this out. These two cells are in the same region. There is one new region around here. I feel like I'm close on knowing something about the geometry here. but these two are yeah. I had believed that blue could take row 7, column 1. Am I wrong? If blue takes this cell, can it no longer... It could take its 1 here. Yeah, I don't... Then blue just becomes... Because keep in mind in this puzzle, regions can have multiple S cells or no S cells. By the rules. Now, blue would have only 8 cells if it took this cell, but I don't think that... Why couldn't it get a 2, say, there? Okay. What values can this cell have? I just want to write them in. So this cell cannot be 0, because if this cell is 0, then we run into this same problem that the total of this region sumline becomes 3 because blue already has a 0, and the sum of this region sumline cannot be 3 because of that. So this is not a 0. It's not a 1, it's not a 2. It's not a 3. So this is at least a 4, but it's not a 5, it's not a 6, and it could be, I think, 7, 8, 9. Now that is almost enough to rule out there only being one blue cell. But this could be 3, 4, and then that could be 7, unless this is seeing something 4 away or something. Yeah, I know blue can't be bigger than 9 cells. So if this is not a 4, the sum is too big to fit in this cell. But I think the possibility 3, 4, 7 is still possible, where this is 3 and 4 in a different region, and then this is blue and is the 7. And this cell is not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The cell is not 7 away from an S cell, I don't believe. I mean, why can't blue just come up here? I don't think there's anything wrong with blue growing up like that. Like, I certainly don't think I know enough about this region sum to know that this can't be a single cell on this line. I mean, I imagine I will someday know that. But I think it's actually slightly more likely that blue takes this cell than this cell, but blue certainly takes one of the two. If row 7, column 2 is blue, row 6, column 3 would have to be blue, and you'd need 9 cells to get there. Yeah, but it could be 9 cells. 9 is correct. 1 S cell, 9 cells, that would be right. Or I could take that cell, whichever we wanted. Why do I have the Friends theme stuck in my head? Yeah, annoyingly, there are 10 digits. Uh, I would love for this to somehow... See, if I can get rid of the 4 from this cell, we'll know exactly what happens. But I don't see a reason why this can't be a 4 as of time of recording. Let's see, this is a 1 or a 2. This is a 2 or a 3 only. This being a 2 or a 3 is actually somewhat interesting. What do you mean without trapping blue? Blue doesn't need more cells. Blue can finish in 2 cells. Okay, so there's a somewhat sophisticated claim from Naverio that if I do the thing I think blue does, blue doesn't work because blue needs a 1 and a 3, and it can't get them... Let's see, the 1 would go here and the 3 would go here. It seems to me like the 1 could go here and the 3 could go here still. I feel like the claim... I feel like you've really exceeded way past the bifurcation threshold if you claim that if you draw the region in exactly this way, then there is a triple that you cannot satisfy, is really quite excessive. I'm not above using it, but that feels excessive. Let me look at Jay's point. Okay, Jay's point is, okay, so if we look at 1, 2, and 3 together, 1, 2, and 3 are all ruled out of all of these cells. They're all ruled out of all of these cells. So I guess the point is, okay, so it has to get all of 1, 2, and 3 from this column, because they're also all ruled out of these cells just for good measure. And so because I need a 1, 2, and 3, I need to get at least one of them needs to come from... Well, I could take this one, I suppose. But the point is I can't only take cells over here to do that. Okay. I can't imagine that's the intended deduction, but I because there's so many 1, 2s, and 3s in the grid, I can imagine there's an elegant way to phrase this that works. But you can take an extra S cell. You just can't take the extra S cell because of the 1, 2, 3 business. So this is blue, and this is blue, is the upshot of all of this. And this is not blue, is where this, the upshot of all of this. I don't love it, but I'll take it. The reason why blue can't... So I can explain that one. The reason why blue can't take row 7, column 4 is this. Blue needs to take one of these 2 sides because of this 5. So if blue takes not that side, blue would have to take that, and now blue is too big. Because blue is now 9 cells, but with 2 S cells. So that is... that's 11 digits. So these are blue. still don't like it. But I'm trying to read Andrew's way of thinking about it. So the 3 in row 6, column 3 is in a circle. I'm trying to understand this. If that region is not blue, where does it escape from? Okay, so let me try and draw, just because I'm interested in this. I want to understand Andrew's way of seeing this. So this 3, if it's not blue, needs to get out somewhere. So it's going to take those 2 cells. Ah! Okay, that's gorgeous. Okay, that's really nice. All right, so the only way this would work then in this universe is because the 3 now has to look like this or that. And that's the only cells that this region gets, if this 3 is some other color. And so it has to take some other cell to keep going. But the cell it has to take is that one, and now blue is stuck. Because now it's going to have to do that. And then grow up like this. But now blue... Now I guess blue is having to do that. And then you have to argue that blue can't do this. But I think that's easier slightly. Because now we've got way too few digits. Anyway, I'm content now that I like the circle way of doing it better. Oh yeah, and even better, as Andrew points out, actually, I don't even have to think about it very far. I just have to look at it until this region now gets stuck at this 3 and it can't finish. So I don't have to think about where does this triple go in this region, which makes me slightly nauseous. And so we can instead just think about it in terms of the geometry. That's really nice, actually. The running into the 3 is very cool. Okay. So let's go ahead and make these look like this. So now, of course, these are the same region, whatever region that is. Okay, so now do I know which of these 2 things is blue? Is my next question. Well, here's one thing I know. I know this isn't a 4. Because there's a 4 in the region already. So this is a 7, 8, or 9, which now means these are all one region. Because now the total is at least 10. I can't put at least 10 in this cell, so these have to be in the same region. But I can't put at least 10 in this cell, so these are all one region. I kind of suspect that if I think about it, I'll know this region isn't a region I've already colored. It's definitely not blue. Is there any conceivable universe where this is purple? Because purple would have to make it down, which would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Purple would have to be exactly this L shape in order for this to be purple. Which seems unlikely, question mark. Okay, I'm just going to mark it like this. It's almost certainly not purple, but I don't know yet. But these are all one region. I do know that much, so I'm going to mark it like that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nope, 10 counting the S cell. I counted the S cell as 2, and there's only one S cell in that string. Yeah, Nicholas, but I counted that. I counted this as 2. Row 8, column 3. Okay, yeah, let's pencil mark this. That's a good idea. So this is not a 0, a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5. So this is a 6, 7, 8, or 9. And it's not a 6. So this is also a 7, 8, 9. So actually, there's 2 7, 8, 9s here. So the total here is actually quite large. People are really invested in me proving that this is not purple. I mean, part of the reason why I didn't think about it very much is I don't think it tells me anything if it's not purple. But let's follow this, because there's been a few different suggestions about what happens with this. So if purple takes exactly this shape, then we have to look at row 4, column 4, and see that this only sees 2 other regions. No, that doesn't seem to help at all. Well, here's an easy way. This circle would be a 2. If purple took exactly this shape, which is literally the only shape it could take, this circle would be a 2. So not possible, because the circle can't be a 2. There's already a 2 in the column. So this is not purple, so we can give it its own color. It can be green. That's too easy, says chat. Okay, let's look and see if we know anything nice about the world now. I'm not concerned about it being red. It being red would require red to be 78 bajillion cells. So I'm not too concerned about that one. It can be 10 cells, but even 10 cells is not nearly enough for it to be red. Let's see. I certainly don't think we can mark this yet. Remind me, do we know that the 1 in row 8, column 5 is the squarest digit? I think we do not know it's the squarest digit. I think the digit could be the other digit, J. Okay, so we're discussing things about 2s. So the key observation here, I guess, is that because of this magic square, which is my favorite part of the setting of this puzzle, by the way, this has done a lot of super cool things. These cells are all purple or orange, and they contain 2 2s. So purple and orange are done 2s. And so, in particular, this 2 is neither purple nor orange. Nor is it in any conceivable universe green. So this 2 is its own region. So let's make that yellow, per popular request. Now, yellow has to keep going, because yellow could get at most 3 cells down here. So that's a yellow. Now, yellow still has to keep going, which means yellow is going to take one of these 2 cells, but we know these 2 cells are both the same color, so they're both yellow. So we get some various coloring joy out of that. Yes, I am glad it is a magic square, not in the mathematical sense. It is a magical square in the setting sense. Hey, John, welcome. Happy to have you here for your first stream. You picked quite a puzzle for your first time to stop by, but I hope you enjoy yourself. Let us know if you have any questions or if you have any key insights. I get a bold region. I get a bold region border there and there. These are important things. Okay, so this 2. Okay. So here's the point. So these cells are now I am summarizing here Meme Rister's point. These cells are all only from yellow, orange, and blue, but this 2 needs to see 2 non-yellow colors. So it needs to see blue, which means this is blue, and now blue is done. And now that blue is done, now these cells have no choice but to be yellow. So very, very good insight there by Meme Rister. Part of the reason why I was like, I can do this, I can do this puzzle is because I knew that half of my chat had already done it. Okay, so we can now get a region dance because we have an official region dance. Sorry, I'm going to finish bordering the region before we do the region dance. Then we'll call in Zach to do a region dance. Zach has had a very chill day so far, so Zach is very happy to do a region dance for us. Sometimes he complains that those aren't in his contract, but today he's been laying around anyway, so he wants to do the dance for the blue region. This is the blue dance. This is a very nice blue dance. It's very much more excited than you would think a blue dance would be, but blue dance, blue dance, blue dance. Da-dee-dee, da-dee-da. Okay. I probably should fill in the rest of the candidates for blue, right? So blue has a 0. It needs a 1 and a 2. It's got a 3 and a 4 and a 5. It's got a 6. It needs a 7, 8, and 9. And a lot of these cells I know aren't any of those things. So I know this isn't a 1. Maybe I don't actually know that much about it. This cell, I don't think I know anything about. I'm just not pencil marking this S cell because if I pencil mark it, it'll be a disaster. It's not that I've forgotten it's there. I just don't want to pencil mark it because we actually know there's a 6 in it. And I want to keep track of the actually there's a 6 in it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Darn, I was hoping this was 4 away, but it is 5 away. Let's see. Okay, so these 2 are in a region, and that region is definitely not yellow. Seems likely that region is purple or orange. Okay, well, this cell has to be orange. Let's do the easy one. Orange is now trapped, so this cell has to be orange. Let's see. Oh, no, Naverio has started doing the complicated spots for us. So if this cell was a 2, then it would be in a square unless these are both yellow. However, in order for this to be yellow, ridiculous things would have to happen. So this is not a 2. Very good spot, Naverio. Remember, there are all of the squares, circles, and arrows are given. So now we can start using those. So now we have a 7, 8, 9 triple. So this is not 7, 8, or 9. So now I think I can write in that this is a 1, 2, or a 6, and it definitely contains a 6. Because of that. And somehow I think this is not quite resolved by anything. And that does give us a virtual 1, 2 pair in the column. I agree, because these are the 1, 2. I wasn't particularly concerned that this cell wanted to be a 1 or a 2 anyway. But it officially cannot be a 1 or a 2. I guess it already officially couldn't be a 1 or a 2. Let's see. Can I do something like place 2 in row 1 now? Let's try and figure out where 2 can go in row 1. So not there, not there, not there, not there. Maybe there, maybe there. Not there, not there, not there. So 2 in row 1 actually only has 2 places it can go, which are these 2. So 2 in one of these two places. I don't know which one yet, but we can actually note, Logan tells us that actually this is a virtual 1-2 pair, because there is a 1 or a 2 in this cell. There's a 1 or a 2 in this cell. There can't therefore be a 2 in this cell. So therefore this cell is a 3. Or as Sam calls it, this is a 1-2-6 triple. So yeah, these two cells are definitely in the same region. I agree. I don't know that I want to mark everything as being orange-purple. Let's see. I'm trying to read through. Let's see. Yellow needs row 1, column 1. Right. Yellow does need row 1, column 1, because yellow needs a 1, and there are not a lot of 1s on offer. And I think if it didn't take this, I think the next one it could take is that one. So yellow needs row 1, column 1, so these are both yellow. So now yellow has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yellow has 9 digits. So yellow only gets one more cell. And I know yellow does not take this cell. Yellow does not grab anything on this region sum line. Let's see. Row 5, column 2. Says Naverio is pencil markable as 7, 8, 9. Let's see. Okay, so it is not... How do I know it's not a 0? Okay, it could maybe be a 0. It's not 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not 5. Let's see. How do I know it's not 6? Oh, by the region sum line. Right. Okay, sorry. Right. Sorry, I was not processing the region sum line. Right. Because this is now not orange, the sum of all of these digits is equal to the sum of these two digits. So the minimum that this could possibly be is, let's see, this is summing to at least 0, 4, 5. I feel like the minimum sum here is actually... Okay, what is the minimum sum? For these oh, sorry, this is not on the region sum line, which will help. I can get rid of that line now. But these two sum to at least 6, so this needs to be at least 5. But it's not 5, so this is 6, 7, 8, 9. These need to sum to at least 7. And so now this can't be a 4 anymore, because the sum now can't possibly be 6, because that would have required a 5 here. So this is 6, 7, 8, or 9, but there's already a 6 down here, remember? So this is, in fact, a 7, 8, 9. And so after great effort, we recover Navario's quintuple of 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9. Actually, sorry, that's a sextuple. Okay. So that means these 3 digits are known. They are a 0. Let's see, we've got a 1 and a 2. We need a 3, 4. We've got a 5. We've got a 6. And we've got a 7, 8, 9. So these are 0, 3, 4. This cannot possibly be a 0. And actually, it being a 3 or 4 is already very interesting. Because by virtue of being a 3 or a 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. By virtue of being a 3 or a 4, we actually limit what the sum is. So the sum is now at most 13, which means this cell can't be a 9, at least. And the minimum sum is 11, which means this needs to be at least a 7. So this is 7, 8, or 9. 10K subscribers. I would like to have 10K subscribers. Who are we congratulating on 10K subscribers? Okay. 2 in column 8 is placed. Hey, Yura. Okay, so not there, not there, not there, not there, not there, not there by negative constraint, not there. And so therefore the 2 is there. Gorgeous. Well spotted. The 2 is a hidden single in this column. It goes exactly there. I thought I said 1K. Maybe I did say 10K, and I am doing this prematurely. I may have to do the puzzle again after 10K if someone finds video evidence of me saying that. But I think I said 1K. I feel like I said a higher number than 10K for shards. It is a 10S cell for the subscriber count. Okay, let's see. So one of these is yellow, and whichever one it is, it's not a 3. Yeah, we know that these two cells are the same color. Nicholas, they're in the same region. We just don't know what that color is. We could probably prove that it's purple or orange. I agree that yellow needs a 0. I mean, yellow has to take one of these two cells, regardless. There is no option. And yellow has its 4 over here. So yellow, in fact, actually takes at most one of these two, because yellow has its 4 already and its 3. So yellow can only actually take one of these two cells, because the 4 is in this column somewhere in yellow. So yellow is currently at, and yellow gets one more cell, remember. So yellow is at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So yellow has 9 digits in it. Yellow needs one more. Its 0 is one of these two, and then it's done. See, Mimister's claiming I can do something with this square, but I don't even know what digit's in this square. But I guess the 2 has to be the true digit. But I don't like it. But what I can do, as Mimister points out, is to note that this 5 is not yet fulfilled. This is a much easier way to do this. This 5 is not yet fulfilled, and so this is the yellow 0. By virtue of the fact that yellow already has 3 and 4. And so now yellow is done. It's like a crooked hat. So now these are all one region. Whatever shape that region wants to be. But yeah, the 5 circle was a much better way to do this. 2 in yellow is definitely in the S cell. It is being pointed out by Sadiori. So there's definitely a 2 in here. That probably lets us place 2 some other places, right? Okay, so where is 2 in this column? Can we do that now? There was already a 2 in yellow? Oh, there was already a 2 in yellow. Thank you. Yes, there was already a 2 in yellow. It was just hiding in this square, as it would happen. Very unfortunate. Okay, obviously these two are in the same region. Whatever that region happens to be. Is it possible this region is not green? Okay, so all of these things are orange or purple. And this needs to see something that is not orange or purple. Okay. I can explain Memrister's point now. So this needs to see two colors that are not whatever color it is. So it is orange or purple. This is orange or purple. So everything here is orange or purple by this one. This is orange or purple. So this cell cannot be orange or purple. That is Memrister's point. So we get a border there, which means that this comes down here like that, which forces that the total of this region sum line actually is 5, because now this is different. I maybe should have double colored these as purple-orange, but that sounded horrifying. So now this region sum line actually does have a total of 5, which is very interesting. So this is part of a sum to 5, but it could just be a 5. Okay, so this 3 is in a square. So if these were all in one region, this 3 in a square would be wrong. So Memrister points out. So actually, Memrister is arguing the opposite, but I think this 3 actually tells me these don't join, right? Because if they did join, this would only see 2. So these don't join, which now means this has to come out, which means the 3 up here bends like that. I do know I should note all 3 of these are the same color because they have to connect in order to region sum stuff. Hey, Andrew, welcome. Other Andrew. I think Josh is the name that we have the most of, though we've got a lot of J's, too. Jay and Josh both start with J, so that could be meaningful. Well, I know the sum is 5. I don't know that that means I need 5s. Jessica also starts with a J. That's true. Ah, good point. Okay, beautiful point by Jay, which is I think what I was kind of thinking when I started this, but then I lost track of it. This is already 3 cells for this in this box, so it can't take any of these. So those get cut off. Yeah, the sum is 5. Yeah, we have recorded that the sum is 5 on this bendy region sum line. It does do interesting things for these digits, because for example, this digit can't be a 1 or a 2, and it can't be a 0. And it can't be a 5 either, because if it was a 5, then it would force this digit to also be a 5. So this is only a 3 or a 4. But now, actually, if I think about it, now this digit, it could be a 0. This digit is a 0 or a 2. But either way, this can never be a 4. Because if this is a 4, I would need one of these to be a 1, and neither can be because of that 1. So this is always a 3. One of these 2 cells is always a 2. Possibly one of them is a 0. These are always connected. That's why I have you all here to help me. Oh, yeah, this is a square. Andrew makes a good point. If this was a 0 in the square, it would have 11 digits already. So this can't be a 0. It's a 2. But this could still be a 0, unfortunately. So the way it worked, Garion, is that this cell couldn't be a 5. Let's see. I bet I can reverse this. So this cell here could only be a 3 or a 4. But then it still needed something. Oh, yeah, why couldn't this... Maybe this could be a 5. Sorry, I think Garion is right. I think I did not actually argue well that this could not be a 5. It being a 5 would be a little ridiculous because it would require 6 regions in here. But I certainly did not... I don't think I articulated well why this could not be a 5. This still can't be a 4, though. Because if this is a 4, I still need a 1 to finish it. Actually, wait. Maybe the 1 could go here and this could be a 0. One, two, three, four, 5. Oh, thank God. Okay. Chris has a good point. This can't be a 5 because of the negative arrow point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is a 2. Okay, so this is a 2 and this is a 3. Okay, so we did not lose our progress. Sorry. Yeah, so this is a 2. This is a 3, which makes this a 1. So these two 1s need to be in different regions, notably. Now we know, now this 1 does resolve where 1 goes in blue. Thank you, Sayori. So that 1 puts that there. This is now just is a 2, 6. Nothing fancy like that. So this can join those. That's fine. So we could go, for example, 2, 3, 0, and then a 5 here. And the 0 could go with either. So there's a good bit of flexibility still here for this region sum line. Garion points out that resolves 2 in row 1. So this is a 2 now. Which is cool. Oh, interesting. Okay, so what can this actually be? How am I making my sum to 5? So this is a sum to 5 and it's done. It could optionally have an additional 0. But this sum to 5, because 1 is axed off of the entirety of this line, so is 2, so is 3. The only way this works is if I make this as a 5 or a 0, 5. So this cell's always 0 or 5. Which is then going to extend down here, because this now also can only be 0 or 5. But these could both be 5, I think. Maybe, possibly, who knows. 2 in row 6 I'm being asked about. Okay, so 2 in row 6 is not there, not there, not there. Not there, there, there. Not there. Not there either. So the 2 in row 6 is actually placed here. Very good. Is that all of our 2s? Not quite all of them yet. Oh, this is also a 2, remember. So I am missing only 1 2, right? I am missing the row 9 2. Wait. No, I do have the row 9 2. Yep, that's all of them. I just was forgetting about this cell. Okay. Row 2, column 2, 3 are in the same region because of the 2 in row 3, column 3, right. Let's see. So this 2... So we first have to convince ourselves this 2 is real, because the 2 isn't an S cell, so it could be the other one. But I think the 2 has to be real, because if this is not a 2, then it would have to be at least a 5, and there's no way this sees 5 regions around here. So the 2 is the correct number. And so this cell has to be purple or orange, because it already sees purple, orange, and yellow. And actually, all of these cells all have to be purple or orange for this 2 to work, I believe. So all of this is purple-orange. I'm still hesitant to pencil mark that, but... okay. This can't be 9 because it would make the region sum too big. Somehow I pencil marked that before, and then I must have rewound. I lost something somewhere because I did have that pencil marked before. Let's see. I mean, maybe I should highlight stuff that's purple or orange. I think it's going to look heinous when I do it. So let's try it and see how badly we regret it. So all of these cells are purple-orange. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. That is 16 purple-orange digits. So we've still got 4 more for them to take. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16. This is 2. Because it's an S cell. Yes, digits. We're counting digits. Okay. This can no longer be purple or orange. Because if it was purple or orange, purple and orange would finish. Actually, maybe that is possible. Maybe this is purple and these are all orange. I don't know. I think I'm going to leave it like this for this particular moment in time to visualize this, but it should not last long. Okay, so this is a good point. So 57 Thorns points out this has to be a new color because it's not purple or orange. There's no way green makes it up there, and it's not red. So this is a new region. Let's make it... We're going to do yellow again. And now yellow needs to take more than just 1, 2 on this line because the sum is more than 2. So that cell's also forced to be yellow. So this is also a line. to column 4 is 7, 8, 9 by region sumline. It is, because it's the same digit as this digit. Good point. Okay, so this is 7, 8, or 9. Okay, so that's very helpful. And it's not 9, because this cell's yellow. So it's not 9. So this is 7 or 8. If this was 8, it would require all of this be purple. If it were 8, it would require all of that be purple, which would also require these two be purple. And now this digit would be a 4, which doesn't work, because there's already a 4 in this region. So this is not 8, it's 7. Which then tells us that this is 7, which tells us that this is 6. So this is at least 12 now. So if this is 4, this can't be 7 anymore. I am being told that would also put too many digits in purple. Okay, so interestingly, purple and orange have their 3s, because there's a purple-orange 3 up here and a purple-orange 3 down here. Maybe we should ask, where's the other purple-orange 4 going to go? Oh, hey, Smarkus, welcome. Hopefully you enjoyed CTC's stream. I was intrigued by it, but I did not know about it until right before this. Let's see, 4 can be placed in column 4 by the negative constraint. Okay, 4 is not here by the 4 there. 4 is not in any of these places. 4 is not there. 4 is not here. Let's see. So 4 needs to go either up here or down here. Which negative constraint? Okay, this 4... I don't see how I know which of those two it is. Okay, Nicholas would like me to write 4, 7, 8 in these cells and mark that that's not a 7. Row 1, column 4 is not a 4. Oh, from the column. Somehow I kept counting this and going like, no, that's 5. Okay, yes, this is 4 above this cell, so this is not a... this is not a 4. So therefore, when I look in the column now, because of the negative constraint and Sudoku, we actually get to place a 4 here. That was very cool. Very well spotted. Let's see. So this cell is a 7, 8, or 9. Just to finish off... No, that's not true. Don't listen to me. This row needs a 7, 8, and a 9, and a 0. So this is a 0, 7, 8, 9, which are somewhat different digits. Let's see. Yeah, we're definitely likely to break the record with this puzzle for longest stream solve. Okay, so so these are claimed. So so Afraid Not is saying these have to be purple, because if they're orange, that's orange. And now this 7 being purple requires all of this to be purple. Agree. Okay. So if this is not purple, then all of this is purple, and this is cut off. So this is purple. That is a very good spot, Afraid Not. So that means that now, because there's a 3 in purple, this cell's orange. So therefore this cell's orange because they have to connect. So now if this is purple, that seems very problematic. I don't think 2 is in orange already. These two cells are a purple to a various combinations pair. Let's see. I can write in the rest of what goes in this column. That seems like a good idea. Let's see. I still need a 0. I've got a 1, 2, 3, 4. We need a 5 and a 6. We got a 7, and we need an 8 and a 9. Let's see. Are any of those sort of helped along by anything? Maybe not as much as I fantasized about. This can't possibly be a 0, or there's no way I could make this work. I don't think this could be as high as 9. Okay, so if this is orange, I'm trying to work this out. So people are claiming you can do something with a negative constraint on circles with this 3-4 pair here. So there are no circles here. I can't quite visualize it. I said I don't think this could be purple, but I don't really want to prove it can't be purple. Because that seems very complicated to argue that I can't sort of like snake orange around it. Okay, so the 7 purple. Okay. If this cell is orange, then everything else. Okay, so this is the point. If this cell is orange, now in order for the 7 to work, all of that has to be purple, and now orange is isolated. So this is not orange, it's purple. Okay. So now that seems very helpful because now we can do this cell, because now this cell can't be purple, or we've separated the oranges. So this is not purple, it is orange. And so now, because this is orange, this is purple, because we can't have two 2s in the same region. So we've now got all of that stuff. Okay, so if this was orange, again, we would need all of this stuff to be purple, and it would be twain. So this is purple. Let's see. Okay, so now this can't be a 4 anymore, because if this was a 4, we would have 4. It would be in a circle, and it's not. So that's a 3, and that's a 4, and that's an 8, and that's a 7. And so this is 5 plus 7, so that's 12. So that's an 8. This is a 4. Sorry, it is a 4. Uh-oh. Oh, I have not pencil marked 9s in column 1. When did that happen? Okay, let's see. We'll go back this far. I never pencil marked in 9s. Sure enough. Okay, still not a 4. So now this is definitely a 4. It's just something else as well. A longish time. Yes, I will accept that. Okay, this sees two regions. It sees two regions already. This sees two regions. It sees whatever this is already. That's fine. Purple is currently at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, purple only gets one more cell. And the one more cell has to get seen by this 7. So one of these two cells is the last purple cell. Row 7, column 1 can't be F, I am being told. Thank you, Jay. I missed that by the negative constraint. If this is purple, orange is now completely penned in, which would be more clear if I drew in my borders. So this is orange, not purple. And now purple needs to take this cell. And now purple is done. And orange, I don't think I actually knew that this cell doesn't take this, do I? Do I really know that this cell's not orange? I don't think I really know that this cell's not orange. I'm going to unmark that, although maybe I do. I don't know. Let's see. This is now a 4 or a 5. Do I know which it is between 4 and 5? Oh, because of the circle 3. It was real. Okay. So that means this is a 4, and this is orange. Okay, now this can't be a 3 either. So because this can't be a 3, I need at least one more orange for this to see. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've got 8 digits in orange. So orange has some more to give. Orange can't take this cell, however. So orange needs to grow. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so orange gets one more cell. So orange can't take the S cell, or it would have 11 digits. Now, yellow needs an escape route. So yellow needs to escape through here. If this cell was red, for example, we would isolate yellow. So these are all yellow. A good spot to Nicholas for pointing that out first in chat that I saw, at least. And so now orange must finish here. And so now orange is done. And so this is a 5, I believe, if I am counting correctly. That is a 5. Let's see. What is left in orange? Oh, no, I don't know what this region sum line is. Let's fill in what's left in orange and then think about things. Orange still needs a 0. It's got a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 5. It needs a 6. It's got a 7. It needs an 8 and a 9. Okay, well, this is not a 0. It can go at least that far. It's not a 6 either, because of that. So this is an 8 or a 9. It's interestingly the same 8 or 9 as that one. If this was a 9, this would have to be a 7, is chat's point. And there's already a 7 there. So in fact, this is not a 9, it's an 8. Which by the region sum line makes that an 8 and makes that a 6 and that a 9. So this is not a 9. That's not a 9. Also, we know the sum is 8. Oh, because we knew the sum was 8 over here. Okay, so people correctly pointing out this line connects to this line over here. So has this been 6 like forever? Because we knew the sum of the line? I think this cell might have been a 6 literally forever. Let's see. Okay, so this needs to get out, whatever it is. Can probably get some improvement on there, but we'll we'll work on it. Okay, let's see. Sudoku in row 3, I am being asked about. So Sudoku logically, this is a 3, because there's a 4 and a 5 in the row. I think that means this can't be yellow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, if this were yellow, yellow would only get 8 digits. So this is not yellow. Right? I'm pretty sure. Let me double check that. If this were yellow, then these would be the 3 yellow cells. And now yellow would not be able to take either of these. And then yellow would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It would have 9 digits at most. Oh, also red needs to get out is a good point. Okay, so either way, this cell's definitely not yellow. But good point about red. We can let red out. Red can't take the entire region sum line. Yellow needs to keep getting out, though, because yellow has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 digits. So yellow needs 2 more. So yellow can get these 2. And yellow can take either that cell or that cell. I'm going to fill in this 7, I promise. A lot of people in chat are very stressed by the fact that I've not filled in this 7. So the total is 12, which makes that an 8. Means that's not an 8, and this is not an 8. These aren't 7. Oh, so this is a 7. So this is a 7 with an 8 or 9. I glanced at 6 in purple. I haven't figured out where it is yet. I think the correct question is where is 6 in row 3? Because 6 in row 3 is not here. So 6 in row 3 is there. So this isn't a 6. Oh, there's a 6 up here. That would have done it as well. I kept looking and seeing, like, I don't know how I know which of these is 6. And then I kept thinking, I bet they're forgetting about that. But they did not. Okay, so people really now are raving for me to fill in this cell. Let's see. It's not 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It is a 9. Okay, so we've got a 9 there. Okay, so let's fill in the rest of this row. We've got a 1. We need a 0. We've got a 1 and a 2. We need a 3. We've got a 4. We need a 5. We've got a 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so these are 0, 3, 5. Well, those aren't 3. So therefore, this is 3. And this is a 1, 3 is the value of this S cell. This is not 0 or 5 or 8. So this is a 9. So this is not a 9. That's not a 9 either. Okay. This total is at least 15. So if this were a 5, no, this is still fine, I think. Okay, this total. Oh, sorry, this total. I don't need these lines in here anymore because now they're marked as orange. I don't always clean those up good. But there we go. We cleaned up some more of those. All right. These 2 cells can be 0. They can't be 1, 2, 3. They could be 4 or 5. They can't be 6. They could be 7. They can't be 8 or 9. Okay. This is not 4 or 7. So it is 0 or 5. And this one I see much more flexibility about. If this was 0, I think that doesn't work. Because if this is 0, it makes the sum for this line 5. So I guess this cell could be a 5, but then this 2 doesn't work. And this 2 could have a 0 there or there. But then I run out of zeros and I run into the fact that there's no way I can put a 3 anywhere. So this is never 0. I can see. I actually have a 0, 5 pair in the column. That's an easier way to do that than the way I did it. We have a 0, 5 pair in the column, people. Jay is correctly pointing out there's no universe where this is not red, because red still is not big enough. So this red needs to escape to there. So this already sees its requisite one other color. So every cell over here is either red or yellow, but yellow only gets one more cell, remember. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yellow only gets one more. It could take that one. Yellow can never get to these two. So these are always red. Let's see. So this cell, interestingly, cannot be yellow or red, because red already has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Red already has 9 cells. Red gets at most one more cell. This cell I actually know. I'm going to mark this that this is red or yellow. I think that's clear, and this is red or yellow. So these are the 2 cells that finish off yellow. As Jay says very succinctly, yellow and red together have 20 digits. Those 2 cells being the 2 that finish them off. So we get this whole wabam around here. Let's see. Yeah, Jay says it yet another way, which is that these are the 2 cells that yellow and red can take, and so they are donezo. Let's see. This is not a 7 anymore. Okay. More Sudoku. Thank you to Sayori. This is now a 4-8, and it really is a 4-8. It's an actual 4-8. And so because this is an actual 4-8, this is not an 8. This is a 9, and that's an 8, which means the sum here is 16, which means I need these 2 to sum to 12, which means this is never a 6. Oh, also this is never a 6 because of that there. So this is either a 5 and a 7, or it's an 8 and a 4. Well, it's not an 8 and a 4. So this is a 5 and a 7. Oh, 3 is on the line. Oops, sorry. This still isn't a 6, though. Sorry, the total is actually 19. 19. And so these need to sum to 15. So this had better be an 8 and a 7, then. Because it can't be 5 and 10, so it is 8 and 7. Hopefully people like that better. All right, these 2 cells, to finish off the row, are, let's see, I've got a 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, I need a 5, I've got a 6, I've got a 7 and 8, and I need a 9. So these are a 5-9 pair. I don't think I immediately know which way that works out. Okay, so now, yeah, this line's total is at least 11. So it's at least a double-digit number. So these 2 are automatically in the same region. And it could be 11 with that being a 2 and a 9, for example. Let's see. 0 in row 8 is placed. Okay, actually, let's do a little bit more Sudoku. This is not 7 or 8. But this isn't 0 because of the 0-5 pair here. So that places a 0 over here, which now means this is a 1-9 to finish the row. So 1-9 S cell. So this isn't a 9. Let's see. Column 3 does not have a lot left going on, so let's fill that in. So we've got... we still need a 0. We've got a 1. We need a 2. No, we've got a 2. It's in the S cell. We've got a 3 and a 4. We need a 5. We've got a 6 in the S cell and a 7 and an 8, and we need a 9. So these are 0, 5, 9. By the way, the 6 in the S cell also eliminates 6 from this cell. So this is a 0 or a 9 only. This is 0, 5, or 9. Well, it's not 9. So that gives us a 0, 5 pair, which makes this a 9. Which then Kachinkos over to here, so that's not a 9. Also, there's an 8 in the region already, so this is a 6. And that's a 0. Just to finish orange. So now the total here is 11 for this line, which is interesting. Okay, what is left in this row? Let's see. This row is missing. Let's see. We've got a 0, a 1, a 2, a 3. We need a 4. We've got a 5 and a 6. We need a 7, 8, and a 9. I fear I cannot do an awful lot of eliminations based on that. Let's see. J had a great observation, I am told. Row 9, column 7, not 5 by the arrow constraint. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, sure enough. Okay, this is 5 away from that, so it's not 5, so it is 9. And that's a 5. Very cool. Spot by J. This column, we've got a 0, we've got a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, we need a 5, we've got a 6, we need a 7, we've got an 8 and a 9. So this is a 5, 7 pair. The 0, 5 pair in this row resolves that this is the 7. So that's the 5. Let's see, this row is missing only a handful of things now. Let's see, we're missing a 0, we've got a 1 and a 2 and a 3, we need a 4, we've got a 5 and a 6, and we need a 7, so this is 0, 4, 7. But this is definitely the 0, because I need a 0 in this row, and it can't go there. So this is the 0, this is a 4, 7 S cell, if I did that correctly. So now these things that are in red are not 4 or 7. That's a 0, 5 pair. That sounds legit. Okay, let's see. So red is missing... actually, let's do the column. This column is missing an 8 or a 9 to finish off. I assume people in 1,000 years will still be trying to be the first to solve Naplu Ultra. That is my my prediction. Let's see. This row must be missing. Oh, no. It's because the S cell is absorbing lots of the digits. Column 5 is done. Yeah. This digit is... Okay, so it is not 0. It's not 1. It's not 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 because of the 0, 5 pair, or 6 or 7, or 9, so it is an 8. So this digit is an 8, which makes that a 9, which makes that an 8, which goes ahead, removes 8 as a candidate from that cell. This cell we can fill in now. 0, 1, 2, 3... We need a 4, we've got a 5 and a 6, and we need a 7. And then we've got an 8 and a 9. So this is a 4, 7, which makes that a 9. Means we can fill in this cell. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is also an 8. So these are all one region. now. That is one consequence of that. So this all needs to be one region, so that's also part of that region. I can't imagine this cell isn't part of that region as well, but I'm not sure. Anyway, I can at least mark these now. I'll join that. And so that region does not take this cell because that region already has a 4. So that region then takes... Okay, so that region does come down and take this cell and that cell. So that's some more... that's some more geometry there. I keep looking at this 4-8 and thinking, oh, I bet I can resolve that. But of course it is resolved because it's an S cell. That's what S cells do. Okay, so what else am I going to say? Okay, so this cell I have not... I need to take out some digits. It's not an 8. Okay, so it is from 0, 5, 6, apparently. But it definitely contains a 6, for whatever it's worth. It definitely is a 6 in here, and a 0 or a 5. Okay, these two are definitely in the same region. For whatever that's worth. This 1 here... Interesting. It's interesting that this 1 and this square are in different regions. This puzzle, by the way, Andrew, has just been fantastic. I have absolutely adored this puzzle. Great fun. Yeah, this is the 11 line. Let's see. There's probably a negative constraint being used somewhere to finish this up. Row 1, column 7 is not yellow by the negative circle constraint. Very nice. Very good catch, Jay. If this was yellow, that would be 5 yellows and it would be in a circle, and it's not, so it's red. Beautiful. Oops. So let's make it more colors. So it's red, which means this is not red, so it's yellow, which lets us finish that up. Wait. What did I do? I did not do that correctly. Which means this is yellow. Sorry. It's yellow. It's not red. There we go. Okay. That's going to finish up the 0-5 stuff. Once I actually do the correct thing. So red now has a 5, so that's a 0. That's a 5. This S cell, we know what's in it. I guess we've known what was in this for a while, haven't we? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, 4 and 7 live in here. That 5 looks over, sees that that's not a 5, so this is a 0-6 kind of S cell. So that is a 5. Let's see. Oh, maybe I've still not quite finished resolving everything yet. Yes, the bet cell was a 0. To those of you who bet and are still here, the bet cell was a 0. Okay. This 2 can't be part of this whole mess, because this whole mess already has a 2. This 2 can't be part of this whole mess, because this whole mess already has a 2. I think I'm pretty convinced this isn't joining to any existing color, right? The only existing color with available cells is green, and green already has a 4. So I can safely make this the new purple. The new blue? Maybe the new blue. I think the new blue. Blue actually only gets one of these 6s. Let's see. Yeah, blue taking like that would make a whole lot of sense. I do know blue only gets one of these 6s. Let's see. These are definitely one color. Uh, uh, I see lots of mostly compelling arguments in chat that this probably does this. I think the point is that blue can in no universe wind up here. Because this cell can't be blue. And so blue is locked out of this passage. Blue can't take this cell because blue has a 9. So blue can never take any of these goodies. So blue has to get everything it wants out of life out of down here. And so in particular, blue needs a 5, which has to be that one. Well, chat will call region can only get this one with 75% accuracy, but I tend to be a little more careful out of fear. Now, blue can't take this cell because then it could never get to the 5. So this is now lopped off. And so now blue has to continue down here, which means blue has to continue down here. And now blue can't take this cell because then that would make the region sum line not work because the sum is 11. So blue takes this cell, and now blue can't take any more cells. And now we really hope that blue has the correct number of cells. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep, blue has the correct number of cells. So that is good. Okay, so we have 2 regions left, I believe. We have green and an as of yet uncolored region. This is definitely the as of yet uncolored region, which I'm going to make a new red region. I would love to be able to... Okay, so 8 is already in red. Sorry, 8 is already in green. So this has to be red, this string of digits that's connected. Now, this branch is not red, so it now has to be green, I believe, because I don't think we have any more regions left. 0, 6, 4, 7. Okay, so red already has both a 0 and a 5, so this cell can't be red, so it's green. So now red has to keep growing out like that. Red still has to keep growing out like that. So we get some more goodies down there in terms of these things. Now, because of this, now the region sum line is going to disambiguate some of this, because now this can't be a 0 anymore. So this is a 5, and that's a 0. And that's a 5, and that's a 0. Now, red already has a 6, so red cannot take this cell. And now it's pretty clear, though, that all of these are the same color. And that color is no longer red, so that color must be green. Now green has taken a 9, and so green can't take this cell, so this cell is red. And green needs this to connect. So I think this goes along like this. Let's double check that this worked. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep. And so I think we have in fact now solved this puzzle. What a puzzle. Wow, that was amazing. I think we are actually done. I think we have everything filled in. Who wants to check whether there are any negative constraints that were missed? But yeah, what a puzzle. Great fun. I don't think we ever got stuck there for any appreciable amount of time. I think it's pretty nice. Nothing heinous happened, I don't think. I tend to associate... I think it's just because the puzzle Andrew made me for, I don't know, 2 or 3 times ago. I think it was for the 5-list challenge. Andrew made me a puzzle with this where it's like, oh, that digit can't possibly be a 7, because if it was a 7, it would force the entire grid. And then it turned out it had to be a 7, and it forced the entire grid. So I kept expecting whenever it looked like something was... like early on, when we were arguing whether this line could be 3 as the sum, I was like, oh, it's going to turn out that the region sum line is 3. But I don't think anything like that happened in this puzzle. This was just a pure fun little puzzle. We're going to put in all of these. Yeah, pretty much 3 hours on the nose. So I think the 9 and While My Guitar Gently Sweeps, that is exactly the one I was thinking about. Yeah, the thing. So yeah, of course the timer did not stop when I actually finished it. But 3 hours and 3 minutes sounds about right. Yeah. So I think this is now officially the longest stream, or the longest solve on stream. Yeah, I think this is just a cute little puzzle. Very cool. And I like that this one looks like a dinosaur, with a little like hammerhead shark sort of head. Oh, maybe Carousel was 3.5. I don't know. I don't have it in front of me. Yeah, just an innocent little SL chaos construction. Yeah, I loved that. This is I think this might take my favorite Andrewsarchus puzzle away from Deuce's Wild, which is one of my favorite puzzles of all time, but I think I like this one even more. Well, this is the camel. It's the dissected camel, as they say, or the whatever the art term is. Yeah, great fun. I'm going to take a quick break, and then I will return after the quick break with some other puzzles. I'm probably going to do whatever puzzle has the most votes out of the queue. By the way, if you're curious... if you become a member or a patron at the second tier level, you can vote on what puzzles I do on stream, and I'll try every stream at least to do the most voted on puzzle, and I might do more puzzles than that, and I will dedicate it to whoever voted for it. So if you want to get in there, that's a perk. And if you go to the next tier, you can even suggest puzzles for the stream, which I know has been something that has been popular for a while. So those are options out there. Anyway, be sure to like the stream. I think I earned a like for solving this puzzle. And we'll be back with something else real soon. So stay tuned. See you all soon. I'll be right back. Alrighty, welcome back, everyone. So the most voted for puzzle when I went through was Chaotic Evil by Math Pesto, which is another 5-star chaos construction puzzle, I believe. So thank you, and this solve will be dedicated to Woofers, Luda, and Minddrive, who are the ones who voted for it. It's funny because Chaotic Evil is what I always associate. That people keep doing these like setter alignment charts of like where people are on the good, evil, lawful, chaotic spectrum, and I always Chaotic Evil is the one I always associate with two constructors. Andrewsarchus, who made the last puzzle, and you might be able to see why, and Glipperl. So we'll see if this is indeed a Andrewsarchus Glipperl worthy sort of puzzle. So we do need a bet cell. I see that Math Pesto is with us, but in a meeting. I haven't read the rules yet, so I'm just going to guess that one of the two unclude cells in the grid is a good bet cell. So we will see. Okay, so only the digits 1 through 9 in every row, column, and region exactly once. We have to put in the regions like before. Digits in a cage are in the same region and summed to the given total. So these two cells are in a region, and their sum is 4, it says. A white dot connects adjacent digits that are consecutive and in the same region. A black dot connects adjacent digits that are in a 1-to-2 ratio and in separate regions. Hey, I've used that rule set before. All possible white dots are given. Adjacent cells can't have consecutive digits without a white dot between them, so long as they're in separate regions. Adjacent cells can be... Okay, so all white dots are given, but not all black dots are given. Okay, this is a better bet cell. Row 8, column 8. Okay, we'll make that the bet cell. Okay, so all the way back in my second puzzle... Oh, wait, sorry. All possible dots are given. Okay. All the way back, the second puzzle that I ever made, and also coincidentally the second puzzle that was featured on Cracking the Cryptic, had this rule set almost verbatim. So this should be a lot of fun. I am excited to do this. So if you want to, you can go back and you can watch Mark solve my puzzle with these rules. And then I later made a much better puzzle with these rules called Cropiomenos. If you want to do a puzzle of mine that has these rules, Cropiomenos is definitely the right one to look at, I believe. So the name of the puzzle, the first puzzle I set with these rules was called something like Polyominoes 2. And that's where I came up with the idea of these like white and black dots being used in this way. And then that is... Chad is already noting that this looks like it's going to work out, that the regions are the normal regions, which it is absolutely not going to. But it sort of looks like it wants to be, the regions are going to be the same. But yeah, Polyominoes 2 and then Cropiomenos. And Cropiomenos, I was actually an experienced setter. So when I set Cropiomenos, that's actually a reasonable sort of puzzle that I would not be embarrassed by today. Okay, so I think this is going to be a joke. I don't think the regions are going to be the normal regions. I think it's going to take us a long time to figure that out, but I don't think it's going to turn out to be that. Okay. These are definitely different regions because there's enough cells that they can't be the same. Let's see. This, though, could be yellow. Could this be yellow? This can't be yellow because if this is yellow, then in connecting to yellow, it's going to make all of this stuff up here yellow. So I think this can't be yellow. And it's definitely not orange. Chad agrees with me that this is not yellow, right? Let's see. Okay. Judith agrees that it is not yellow. So we will make it green, which lets us draw in an extra border. Oh, 57 Thorns wants it to be purple. I will never say no to making a region purple. We'll make it purple. Okay. Okay, so I'm kind of thinking that we should maybe actually think about doing math here. So this is 3 consecutive digits. This is 3 consecutive digits. So these digits are one of each mod 3e kind of thing, which is interesting. Let's see. Garion thinks the black dots have to be 3, 6, and 4, 8. Okay, so interestingly, and Nicholas was getting at this, 9 can't go in any of these cells, because if 9 was here, then this would go 9, 8, 7, and you can't put 7 on a black dot. If 9 was here, it would just break immediately. If 9 was here, it would break immediately. Same with these 3. 9 can't be here. So 9 in this row is in one of these 2 places. So if this is a 9, this is an 8. And then this would be a 4. And then you could go 3, 2, and then... Maybe that doesn't work? I don't necessarily want to try all the options yet. I'm not quite that forlorn as of yet. 4, 5, 6, then 3, 2, 1 works. Yeah, 4, 5, 6, and then 3, 2, 1. That's very smart. Okay. 'I don't know why I did not ever fill these in. I probably should have filled those in. That would have been a very smart place to start, because this is a 4 cage. And so these are from 2, 4, 8. And definitely contain a 4. Let's see. Okay, so there's definitely a 4 there. Okay, so the question is, where does the 2 go in this row? Because the 1 and the 3 are gone. So I either put the 2 here, or I have to put the 2 here. Those are the only places I can put a 2. Close. Oh, let's see. Okay, we know the parity of this cell. That's a good point. Okay, so Sayori points out this is an even and an odd. It's 2 more odds, so that's 3 odds. Now we're up to 3 odds and 3 evens. Now we're up to 4 odds and 4 evens. So this cell's actually odd. And so, in particular, it's not a 2. And so now we ask, where does 2 go in this row? And 2 in this row can now only go here. So this is a 2-4 pair. Very good spot, Sayori. So yeah, it is an immediate consequence of these rules that there's never a 1 next to a 2 unless there's a dot between them. Because if a 1 is next to a 2, they will always either be both in the same region or both be in different regions. There's a negative constraint. And so if there's a 1 and a 2 next to each other, like this, these are either in the same region, in which case, by the rules, they need a white dot between them, or they're in different regions, in which case they need a black dot between them. So 1 and 2 can't go next to each other without dots between them. Let's see. I mean, it seems like in chat, people have given me a whole bunch of different ways that row 1 could work out. So I don't yet see what I'm getting out of row 1. I mean, there's a lot of structure in row 1. That much is certainly true. I could probably write in the parities of row 1. So, for example, these two digits are the same parity, and that parity can't be odd. Because if these were both odd, then this would have to be 1, 2, 3, but then the 1 would need a 2. So these are both even numbers. I can at least fill in that. This is an odd number. That is between those. There is no negative constraint here, because I don't know if these are in the same region or not. So the thought is, oh, this can't be a 2, because this will be next to it no matter what. But if this is a 2, and this is a 3, and they're in different regions, then there wouldn't have to be a dot there. There has to be a 5 in orange. I agree with Kurban about that. One of these cells is a 5, because this is a string of 5 consecutive digits. But yeah, note the dots are only given if they meet both the geometric constraint and the arithmetic constraint. So you need both. Otherwise, there's no applying the negative constraint. I think we have all the evens in column 4. Ah, excellent. We do have all the evens in column 4. Thank you, Sayori. That's 2 evens. There's an even on each of these dots. So these cells are all odd. So this cell is even. Orange does need a 5, and it is one of these cells is the 5, Nicholas is pointing out. And so because one of these cells is the 5, these are odd, and these are even. The one in the middle is not a 1 or a 9. What on earth did I do? I did not fill that out correctly. Okay, let's fill it. Okay, so these are odd, so these are even. They are 2, 4, 6, 8. Could do better. Okay. And this one's not 1 or 9. There we go. I filled in the wrong digits, but we got righter digits eventually. Okay. J40 has an excellent point. If this cell is even, then all 4 of these are even, and 1 of these is even, and that's 5 evens. So this cell is odd, so it can only be a 1 or a 3. Which means, of course, this is 2, 4, 6, 8. It's not 8 or 6. And so this is 1, 3, 5. Okay, very, very well spotted. So we've got 3 odds so far, 4 odds here. So this cell's odd by counting, because this is an equal number of evens and odds. This is an equal number of evens and odds. So this is odd. Yes. People in chat are rightly pointing out if this is a 1, I need to put a 2 on both sides of it. So this is actually a 3. Which gets us a digit. And so we can bring in our digit dancing penguin. Zach, thank you. I know you've had a long break today. Hopefully you are ready for a digit dance for a 3. This is the 3 dance. Doop, 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 doop. Ah! Oh no, Zach fell down. Doop, 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 doop. What up? What up? Go, Zach. Go, Zach. You can do it. Chad is excited. You're excited. I'm excited. Everyone is excited. Ba-da-bop. Okay, so that is huge, because it now gives us a 6 here. So this is a 5 or a 7. So this is well, it's not a 6, that's for sure. It is a 4 or an 8, in fact. And so that being a 4 or an 8 means that this is a 2, 4, or 8. Let's see. This isn't a 3 anymore. This is certainly odd, and it's not 3. 1, 5, 5, 7, 9. Good point. If this were a 2, this would be a 4, and then this 2, 4 would have no value. So this is not a 2. So in fact, actually, this is a 4, 8 pair, which makes this a 2 and this a 1. So that removes 1 as an option from over here. These are from 5, 7, 9. One of them is a 9. 6 in column 4 looks down. Okay, so this is not a 6. That's not a 6. I don't know that I want to update these pencil marks yet. That seems like a lot of work. Let's see. Beautiful point. So Garian notes, now that there's a 2 here, there's no 1 on any of these black dots, which means these black dots only come from 3, 6, 4, 8. So that's a 3, 6, 4, 8 quad, which means that these digits are the other ones. They are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This one's not a 1. And so this is a 6 or an 8. Those are the only possibilities for this cell. This one can't be a 9 because it's in the middle of a string of crappy dots, which are all in the same region, so it's not a 9. That's a bit of a subtle point, but it's true. This can't be a 1 because it's next to a 2 and there's no dot between them. So this is, in fact, a 5 or a 7. So this is never a 3. So it's 4, 6, or 8. And so this is never a 6 because of that. It was 3, 4, or 8. Nicholas would feel better if I wrote in 1, 2, 4, 8 here, so I will do that. I'm nothing if not accommodating. Row 5, column 2 is not 1 because of the dot. Ah, yes. 1 is not next to 3, 4, 6, or 8, so this is not a 1, which gives us a 5, 7, 9 triple, which does indeed give us a 1 down here. Good spot. So the bet cell's not a 1 if you are continuing your journey with the bet cell. Row 6, column 2 is odd. Row 8, column 4. Ah, it's not 7 or 9. It's only 3 or 5. Oh, it's not odd. Ah, this one's not odd. This one's even. Okay, so that's even. So this is 4, 6, or 8. And so that being, because it's next to 5, 7, or 9. So this being 4, 6, or 8 means that this isn't a 6. That is what chat is telling me. And then this is odd because it's next to an even. So this is, it's not a 3. So this is 1, 5, 7, 9. There is a negative constraint on all dots. So there's a negative constraint both on white dots and black dots, Chloe. And so if this were a 1, it would all, or wherever it was, I've forgotten where it was now. So specifically for 1 and 2, and for no other pair of digits, they can't be next to each other if there's not a dot between them of some color. Okay. Yes, this probably isn't a 1. Sure. So this can't be a 4 anymore, because this is a string of consecutive digits. This is a string of distinct consecutive digits, the outer of which are 5, 7, 9, so this can't be a 4. One of these two is definitely a 7. This being a 6 or an 8 makes this a 3 or a 4. It can't be an 8 anymore. Let's see. I don't know that I really want to write all the possibilities over here. That seems kind of painful. Let's see. Okay. So actually, maybe it's not so painful, because if this could never go down. If this decreases, so let's say this goes from 3 to 2 to 1, well, that's terrible. If this goes from 4 to 3 to 2, that's also terrible. So this only goes up. So this goes 3, 4 to 4, 5 to 5, 6. Just to do that. So that's actually useful. One of these two is definitely a 5, so this isn't a 5. If that's not a 5, does that do anything to this? That means... No, I don't think it does anything to that. 3 looks down column 3. Oh, are we saying we should look at what this can be? I'm not sure what we're saying. Let's see. Afraid Not is looking at yellow in regards to the potential for a 4-5 directly above. But the 4-5 doesn't have to be in the same region. Granted, I was completely certain the blue region in the last puzzle was going to work out the opposite of the way chat did, but I would bet money there's a line here. Like, I think there's a border here. Row 1, column 9 is not 5. If this is 5, then this would go 7, 8, 4. Okay, yeah, so if this is 5, then the 9 needs to go... Yeah, if this is 5, it is also the 9. Because if this is 5, that becomes 7, 8, 4, and then I can't put the 9 here. So this is never 5. Oh, it is interesting to note yellow can't take this cell, which is, I think, what 57 Thorns is pointing out, because yellow taking this cell would poison it. It would grab the cell on the other side of a black dot, which it's not allowed to. Let's see. Row 3, column 5. Don't think I know anything about row 3, column 5 yet. Row 1, column 7 and 8 are yellow now. They can't snake around like that. Oh, would that not let this finish? No, there's enough cells there for this to finish, I think. I think that's okay. A 4 on the dot in row 7. Oh, there's a 4 on the dot in row 7. That's true. So this isn't a 4. I know purple's not yellow, but I don't think my version was assuming that. Why can't this be yellow? Okay, let's see. The 4 in row 7 rolls 8 out from row 6, column 5. Because this can't be a 4. Right. One of these two cells is a 4. This is what Chad is pointing out, which does do a little damage, because this not being able to be a 4 means this isn't able to be 8. Let's see. I'm looking at Afraid Not's observation now. Yellow not taking row 1, column 7 breaks because otherwise it must take the 6. And then the dot below must be selected from non-consecutive digits. Not sure. This isn't a 9, because that's not an 8 anymore. I believe that from Judith. So Afraid Not's point seems to revolve around the fact that these yellows are 4 consecutive digits. And so I'm still not 100% sure I completely believe this. At least not without more look ahead that I'm comfortable with. Because I'm certainly not, if I'm looking for this, I'd be looking for a proof that yellow really takes this, not just that my one way of drawing it doesn't work. So lots of people are arguing this does not work as yellow. Okay, yeah. That's an ugly deduction, though. Yeah, dirty is exactly the right word for it. That's pretty messy as far as deductions. I'm not enough minutes into the puzzle yet to use it. But I do now believe it. Let's see. Six divines. Hey, Tallcat. Have fun, Kurabon. Okay. Where does the row 1, column 1, 2, 3 region have to go? So I guess the question is, can this region avoid taking this dot? Or like, can this region avoid taking that dot up there? So I think I can prove... oh, no, this could be purple. So the people are suggesting counting parity, which is notable. So this I know has 2 evens. So if yellow takes this, that's 3 evens. Then yellow can't take this. I like that slightly more. What I'm noticing is these 3 cells can't take this cell. So if these 3 cells want to get out any which way, it has to be either through here or through here. But none of it has felt super elegant yet. Okay, so... right. Okay, so so J has something I believe. If this does not connect to this, then it automatically connects to this. But now that chases this down here and breaks. So this definitely connects there. So these are all part of something. Row 3, column 1. So this is all one region, and I'm now trying to convince myself that region can't be purple. Or maybe it can be purple, I don't know. But these are all part of one region. I think I could prove it's not purple by using the somewhat circuitous part from before, but I don't want to. So I'm going to put those like that for now. Row 2, column 1. Right. This now... So now we ask about this. Okay, beautiful. Okay. Now we ask about this trio of cells. What if they don't connect to the L? Then they have to go out here, and again, it breaks. So now this trio joins these, and so now it certainly can be given a color. So we'll make those green. Okay, and we'll get a border here. So J and J said it sounds like. Okay. Now purple is forced. Because purple now needs 9 cells and can only in any universe ever get 9 cells. So purple just becomes this box. Okay, and now we successfully avoided doing proof by cases on these. So if this is now not yellow, then it bends around here and now yellow is isolated. So this is yellow. And again, if this wasn't yellow, we'd have the same problem, and so now this is yellow. So yeah, the question is the joke that it is 3x3s? I think the joke is actually the opposite, because I think if you just look at the blank grid, it's obvious it's 3x3s. And so I don't think it's 3x3s. I think the chaotic evil thing is to make a grid where the black dots are all put down in exactly such a way that you look at it and you just immediately think, it's 3x3s. But I don't think it is. Okay. So now there's no 9 on these. So there is a 5 on them. Can say that much. This is not the 5. Something like 7 3x3s, and then 2 regions that aren't, like Chip is suggesting. That sounds like sounds like what is most likely to me. Row 1, column 8. Sorry, row 1, column 8. If this were 5... right, because one of these has to be 5. So one of these has to be 5. Gorgeous. Okay, I said the deduction and then didn't follow through, but Jay caught me up. One of these is 5 because I can't use a 9 on this. And if I have to choose 4 consecutive digits from 1 through 8, I have to use a 5, right? No, I could still use 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe. Sorry, I think I lied when I said there had to be a 5 one here. I need to take one more digit off. Sorry. Yeah, it could be 1 through 4. Ah, okay, good point. So Garion has a gorgeous point, which is this cell can't be 4. Because if this cell is 4, I then have to put 1, 2, 3 in yellow, but I can't put them on the dots anymore because I've just put a 4 here. So I'd have to put 1, 2, and 3 there. That is very smart. So that's an 8, that's a 4, that's a 5. So it turns out there is a 5 on this after all. Let's see. Does that do any stuff sudokologically? Well, this isn't a 5 anymore. So now it's one of these two that's the 5. Yeah, so one of these two is a 5. So that actually, I can trim down some options. One of these two is a 5, so this one can't be a 1. And this one can't be a 9 either. So it would make that not able to be the 5. Okay. I really don't want to do this like candidate by candidate. This can't be 6. I'm trying to decide if that means this can't be 7. I don't think this can be 7. Because if this were 7, one of these would have to be 5, and it couldn't be this one, and it couldn't be that one. So yeah, this can't be 7. I can just fill that in. But this could go 9, 7, 5. It could go 3, 4, 5. It could go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Good point from Yura that, of course, this is sitting between two possible 5s, so this has to be adjacent to 5, so it has to be 4 or 6. Sorry, I did not do that right. 4 or 6. So that means that this is 2, 3, or 8. Yeah, 2, 3, or 8. This can't be 8 because then there'd be no way to fill these cropy dots because of the box. So this is actually 2 or 3. And actually, this can't be 2 either, because if this were 2, there would be no way to fill the Kropke dots because of that. If this were 2, it could not go up or down. So this is 3, and that's 6. So this has to go 2, 1. And so let's fill out. So that's a 4, that's a 2. Let's be sure we get all of our Sudoku stuff going. Okay, so this is certainly not a 3 anymore. It's either going to go 5, 6, 7, or 7, 6, 5. So this is never a 3 anymore. So this is a 5, 7 pair. So we either go, let's just write this in. So we either go 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or we go 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Well, we don't do the one that involves putting a 4 in the column with a 4. So we do that one. So that makes that a 4, that a 5, that a 6, that a 4, which makes that an 8. Okay, this needs to be a 7 or a 9, but it's not a 9, so it's a 7. That makes that a 5. Let's see, these aren't 8. Let's see. So this is the other 4, 6, just by Kropke dots. Let's see. This isn't a 5 or a 7, so this is a 9, which makes that an 8. This isn't a 9. So we know what these are. These are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, it looks like. So there's definitely a 6 on here. Now the 3 here looks down. Uh-oh. 5, 7, row 4. What did I do? Let's go back. Okay, so how far do I have to go back? 5, 7, row 4. Do I need to go back further than this? What did I do? Oh, the 5 and the... Oh! No, okay. Yeah, I don't have to go back at all. Basically. I just put these in the wrong order because who knows why. 7 and 5. Uh... Uh... Alright. Hopefully I didn't do anything that relied on that. I don't think I did, but who knows. If I just delete my candidates from this column and this cell, then I won't worry about it. Yes, we have to do 5, 7F. Oops. And now there's an I in it. So, well, so much for that. 6. There we go. 6 in there. Okay. Now, that 3 comes down here, so that's a 1 and a 3. In this box, we need a 7, 8, 9, so there's definitely an 8 here. And this is a 7 or a 9. These are from 7, 8, 9. These digits are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They're from 3, 5, 9. Well, this one's not a 9. That one's not a 5. Okay. Row 3, column 3 equals 8. Yeah, so I can figure out that these are missing 7, 8, 9, so they need an 8. And the 8 can't go here, so the 8 is here. This is 7, 9. Gives us a 7, 8, 9 triple in the row. So that's kind of spicy. Now, green can't go here now because the other green digit is a 7 or a 9, and it can't go next to the 8. So green finishes over here. Oops. Making this a 7 or a 9. This is 2, 3, 4, 5. It's not a 5, so this is only 2, 3, 4. Let's see, where's the last 7, 9 in row 3? We have the last 7, 9 in row 3. Let's see. 4 looks up in column 2. That's the kind of advice that I like to see. That's 4, so that makes that a 3, and that a 6, and that a 4. Makes this not a 4, but a 2. Now means orange can't take these two cells, because orange is only missing 1, 2, 3, 4. There are no fill for these if these are orange, so they're not orange. So we've got that going. Let's fill in... Oh, this digit we actually just know, right? This is just a 1. So these digits must be known. We've got 1, 2, 3. We can't have a 4 on them because we'd need a 3 or a 5, and we don't have it. So that's the 4. These are an 8, 9 pair, and we know the order, actually, which makes that a 4. This is a 3 or a 5, and I don't know which one yet. So this needs to be a 3 or a 5, but it can't be a 3, so it's a 5. So this is not a 5 anymore, for whatever that is worth. Let's see. these two are in the same region now. So I'm going to go ahead, because these two don't have a black dot, they're in the same region. So I'm going to go ahead and give this a color because it can't be any existing color. So this is going to be blue. Let's see. This can't be 9 because it would require that to be 8, and there's already an 8 in the row. Thank you. So that gives us a 3-5 pair, which makes that a 9. Okay, this I think I can resolve. Maybe not. Maybe not quite. Very close. Let's see. Between row 2, column 6 and row 3, column 6. 2, column 6 and row 3, column 6. There isn't a dot. Yes. Beautiful. So if this were the 8, these would be consecutive, and there isn't. So that's not an 8. So that's the 8. Well spotted to Carl. So this must be 2, 4 in some order. And I know the order. That's the 2, that's the 4 from that. So this digit is known. 5, 6. So this is a 7. So this digit is a 6 or an 8. A dot in column 6 is a 1, 2, not 6 or 8. What? This one? There's a 6 in row 8. So it's an 8. So that's a 4. Is that what people are telling me? Sorry, someone said something about something being a 1, 2, and I was very confused as to how this could possibly be 1, 2. Okay. So the rest of the row, let's fill in. We need a 2, 3. We've got a 4. We need a 5. We've got a 6, 7, 8. And we need a 9. Just to look at that. This is not a 3. This, who knows? Okay, so let's fill in the rest of the column. So we need a 1 and a 2. We've got a 3, 4, 5. We need a 6. We've got a 7, 8, 9. Yep, so these are 1, 2. Okay, I think this is the 1, 2 that was being referred to. This is the 6. That thingy thing. So this is a 1, 2, or 4, and it's not a 2. This is not a 2, so this can't be a 1. So that is a 2, and that's a 1. And so this is a 1 or a 4, but it's not a 4, so it's a 1. So let's see. Good point. Okay, changeable sees this has to be a 9 because it can't be consecutive with the 6. So that's a 9, that's a 7, that's a 9, that's a 7. It does a little bit of cleanup there. These cells, let's see what's left. Let's see, we've got a 1, 2, we need a 3, a 5, and a 6. And then we've got 7, 8, 9. Okay, so these are 3, 5, and 6. This one's known not to be a 3. Let's see, do I know anything else? I don't think I immediately know anything else that I can see. Oh, these two cells, I know what they are. Let's fill those in. That's a good idea. Let's see. These are a 1. Oh, and I even know where the 1 goes. The 1 goes here. 3, 4, 5. And the 6 goes there. Row 5, column 1 can't be a 3, I am being told. Why not? 7 isn't next to 6 over here. That I can do. That's a 9. That's a 7. Welcome back, Casey. You looked back in blue. I looked up. Row 1, 2, column 9. 2 and 4 look down. 2 and 4 look down. Right. I did not see the 2 and the 4 together. So yeah, this can't be a 3 because it would have nothing to be consecutive with. Oops, sorry. So that's the 3. So this isn't a 3. Or a 9, because there's a 9 in the column. So let's see, what's left in the column? We need a 2, we've got a 3, 4, we need a 5, we've got a 6, we need a 7, 8, and then we've got a 9. Okay, this is not a 2 or a 5. This is a 7 or an 8. This is not an 8. Okay. This isn't a 7 anymore. By the 7 up there. Some amount of Sudoku to clean up. 8 in column 9. Yeah, we've got a 2, 5, 7 triple, so this is an 8. I believe that. So this row, let's fill in. We need a 1, we've got a 2, we need a 3, we've got a 4, 5, 6, we need a 7, then we've got our 8 and 9. Okay. This is not 1. This is not 1, so this is 1. That being 1 makes that a 2, which makes that not a 2. This isn't a 2 anymore. That's a 5, 6 pair, which makes the bet cell a 9, as was predicted by some folks. This 9 looks over here, so that's not a 9. Let's see. So yeah, the bet cell was a 9. So congratulations if you bet 9. I think this is a 3, 6, or a 7. Let's see. Row 8, column 1 is not 2. Right, because it's next to a 1. So that gives us a 3, 5 here, which makes that a 2. Very good. So now this dot has to have a 6 on it, because 2, 4, and 8 are gone. So this is 5, 6, 7. This column is missing 3, 6, and 7, I want to say. Yeah, this cell's not blue because it already has an 8, I agree. There's a 9 in column 3. That's the kind of thing that's helpful. So that's a 9. This is not a 7. Row 6, column 7 is blue. Right. Blue has to get out through here, or finish here, because of the fact that blue can't escape through there. So yeah, so I agree. So this is blue. Which is going to force things like this has to be blue, at the very least. Let's see. And therefore this isn't a 3. Good. So this is a 6 or 7, which makes that a 3. Makes that a 7. This is not a 7. It's a 5, 6 pair. That makes that a 3, and that a 5, and that a 3. Oh, blue already has a 1. That's a good point. Blue can't take this cell because blue has a 1. Oh, and blue can't take a 3 either. So now blue is forced into this shape. 5, 6, 7. Okay, and so now this can't be a 6 by the negative constraint, so that's a 7. I thought that's where we were going to learn it wasn't 3 by 3s, but the charade continues. And 6 and 5. Okay, but we've not yet finished. Okay. 3, 4, and column 7. Right. There we go. Wait. Right. This 3, 6. If it were 3 by 3s, these would have a black dot between them, and they do not. So these are not 3 by 3s. This is a new region. It's going to be another yellow. They're going to hang out together. And now if yellow is poking out of this cluster, this has to poke into the cluster. Oh, actually, that 3, 6 also forces this, but anyway, whichever. Make that red, so that's red as well. So let's see. Okay, so this is not red now, because red already has a 5, so this is a different region. These digits are all yellow and red, and this can't be red, so therefore this is yellow. Thank you, Jay. Right, we need there to not be a border between these two. These are in the same region. Sorry, no, we do need a border between them, sorry, because they are consecutive. They do need a border. Well done, Kodak, on winning the bet. Okay, so could this be yellow? I think it still could be. Maybe? Yeah, I think it still could be. There's definitely a border here, Andrew points out, which lets us fill in that is red. And yellow can't take a 1, so that is that. So, so that works out. Red and yellow are the only things that can get down here. That's very clever. Okay, so Jay points out yellow and orange are the only, or can only get out through here, but if they make it there, then they consume the entirety of this 3x3. And nothing else can make it in. So this is actually a solid contiguous collection of yellow and red, just in some combination, which means that these are yellow. Which means that this is yellow. And so that's yellow. So these are yellow just to maintain contiguity. And now yellow is done, I think. Yeah, yellow looks done. And so now red. Border between 6 and 7 in column 1. Yep, that is another good spot. Okay, so now if I look at what's going on down here, I can only get in or out of this area once, so I can do neither. So this is a region. This is just delightful, by the way. I think I expected it to be more ridiculous than it ended up being, in terms of I expected these things to be more shuffled up, but this is a very cute way to arrange this. Border between the 9 and the 3 in row 6. Right. Orange needs a 4, and it's definitionally not getting that 4, so orange gets that 4, which then grabs at all of those. And so then by process of elimination, we have this region, which will make green, in the spirit of the puzzle. Very nice, very nice. I enjoyed that. I really like this whole black dot, white dot rule. I've used it a couple times. I wish I'd see it more often, but I think this is the first time I've seen this white dot, black dot rule about regions show up in someone else's puzzles. So I'm happy to see it getting use elsewhere. Yes, Casey, I have 2 greens touching each other in honor of the fact that we just did a puzzle called Chaotic Evil, so I figured the 2 green regions touching each other would make Math Pesto happy and feel appreciated for the chaotic evilness. The white-black dot thing was literally the first thing I came up with. I don't know if anyone came up with it independently. I'm sort of guessing that probably it was inspired indirectly by something I did. But this is like literally the first Sudoku idea I had, was to use white and black dots in this way. Alrighty. I'm going to take a quick break, and then I will return when we will discover what puzzle is next. I think this actually wasn't a 5-star puzzle. Somehow I thought this was also like marked as a very difficult puzzle. I think it was actually not a very difficult puzzle. Oh yes, the next puzzle will definitely be the anti-knight S-cell puzzle. It will not really be the anti-knight S-cell puzzle. All right, but we'll be right back. 4 stars, 4 or 3, somewhere in there. But yeah, not as when I saw I was doing this after Niplu Ultra, I was a little worried, but it was not, in fact, too bad. Anyway, I'll be back shortly with another puzzle and more fun. welcome back. Next up, we have a puzzle with many fewer rules than the puzzles so far today. However, I am not confident it will be not the hardest puzzle we've done today, or one of them. So this is a puzzle by Jovial. And so Jovial the other day was talking about how there was this classic technique that she had wanted people who set variant Sudokus to use, but she hadn't succeeded. But she had this puzzle as a sort of tutorial to it. So my hope is to solve this puzzle, and in addition to solving the puzzle, understand the technique, and then maybe set a puzzle that uses it. I don't know. So this is normal Sudoku rules plus the diagonals. Each can't contain repeated digits. So I want to understand what this magic... Codec, I think, was actually in this conversation as well, when Jovi was trying to convince people to do variations, or to use this technique in a variant. So we'll see what it is. So let's see how this goes. So I'm going to go digit by digit because I have no other idea. So we'll mark the ones. Let's see. So the 1 in this box goes in one of these two places. That's right, Sam was there. So the 1 in this box goes one of these two places. That's... the one on this diagonal is forced onto one of these three cells. So, as pointed out, the 2 and the 3 on this diagonal are ruled off of these two and out of here. So this is actually a 2-3 pair. The 4s are also, if you look at this, the 1 actually went with the 4. So the 1 and the 4 actually show up over here. Three is placed in box 7. 3 is placed in box 7. Just by Sudoku, we get our 3 here. We can bring in Zach for the 3 dance. I know Zach already did the 3 dance today, but Zach will do the 3 dance again. 3 dance. 3 dance. Boop, 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 boop. 3 flips for the 3 dance. Da da da. Thank you, Zach. This is not 4, as pointed out by chat. Bye, Chip. Thanks for stopping by. Glad you had fun. Threes in box 3 are in an X-wing with box 5. Well, we already have the 3 down here. X-wing with box 4. I see. Okay, sorry. Box 4. All right. So, afraid now to spinning out one of these two is a 3, which means that the 3 in this row has to be in one of these two cells. I agree with that. 7 in row 8. It's not there or there or there. So the 7 in row 8 is in one of these two. So 7 and 9 on these diagonals are getting squishy. I'm guessing, just blindly, I am guessing that the thing we're going to have to do is we're going to have to make sure we avoid putting 2 9s on the diagonal or 2 7s on the diagonal. The 9 in box 3 is on the line. The 9 in box 3 is on the line. So yeah, one of these two is a 9. So that means the 9 down here is in one of 2 spots. The 9 down here is in one of these sideways slanty spots. The 9 in this box is in one of these 4 cells, for whatever that is worth. Not immediately clear to me what that does. 9 in box 1. Looks to me like there's 3 places for 9 in box 1. Oh, no, because the 9... Okay, so I think the question is, where does 9 go on this, on the negative diagonal, I think is the question. So 9 can't go any of those places, and because 9 has now made an appearance on this diagonal, it can't go there either. So now 9 on this diagonal has to go here and can't go there. So yeah, I think that's how I'll phrase it, is 9 on this diagonal. I really hate the names that people have given these diagonals because they've given them the mathematically backwards names. So I mentally confuse them. So just in case you're curious, people call this the positive diagonal even though it's negatively sloped, and people call this the negative diagonal even though it's positively sloped. I will die on this horse. Let's see. Okay, I'm noticing the 7s actually are pinned down into one of these 2 cells. I don't think I marked that before. Yeah, so what is the equation of this line? The equation of this line is y equals x, which is as positively sloped a line as you can possibly get. And so it's because of the coordinate system. No, it's not y equals minus x. This is 1, 1. This is 2, 2. This is 3, 3. This is 4, 4. So if you write down the equation, because there are clear numbers, we just use a coordinate system that is like a matrix coordinate system to map these. But yeah, we have coordinate systems for Sudoku puzzles. Yeah, this is 1, 1. And so if you view positive slope to mean input and output go in the same direction, which is what positive slope should mean, then yeah, this is the positive one. Let's see. Steve and Gerald would be better names for the diagonals. Let's see. Thing 1 and thing 2. How about thing 1 and thing A, just so they don't so that they don't feel like one is being prioritized over the other. Let's see. What else am I supposed to see here, Jovi? So I know for sure one of these is the 9 on the diagonal. So the 9 here is not on the diagonal. Oh, and one of these is the 9 on the diagonal, so that's not the 9. So the 9 in this box is in this plus sign. I don't know, I'm slightly sus of these 3 cells. Have you seen people refer to this as row 1, Alima? if people weren't consistent in what they called things, it wouldn't bug me that people picked a positive and a negative, but I've always seen Sudoku coordinates indexed or referred to the same way. Uh, let's see. They're saying this can't be the 1. Let's see. What goes wrong if this is the 1? Uh, oh, must be 1. Okay, so let's just write it out. It's not 2 or 3. It's not 4. It's not 5. It's not 3 again. It's not 9, because I know 9 is on this diagonal. Let's see. It's not 7 either. Do I know somewhere where 7 is on the long diagonal? Because it breaks box 1 if this is 7, I am told. Breaks box 1. Because if this is 7, then that's 7. And now none of these things can be 7. Yeah, this can't be 7 because it breaks box 1. Am I supposed to see that in some clever way? Yeah, because certainly I definitely see now that if this is 7, it very cleanly breaks the 7 in this box, which is already restricted to these spots. So it's already restricted to these 3. Sorry, I'm mostly writing this out just so that I can try and see this in case this is the thing I'm supposed to see. Because, yeah, if this is 7, then we rule 7 out of both of these and also place out of there, and then 7 just disappears. So this is not 7. 8 breaks in the same way. Let's see. So if these are not allowed to be 8... trying to figure out where I'm looking at 8s. One of these two is 8. If this is 8, then that's the one that's 8. I don't see it yet. 8 breaks box 3. If this is 8... Okay, then I know I can't put 8 any of these places. What do I know about 8 that I am missing? Okay, let's see. Or box 9. Say in box 9, I know the 8 is in one of these 3 places, but in that case... Okay, so the 8 would end up there. So if this is an 8, then the 8 would end up here. And so then that would end up being an 8. Combine that with the 8 in box 1, which I know is in one of these 2 places. Okay, I can visualize this. So if this is an 8, then I now have placed an 8 here. So now there's an 8 over here. And so now there is no room for 8 down here. I feel like Jovi probably has a much more elegant way of seeing and explaining this. But I agree. This can't be 8 because of that bouncy thing. But that requires all 3 of these boxes and both diagonals, I believe. And 6 also breaks. So first, look at box 3, I'm told, where 6 is in one of these 2. Sorry, one of these 3. Then box 7, where 6 is currently... So if this is 6, then 6 is only in one of those 3. And then box 9, where 6 would be in one of those 2. So if this is a 6, then that's a 6. So that's a 6. So one of those is a 6? I'm missing something. So I agree if this is a 6, then that becomes a 6. And so that becomes a 6. Oh, but I'm also supposed to look at box 7. I have to follow box 1, 2. Okay, so let's place where 6s go. If this is a 6, that's definitely a 6. So now that's definitely a 6. So now that's definitely a 6. And so now there is no place for 6 in this box. Yep, agree. Okay, that's how you're supposed to see this. This is a Fistamafel thing. All of this is a Fistamafel thing. So here's the way you're supposed to see this. So 6, 7, 8, and 9. So here's how we should have done this to start with. So we should have started with this. We should have written in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and said, well, this can't be a 2 or a 3 for the reasons we've already said. And it can't be a 4 or a 5 for the reasons we've already said. And it can't be 6, 7, 8, or 9 because the fact that there's a 6, 7, 8, or 9 in the Fistamafel ring tells us that in one of these cells, I don't know which, but in one of these cells, there is a 6. In one of them, there is a 7. And in one of them, there's an 8. And in one of them, there's a 9. And I just don't care at all which cell any single one of those is in. They all see, every single one of them sees this. So this can't be 6, 7, 8, or 9. So it's a 1. I think that is the intended, because that just absorbs everything. I think that was the intended thing, because the way these all block exactly there is that. I mean, I didn't feel there was logic before the Fistamafel thing. It was just sort of like, oh, if you look ahead enough, but that really cleanly does it. I think that has to be the intended path. Okay, so now... just in case you're watching this and you have no idea what's going on, the fancy fact is that in every Sudoku grid with a standard rows and boxes and these sorts of things, in every Sudoku grid, it always works out that these 16 cells in green always have exactly the same 16 digits as appear in yellow. And so the point of this whole puzzle is that 6, 7, 8, and 9 all have to appear in yellow, and wherever 6, 7, 8, and 9 appear in yellow, because they appear in green, is on the diagonal, which rules those digits out of the center cell. Okay, and so I expect now the entire puzzle is going to collapse. I might be wrong, but that is my my prediction. But that is very cool. I like it a lot. Okay, so now what do we do with ones? So now we know that this one goes here. So now we know that this one goes here. Now we know that this one goes here. So now we know that this one goes here, and now we know that this one goes here, and now I think we've done all the ones. Let's see. Okay, so now, yeah, we've used the fact there's a 4 there. Okay, so I think we've placed all the ones, so now we should probably place another digit of some description. I don't know, do people like other digits? Do they think we should omit the other digits? Let's see. Only one place. There's okay, so now okay. Now Alima is suggesting we look at where the other 3 goes, because there's 2 3s on the Fistomephel ring, at least, because I can see 2. This is one of them, of course. And so one of these 3 has to be a 3. It's not that one because the thing sees it, and it's not that one because of the given. I find it less likely that Jovi intended that step, but I agree, it works. So let's see, 2 and 3 over here, maybe not. 3 up here. Well, I guess 3 up here, I only know it's in one of those 2 places. Let's see, 3 in box 2. Let's look at 3 in box 2. Yeah, 3 in box 2 goes up in one of these 2. So that's not a 3. So that is a 3. So one of those is a 3. One of these 2 is a 4. 6 in box 3 now. 6 in box 3 is now on the diagonal with the 9. So we upgrade this to a 6-9 pair. Nice. So now the 6 down in this box is not in those cells. I don't actually think I know which of all of these it is. But let's see. So I can fill in candidates for these cells because they're actually somewhat limited now. They could be 2. They can't be 3. They can't be 4. They could be 5. They can't be 6. They could be 7. They can't be 8. And they can't be 9. So these are only from 2, 5, 7. This one's not a 2. So this is only from 5 or 7. These aren't 1s anymore. Where is 7 in column 7? Not there. Not there. 7 in column 7 only goes there. Good spot. Okay. I was going to say now how do we put 7 in this box? But spoiler, we don't. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2, 5, 8. This is in a 2. This is in a 5. Now we're 7 on this diagonal. Not here, not here. So the 7 on this diagonal now has to be in one of these 2 cells. Which if I look at it, I think means 7, 8, and 9 are in these 3 cells. So this has to be the 8, and this is a 7, 9 pair. 4 in column 7. Let's see, there. Okay, that's not column 7. That's why. This is column 7. This is a better column 7. which has a nice little right-in 4. I was getting very confused briefly. Okay. These are 5, 6, 8 to finish off this area over here. So this is 5, 6, or 8. It's not an 8. So this is 5 or 6. So that means that the 8 is down here. So that's not an 8. This is a 5 or a 6. It's in fact the same digit as that one, if I want to record that. These digits, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are from 4, 5, 6. That one's not a 4. So that's a 5, 6 pair, which makes that the 4. This 5, 6 pair means that's not a 5, which means one of these two is a 5. So this is a 2 or an 8, I believe. No, sorry, there's an 8 looking at this. This is a 2. So that's an 8. So that's a 5. So let's see. So this digit is known. It's a 4. These digits are 2. We've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's too many digits, I think. Maybe not. Maybe. Oh, there's no 7s. I already did the 7. That's why. This isn't a 5. This isn't a 9. Could be anything. Could be anything. Green in box 7. Green in box 7 is down here, which, if I believe my pencil marks, means green is 5. So that's a 6. So, yeah, one of these is 6. They aren't 5. They're a 6, 8 pair. There's already a 2 on this diagonal. So this is a 5, 7 pair. So these digits are known. They are a 4, 8 pair. So this is not 5. This is 2, 6, or 9. This is not a 5. It is only 2 or 6. Let's see. 4, 8 pair in box 5 is resolved by given digits. Yes, 4 and 8. So these digits that are left, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's too many digits. 5, 6, 7, 9. There we go. So these aren't 5. That one's not 7. That one's not 9. That one's not 6 either. Let's see. 8 in box 6. I think I am missing something regarding 8. Oh, I am missing something. I'm missing that 8. 8 in box 6 is just here by Sudoku, which makes that a 6 and an 8. That 6 looks up and gives us a 9 and a 6. That 9 looks over and gives us a 7 and a 9. That 7 looks down and gives us a 5 and a 7. So these two digits are a 5, which has to go here, and a 6, which should better go here. So that's not a 6 anymore. So these are a 2, 9 pair to finish off the box. Let's see. To finish off the column, we got a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. To finish off this column, we've got a 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2, 6, 9. And to finish off this column, we've got a 3 and a 5. Let's see. Row 2 is done. Row 2 needs a 2 and a 7, which go in like that, which does that, which does that. Let's see. These digits are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3, 6, 8. That is not a 3. That is not a 3 or an 8, so it's a 6. So that's an 8, and that's a 3. This is not a 5 or a 6, so it's a 9, making that a 7. Making this a 6 and that a 5. Let's see. That 2 looks down and makes that a 6. This is, I believe, a very recent one. 4, 5. Okay, 6, 7. Okay, so this is an 8, just by process of elimination. This is not a 6. Oops, not a 6. Row 4 cleanup, thank you. That's a 9. I still need a 4 for the row, which can only go there. And a 5 for the row, which goes there. Now this column needs a 7, which goes there. This box needs a 9, which goes there. This isn't 6 or 9 anymore, so it's a 2. So that's a 9, and that's a 2, and that's a 2. This column has a 2 and a 9, so that's a 7. The box has a 2 and a 9, so that's a 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 goes there. 2, 3, 4 goes there. Interesting. Yeah, I'll be interested. I'll have to confer with Jovi later. I do appreciate the windmill pattern, very on theme for the stream. Yeah, I'm curious if Jovi intended the Fistemafel theorem version, or if there's a slightly different way of seeing the same thing. I know Jay had a different way of seeing the same thing. It feels so deliberate that the Fistemafel ring sort of works the way it does, but I'm curious if there's maybe a generalized way to view this or something like that. But you could definitely imagine setting a variant puzzle like this where you had like Ren bonds across these things, accomplishing a similar story. Very cool. All right, I'm going to take a short break, and I will be back with another puzzle. See you all very shortly. Hello there, Anti-Knight. Good to see you here. I regret to inform you that the puzzle we're about to do is Anti-King, however, and not Anti-Knight. So if you leave and boycott, I will understand. So next up, we have a between-line Windoku Anti-King puzzle. So if you know what all of those words mean, then you now know the rules of the puzzle. But I'll summarize for you. Anti-king means that if this digit is a 3, none of the digits the 3 can see by king's move in chess are also 3. Good night, Penguin. Good night, yeah, Codec. So now, normally if you think about anti-king, you'd think about, well, these digits obviously can't be 3 just by regular Sudoku rules. These digits also can't be 3 by normal Sudoku rules. So what we're really gaining out of the anti-king is these two digits can't be 3 either. So that is how that works out. So that's the anti-king part. The between line part is that whatever digits go in these two cells, okay, that was a poor choice. Whatever digits go in these two cells in the circles, the digits on the line have to be between them. So they would have to be from 4, 5, 6, 7. So the circle's bound every digit on the line, and strictly bound. So I could not sneak an 8 on a line with an 8 in the circle. And last up, we have the Windoku part. And the Windoku part is that each of these sets of 9 cells is an extra region, meaning that it also contains the digits 1 through 9 once each. So basically this puzzle, instead of having 9 regions, has 13 regions. Or if you like, you can even say it has more than that if you know about the secret regions, which we may or may not discuss at a later date and time. All right, so those are the rules. I am being told this puzzle is quite old. I think this puzzle was sort of... oh, that's right. I think when I was doing Kajito's Renban Windoku, I commented that you could do a between-line Windoku and have it be pretty cool. And grkles was like, oh, here you go. Then we had... then now I'm doing it. So a good place to start is, where are 1 and 9? And so any between-line puzzle, you should always start by asking yourself, where are 1 and 9? And so in this case, the place I'm going to start is, where are 1 and 9 in row 5? And so the key point is 1 and 9 can't ever go on a between line. And that's because the digits on the outside would have to bound them. And, well, that's not ever going to work if the digits are 1 and 9, unless we're going to use 0 or 10. Now, granted, we did do a puzzle with 0 earlier, but what are you going to do? Right, so these are a 1-9 pair. Okay. Now we can also ask the same thing in this row, which is, where do 1 and 9 go? And now we ask, where do 1 and 9 go in this row? And the answers are there and there. Okay. So I believe that is life, the universe, and everything. I think that's all the 1s and 9s in these 3 rows. One moment, I'm going to sneeze. Excuse me. I could not figure out how to mute my mic today for some reason. Ah, that's the button I push to mute it. I found it out. Okay. I found it, alas, too late. Alrighty. So now in row 2 and row 8, we know, again, no between lines there or there or there, but also now we've got a 1-9 pair there and there and there, so now this is a 1-9 pair. And in row 8, we have a very similar trick happening, where those can't be 1-9, those can't be 1-9, that can't be 1-9, that can't be 1-9, those can't be 1-9. So these are a 1-9 pair as well. Very nicely done, Carl. So, I'm being told they can all be colored, which would be very exciting. I'm trying to figure out how I'm getting the coloring going through these boxes. I have not yet seen it. Let's see. I can fill in these candidates if they want. This is not an anti-knight puzzle. This is an anti-king puzzle. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so these are 3, 4, 5, 7. For whatever that is worth. Not very much today. I'm going to suppose. 2 and 8 in box 5. Okay, got it. Okay. Yes. Anti-Knight is a setter who is in the chat, and Anti-King is what the puzzle is. So 2 and 8 have to both go in box 5. This is a spot, beautiful, beautiful spot by Sayori. 2 and 8 have to go in here. Now, you can put a 2 or an 8 on a between line, but here's the thing. In order to put a 2 on a between line, you need to have a 1 at one of the ends. And in order to put an 8 on a between line, you need to have a 9 at one of the ends. And so that means one of these between lines has a 1 at the end, and one of them has a 9 at the end. But they can't be the same, so in fact, they're actually different. So this is a 1-9 pair, and now we can do our coloring. Okay, so I'm going to do something, I'm going to do something a little bit weird if you've not seen it before, but you'll see it a lot if you hang around here, which is that I'm going to use these two colors to denote that these two are different 1-9s. And now the reason why that's useful is because now this 1-9, and I was going to say by King's Move, but I don't even need King's Move. This 1-9 by the window is the yellow 1-9. So this is the purple 1-9. Now, let's see. I probably know some other 1-9s as well. Let's see. Oh, this 1-9 is the purple 1-9. So this is the yellow 1-9. I did not do that correctly. Let's try again. This is the purple 1-9, so this is the yellow 1-9. Let's see. And so now we can ask, where does yellow 1-9 go in this box? Yellow 1-9 has to go here. So this is the whole reason why you do this, by the way. I mean, in addition to the fact that coloring is fun. But now I don't know what this digit is, but I do know where it goes in this box. Namely, it has to go there. So this is a yellow 1-9. And I bet we can do the same thing with purple 1-9 up here, and we can. Now, where is yellow 1-9 in this window? It's got to be in one of those two places. I don't know yet. Let's see. Now, where is yellow 1-9 in column 8, asks Tristan, which is a great question because it's not there, or there by the window, or there by the fact that it's on a between line, or there by the window. So this is the yellow 1-9 in column 8. I could probably do exactly the same thing in column 2 with purple 1-9, and I can, so that's a purple 1-9. So yeah, so we've got a yellow 1-9 over here somewhere. And a yellow 1-9 over here somewhere. I mean, you did just in about 2 weeks decide to set 200 puzzles, so your rate of production of puzzles is quite high. One of those two I highlighted sees a 1-9 pair. I don't even remember what I was talking about. Oh, I was trying to place yellow 1-9. I remember the story now. Yellow 1-9 goes in one of these 3 cells, but not that one. by Sudoku, and not this one by Sudoku either. So this is yellow 1-9. That's the punchline. And one of these three is purple 1-9, but it's not that one, and it's not that one, so it's that one. Okay. So now what do I do with my life? Yes, we now seem to know everything that we're ever going to know about 1s and 9s almost. Let's see. So we have all the 1s and 9s pencil marked. Hey, Ranks, welcome. You have joined during another Windoku. That is true. Perhaps I should pencil mark the digits that can go on this line. Okay, so some people are asking me to color where this digit can go. So this digit does not go in either of those places or that one. It doesn't go there. I don't think I quite follow that as of yet. I was trying to look at like 5, 8, 7. So the secret I will spoil for you is that this like HRC symbol and all of its equivalents around the grid, they all also contain the digits 1 through 9. Which is because these three columns together contain the digits 1 through 9 3 times, and if I take out two windows, then I'm left with one set of the digits 1 through 9 by, like, you can think of something like Scrabble bags. People seem to like Scrabble bags a lot. So 5, 8, and 7 need to go into this strip, and none of them go up here. So 2 of 5, 8, and 7 at least go there. I'm not sure it's useful. It's probably not useful, but I thought I would look at it at least. Let's see. I'm trying to look at a good place to see if I can find a good place to use anti-king. Like this cell, for example, doesn't go in any of those places, doesn't go there. It's not purple. It's not there. But it could go in either of those two places, I think, still. This 6 by anti-king can't go in any of these places. Okay, so if this is a 7, then what's purple? Well, purple is 1 or 9. Well, what's yellow? Well, yellow can't be 9. Because if yellow is 9 and this was a 7, I would need to put 3 8s here. But if this is a 7, so this is a 1, but then this is a 9, and now I can't put anything here. So this is a Lima's point, is that this can't actually be a 7. It only looks like it can be a 7, but the 8 in the box rules 8 out of this cell. see, row 3, column 6. And row 7, column 4. Oh, this comment has been retracted. Let's see, row 2, column 4 says ranks is highly restricted. I do agree that I very likely can mirror this logic, because if this was a 3, this couldn't be a 2. And so this would have to be the 9, but then this would have to be a 1, and I have to have a whole bunch of 2s. So this isn't a 3. If row 7, column 3 is 1, you get problems in column 4. Where are 5 and 8? Okay, so if this is a 1, then none of these are 8, because this is a 1. This is a number that's bigger than 1, but not nearly big enough. So, in fact, actually, if you think about it, if this is a 1, this has to be a 5. And this would have to be 2, 3, 4 exactly. And now I need to put 5 and 8 in this column, and they both have to go here. So this can't be a 1. It puts too much tension. And so yellow is actually 9. That is a cute spot. Oops, is 9. Purple is 1. Okay, so is it possible this is a 5 now? If this is a 5, this will be 6, 7, 8. Oh, actually, here's a good point. Where does this digit go in this column? This digit, which I'm going to get rid of the purple and yellow now. And I'm going to make this digit green. Where does green go in column 4? Green in column 4 now can only possibly go here, because it can't repeat on its own between line, and it's not 1 or 9, and it can't repeat in its own box. So green goes there. So this is a 3, 4, or 5. And so now one of these is green. I don't know. 8 definitely goes in one of these. Let's see. Okay, and then we can do the same thing with 2. And this digit, this digit, this can be yellow. And then yellow in this column needs to go here. By the same logic. So this is a 4, 5, or 7. But notably, yellow is going on this between line. And so yellow can't be 4. Wait, why can't yellow be 4? I see that green... Oh, if yellow is 4, I see. If yellow is 4, there just aren't enough digits. Sorry, I was looking at something fancier. Likewise, if green is... No, if green is 5, that's okay. 6, 7, 8 does fit here. Oh, that doesn't work, actually. If green is 5, this needs to be 6, 7, 8, but then there's nowhere for 6 in this box. So green actually can't be 5. That's really because there's a 6 in one of these cells. I can go ahead and mark that. The 6 is not there. I can mark that too. Because 6... So this digit's only a 2 or a 3. I should probably go ahead and mark, because it's between 1 and 3, 4. Let's see. Do I have a similar thing down here? I have a 5 or 7. So this is a 6, 7, or an 8. Not quite as strong. 3 is not on the green 9 line. Green 9 line. So your point is, where is 3 in column 4? Got it. Okay, so 3 in column 4... Actually, no, I'm not sure. I agree that there's no 3 over here. So there is a 3 over here. But I feel like there is a fancier... I feel like I'm just missing being able to resolve this by that. Because I don't think your point was this is where 3 in box 5 goes. This is not a knight's move puzzle, silly goose. This is a king's move puzzle. No problem. It is an easy mistake to make. But yes, if it were knight's move, we would have some more deductions. 2 in box 5. Yeah, 2 in box 5 is definitely over here. 7 in box 5 is definitely over here. 7 in box 5 means one of these two is a 7. 2 means one of these 3 is a 2. Row 3, column 1. Must be less than 6 and greater than 2, but 4, 5 are in the column. Okay, so this digit has to be... Afraid Not's point is this digit's actually quite restricted. So if I look down here, there's got to be room for a digit. So this has got to be at least 3. So it's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Except it's not 4 or 5 by the column. It's not 9 by the row. But actually, if you look at these cells, actually I need room for 3 cells between this digit and 9. So at worst, I would do 8, 6, 7, but that means this digit can't be even as big as 6. So in fact, Afraid Not's point is that this is a 3, so this is a 4. So that's a 4. Let's update some pencil marks. 4 and 4. Okay, so I can get rid of green coloring now. Yes, and then this is a 2, because 2 is the only thing between 1 and 3, so that's a 3. So that's not a 3. That's the other 5, 7. That 5, 7 pair gives us a 3 down there. Gives us a 3 down there. Let's try again. So there's a 3 here by Sudoku. So there's a 3 in one of these 2 cells by Sudoku. 3 in box 7. I got to before I read Ranksk's comment. Sorry, Ranksk. Let's see. Should I write in these digits? Probably. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep. So these are not 2 or 3. These are a 4, 6 pair. So these are not 4 or 6. They are a 2-3 pair. That one's not a 3 either. So that one's a 2 and a 3. So that was nice. So these two digits are a pair. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're 7, 8 pair. I don't think I know how to resolve that just yet. This digit is a 6. It just is. It has no choices left in its life, unfortunately. It's very tragic, really, if you think about it. These digits are a 5 and a 7 and an 8. So these digits are a 2 and a 3 and a 4. That one's not a 4 by Anti-King. Let's see. Okay, so something is placed in somewhere by something. Someone was saying before. 3 placed in the box 4 window. Oh, 3 is already in. Yes, 3 is already in the window, so that's not a 3. So therefore, this is the 3 for the column, is what Tristan is saying. So this is not a 3. When I found the comment, I was able to find that it was by Tristan, but I did not remember who said it when I first wrote it down. Okay, these are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 by magic. Okay, these digits in this row I should probably do. I think they are also 5, 6, 7, 8, which was not as good as last time. Let's see. 2, 3, 4? Question mark, question mark? Okay. He is the Zeta Whisperer. Let's see. Okay, so these digits are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then we've got a 9. So these are 2, 6, 7, 8. Let's see. This can't be a 2 because it's opposite of 1, and that would leave nothing to go in the circles. This digit... Oh, it goes in one of those 2 places in the circle. Darn it. 2 in row 7. Can't go in circles because of opposite circles. Do I know that these aren't both 9? Oh, no. Right. I see it now. So 2 in this row is in one of these 2 spaces, but it's not here because this connects by a between line both to 1 and to 9. And in particular, the 1 is a problem because all 3 of these numbers, I would have to dream up numbers to fit into a Sudoku puzzle that were between 1 and 2. So this is the 2. Is a beautiful point by J. This is 5, 6, 7, or 8 by the row, but it's not a 7. This is never 5 by the between line. This is never 8 by the fact that it connects to a 9 by chat. Thank you. There's already a 2 in this window, so that's not 2. See, I do need a 4 in one of these 2 cells. Do I know which one? Yes, I do know which one, because this can't be a 4 by the between line, so this is a 4. So that lets me pencil in the rest of this column. So this column needs a 2. We've got a 3 and a 4. We need a 5 and a 6, and then we've got a 7, and we need an 8. So that's not a 2. That's not an 8 by between line stuffiness. This is not an 8 or a 6 by between line stuffiness. Oh, wait, sorry, that's not true. Sorry, I said something nonsensical. I don't think I can rule anything out of that by that. Row 2 needs a 4. Excellent point by Carl. Row 2 needs a 4, and it can only get it in one of these two cells, which means that 4 has to be between 9 and this digit, so this digit has to be a 2. So this is not a 2. So this is 5 or 8 for the row. 2 in the top right window. Oh, yes, this window does need a 2. Yes, this window needs a 2, and it can only go here. Good spot. 2, 4, 3. All go in. That's not a 2 anymore. So now this is 6, 7, 8. So that's going to resolve these circles. So that's a 9 and a 1, and a 9 and a 1, and a 9 and a 1, which means this isn't an 8 or a 6, it's a 5. So that's a 6. So that's an 8. So that's a 5. So that's a 7 and an 8. Yellow is 7, we are now learning. These aren't 7. So that's a 5. Let's see. This can't be an 8 anymore. See, Martin says column 1, the 2. Yes, the 2 in column 1, because of the 6, 7, 8 triple. The 2 goes here. Thank you. Let's see. These cells are from 5, 6, 7, 8. So this digit can never be a 6. Oh, it could never be a 6 by the row even. This can't be a 6 by the row either. Something is wrong. There's a 7 in the row. Okay, so that's an 8. That's a 5. That's what was wrong. This is not a 5. Okay, so that being an 8 ruins every hope that this is ever going to be interesting over down here, because now that's automatic. I know that one of these two is an 8. Which means this isn't 8 by anti-king nonsense, if you want to use anti-king nonsense. So the 8 in this column now, am I supposed to ask about? It doesn't go there. So the 8 in this column goes in one of these cells. I have no idea which one. Between line in box 8. Yes, the between line in box 8 probably does not have a 6 on it. Thank you, chat. So that's 8 and that's 6. So that's not 8 anymore. That's not 6 by anti-king. That's not 6 by anti-rook. That's not 6. So that's a 5-7 pair, which means this isn't 5 or 7, so it's an 8. So this is a 5 or a 7 as well, but it's not a 5 by Windoku, so that's a 7. So that's a 5 and a 7. So these aren't 7. They're a 5-6 pair, which gives us aligning 6s in these boxes, which means the 6 in column 1 must go exactly here. There's an 8 already, so that's a 7. Okay. There's a 5-6 pair here, so that's not a 5. So let's see. What is left in this Windoku box? We've got a 1. We need a 2. Oh, well, we need a 2, and the 2 can't go here. So the 2 in this Windoku box has to go here. which means that this is a 7 or an 8 to finish this Wendoku box, which means that this isn't an 8. These 2 digits to finish the row, 1, 2, 3, 4, are a 4 and a 6. The 6 can't go here, so that's got to be the 4 and the 6. That 4 looks up and gives me that 4. This box is now done, except that it needs a 3. No. Take 2. This box is now done, except that it needs a 6. It let me get away with it that time. So these digits are a 2 and a... So the 2's got to go there. And a 3 that goes there. And now I need an 8 in this Wendoku box, so it had better go there. So this is now a 7. So this isn't a 7. Okay, these digits are 4, 5, 7. That one's not a 7. Let's see. This 7, someone in chat was saying 7 by anti-king. Yes, this 7 resolves that this is the 8. So that's the 5 and the 7. So that's the 7 there. That's not a 7. We know what this digit is now. This digit is an 8. And now suddenly almost everything is done. Presumably a between line is going to fix this or something. Or a... nope, anti-king. This 5 sees that. So that's a 4 and a 5. That's a 6 and a 4. That's a 5 and a 6. Woohoo! This is the second ancient between lines puzzle we have done by a regular setter on the stream. But that was fun. I enjoyed that. Last time we did a clover between lines puzzle from ancient times. I feel like the anti-king didn't come up too often because almost everywhere it could come up, it was sort of doubled by the Wendoku. But I did enjoy the combination here. There's a lot of neat stuff. Did I do a projected sum lines puzzle by you last time? I don't feel like I remember the last time I did a projected sum lines puzzle, but I may have forgotten. Alrighty. I'm going to take a quick break. But I will be back shortly. In the meantime, if you could like the stream, if you haven't subscribed yet, consider doing so. If you're a regular and you want to support the stream even more, consider becoming a YouTube member so you can get those fancy green name things and the emotes, like the penguin with the zeta that Zach is very fond of, or Patreon. You can always use super chats if you prefer that. Whatever works for you, or just showing up. Showing up's fun too. Anyway, I'll be back shortly with more puzzle. Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for the super chat, Logan, while I was off. Projected sums are puzzles where you give outside the grid the sum of the clued cells in the row or the column. So, like, this could very well be a projected sums puzzle, except that it isn't. But similarly, you have numbers outside the grid, and so if this were a projected sums puzzle, it would say that the sum of these 4 cells is 21. All right, so this is Knuckle Sandwich by Zegres. So I really like sandwich puzzles. I don't do sandwich puzzles super often, so I'm excited to do another sandwich puzzle. So the way a sandwich puzzle works is that in every column in a Sudoku, this is a spoiler, there's always a 1 and a 9 somewhere in the column, wherever that may be. And because there's always... I can... Oops. Wrong. I was going to say I can do that. I think I can do it. There we go. Ta-da! I think that's better. So in every row and column of a Sudoku, there's always a 1 and a 9. And so in a sandwich puzzle, you identify where the 1 and the 9 are, and then you look at the digits between the 1 and the 9, and the clue outside the grid tells you the sum. So in this column, the sum of these 3 digits, if these were where the 1 and the 9 were, would be 17. So it's a sandwich because these are like the bread. That is the motivation for calling it that. Now, one reason why it might be nice, for example, to combine between lines with sandwich is that I know that between lines never have a 1 or a 9. So these cells, I'm going to mark them all in green, and all green means is this digit is definitely not 1 or 9. Now, in fact, actually, I see where this is going. These can't be 1 or 9 either. These can't be 1 or 9 because they're midway along a thermo. And now, if you paid attention to our earlier discussion, these cells... It's amazing. This is the cutest use of between lines of Fistomafel's theorem I've ever seen. Then remember, this ring of cells has exactly the same cells or exactly the same values as the corners, but the corners have no 1s and 9s, so these have no 1s and 9s either. And so the punchline of this is that we get all of these are not 1s and 9s. And now, Ranksk is telling us that this puzzle can't work as anti-knight or Sudoku X. JC Godar says Fistomafel again, which is, I feel like this is, in 50 some odd streams, however many streams I've had, Fistomafel has come up almost no times, and it has come up twice in today's stream. Okay, row 3 is going to require... right. So 21, how many cells can 21 be? Keeping in mind that you can't have a 1 in the sandwich. So normally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, you'd say, I can make 21 in 6 cells. But not if I can't use a 1, which means both of these are crust, which means neither of these is crust. Which means that these are a 1-9 pair. Let's see, and if I took the absolute minimums here, it would be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sums to 20. And so I need one more than that, so I replace the 6 with a 7. And so this is now a 6-8 pair to finish the outies. Or if you wanted, you could have computed the outies directly and said, they need to sum to 14 without using a 9, whichever way you want to think about it. Okay, now this can't be a 7 because it would require an 8, 9, and this can't be a 9. This can't be a 2 because it would require a 0, 1, and this can't be a 0. So we can trim down those things a little bit. Uh, let's see. This can't be a 3 either. Because if it were 3, this would still have to go 2, 1, which it can't. Okay, these digits both have to be small, because I have to go down at least 3 from 8, but I still can't go up from 6. So if I went down from 8, I could go 7, 6, 5, and so these could be from 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe, is my range on these two cells in the circles. Ranks informs me that he has done this puzzle in stream 102. Ranks still somehow has more streams than me. This is not a thing. I think it's because he streams 2 times a week and I stream 2 times a week. Except he also streams 7 times a week, so it's like 9 times a week. And I stream 2 times a week, so somehow I don't think that I am catching up with him anytime soon. But if I keep up the hard work, then maybe someday. Let's see. Sayori says row 3, column 1. Row 3, column 1. Let's see. If this were a 6... good point. Okay, if this were a 6, then it would be impossible to fit 7 and 8 in this box. Because if this is a 6 now, I can't put 7 and 8 anywhere along here. I can't put them here. So this would be a 7-8 pair. But now this cell has no value because it has to be bigger than 7 or 8, but also less than 6. So in fact, Sayori points out, that's the 8, that's the 6. And now we can bring in Zach to do the 8 dance. 8 dance. Zach is excited to be doing a dance for a different digit other than 3, which has been the digit most of today. So 8 dance is very exciting. Woo, 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 woo. Careful, Zach. Ta-da! 8 dance. All right. So that means we can immediately restrict this a great deal, because this could go 5, 4, 3. This can only be a 1 or a 2. Well, when Zach's contract comes up, we can talk about it, Tristan. Okay. If this were a 4, this would go 3, 2. That doesn't sound like it works, right? This can't possibly be a 4, right? Also, I should go ahead and mention Carl's point, which is that 8 in box 3 only possibly goes here, because I can't put it anywhere on this between line, so the 8 has to go here. And now where does 7 go in this box? Well, 7 in this box is not going anywhere but here. Okay. I think that concludes the list of things that I can just place just by asking questions of that sort. Thank you, Wisteria. I'm glad that you appreciate Zach's 8 dance. Zach is happy to have your fandom. And now, here's the point. 8 is not purple. And so this is purple. And so therefore it's a 1, and that's a 9, and that's a 1. So that's not a 1. And so once this is not a 1, it's green. This is not a 1 or a 9, so it's green. So now I've got a lot of green, so I need another purple. So that's a purple, and so it's a 9. In order to make that whole story sing. These digits are something. 2, 3, 4, 5. That one's not a 2. That one's not a 5. Okay. Remember that remember that 8 is always in either 2 cells or one cell. However, if you are clever like Carl, you'll notice that 8 and 9 are both pushed up here. This one can't be a 9. So if I try and make this a 2-cell sum to 8, then I'd have to make this the 9, but now the 8 goes in the 2-cell sum to 8, which is not going to work. So in fact, thank you, Carl, that's a 9 and that's an 8. So that's purple. That's green. That's not as purple as it could have been. That's purple. Oops. So we've got that. Okay, so now what is the maximum length a 17 could be? Well, not 0, I'll tell you that much. In fact, I can't possibly do 17 and 2 either, so this can't be green. Now, if I were to take 6 cells, that's way too big. So if I put the purple here, that's way, way, way too big. 6 cells would min out at 27. So these are both green. So this is purple, and it's a 1 by previous discussions. So now this is green because it sees both 1 and 9. Unlikely to be relevant, but could maybe possibly someday be relevant. Let's see, now 3 and row 9 is forced. Right, okay, so the 3 in row 9 needs to be just crust, or needs to be bread filling bread, because the bread can only actually the filling can only be 1 cell long if it's summing to 3. Well, the only place to put bread filling bread in this row is exactly here. So that is a very good spot to add 11. So those all get green, those all get green, these get purpled. We fill in what they are. That's a 9, that's a 1, that's a 3. That's not a 3. These 2 cells now need to sum to, okay, so we've got 27. 45 minus 27 is 18. So these 2 cells need to sum to 15 without using a 9. So these need to be 7, 8 in order to make this column's math work out. So that works out. 18 in box 9. Oh, maybe 1, 8 in box 9. I'm not sure. So yeah, so I can fill in these. Let's do that. So these are 2, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Okay, so Carl points out if these are both green, then my 10 clue gets way too big because it has to span boxes. So there is a purple clue in box 5 in this row. And so as a result, these are all green. Okay. So here's the point. Okay. Where is 1 in this box? Well, 1 in this box is not on the between line. It's not in anywhere that I've marked green. So the 1 is in one of these 2 cells. Where is 8 in this box? Well, I can't put an 8 here. I can't put 8 in either of these places by Sudoku. Actually, I can't put 8 on the between line either because that would require a 9 in a circle. And so this is, in fact, a 1-8 pair. That is a good spot to Sayori, which now means that this is a 7 and this is an 8. It now means that there's a 9 in one of these 2 cells. I don't know which one yet. Likewise, I know there's a 9 in one of these 2 cells. And because there's a 9 in one of those two cells, I know things like this can't be crust. 7 is forced onto the between line. Ah, right, because I can't put 7 here anymore. Because then I would need to put a bigger number on there. So 7 is... And 7's not here. So 7 is on... In fact, 7... Yeah, 7 is in one of these 3 cells in this box. As chat points out. Yeah, 2 in box 1 is never on the between line. It's never here. So 2 in box 1, we can pencil mark there. Okay, so this digit is at least 4. Oh yeah, sorry. Somehow I thought I knew there was an 8 circle here already, but no. The fact that there's a 7 on the between line means I need an 8 circle, which I do not have automatically, like somehow I thought I did. So that's an 8, and that's a 1. Let's see, where's 2 in box 7? It's not on the between lines. It's not there either. Yeah, so 2 actually joins the 9, very similarly to our 1, 8, Judith points out. We get our 2, 9 over there. Now it's being pointed out, one of these 2 cells is an 8. So if this is an 8, that's a 9. If this is an 8, that's a 2. Let's see, what are these digits? Don't know yet. 7 in box 7. Let's see, 7 can't go here. So the 7 in box 7... 7 in box 7 also can't go there. So the 7 in box 7 is actually only in one of these 2 cells, I believe. Let's see, 3 in box 7 is on the between line. I am being told. 3 in box 7 is placed, I am being told. Right, because 3 can't go further along the thermometer, right? Because I already have both 1 and 2. So if 3 is on the thermometer, it's the smallest digit. So 3 is in one of these 2 cells. Sorry, so 3 is there. Which places the 7, which places the 8, which places the 2, which places the 9. There we go. Okay, so now these are green. Okay, so our 10 now is 2, 3, 5. So either this is 2, 3, 5. Sorry, no, never mind. This is not the row with the 10. Ignore me. And the remaining digits, as Ambrose points out, are now on a thermo, so they all get filled in. So the smallest remaining digit is 4, followed by 5, followed by 6. And we just get our 4, 5, 6 for basically for free. And so these digits, let's fill them in. They are, let's see, a 3, 4, 5. Then we go to 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, okay, so these are 3, 4, 5. These aren't 3. So this is 3. Those are a 4, 5 pair. So these digits are a different pair. Let's see, they are a 2, 6 pair. So these digits are a 4 and a 7? No, the 7's not right. No, they are a 4, 7 pair. I was right. Oh, and this is the 7 because the 7 got placed. That's why. That's what I missed. 7, that's the 4. Okay, and then these digits are now 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's too many digits. There's not a 3. Okay, and so the 2 can only go in the circle. If the 2 was anywhere else, the between line would break. So that's a 2. These aren't 2. They're a 5, 6 pair. And it's resolved by this 6 up here. 5 and 6. That's not a 5 anymore. So one of these two is a 5. I don't know which one. I don't know if it's worth pencil marking, but I will pencil mark it. So one of these is a 5. In fact, actually, let's just write in what these are. These are 4, 5, 6. Just 4, 5, 6 straight up. Let's see. Yeah, these are 1, 9. I just didn't label it, but purple means it's 1, 9. Okay, let's see. So, okay. So if this were the 1, 9, then I would need to go like this, and I can't. So these can't both be purple. It would not be 5, but it could also not be 4, 6. So this can't be purple, thanks to a spot I never, ever, ever would have made by Carl. So this is the 9. It's purple. That's green. So that's purple. And it's 1. And so this is green. And so these are both purple. So let's see. So these are the none 4, 5, 6 purple digits, which are 2, 3, 7, 8. That's not 7. Why is this too few digits? Oh, it's not 8 either. It's 2, 3. Okay. So the 4 in this column is up here. So these aren't 4 while we're doing that. Let's see. Yeah, 2, 3, 7, 8. Okay. So now this is green. This is purple. And so that 1 puts a 9 there and a 1 there and a 9 there while we're at it. These two sum to 10. This 1, 9 actually resolves this. So that's 1, that's 9. That's green. And that's purple. And it's 1. And it's a 1. Let's see. Is the 10 the only clue we have not used? I think the 10 is the only sandwich clue we have not used as of yet. Yep. Okay, so now what do we do with our lives? Okay, so we've got these done, apparently. This can't be a 2 anymore because it would need a 1 in one of the circles and it can't have it. So this is a 4, 5, or 6, actually, which means these are all bigger than 4, 5, 6. So these are 5, 6, 7, 8 at biggest. This one's not 8 because there's an 8 in the column already. Good point. I was not counting that correctly. So, Mormagli says this digit needs 3 numbers bigger than it in the box, namely these two, but also in one of the circles. And so this can't be 6 because it would need 7, 8, and 9 to all appear, and the 9's already used. So this can't actually be 6. Good spot. Okay, so now I have 2, 4, 5, 6s, so this can't be 4, 6. So this is now 2, 8, or 3, 7. Those are the only options. The 7 here means that's not a 7, that's not a 3. The 8 here means that's not an 8, so that's not a 2. So my 10 options actually look like that. There's a 2, 3 virtual pair between them, so this is not 2 or 3. I'm told it told it can't actually be because there's a 2 pencil marked up here. So actually we can do even better. I was proud of all of that, but Carl has a better point, which is that the 2 down here sees that. So it's a 7 and a 3. So that's an 8 and a 2. So these are not 2 or 8. Oops. Not 2 or 8. So they're 3, 7, which gives us, that's a 5. That's not a 3 or a 5, so it's a 2. These aren't 2. They're 3, 4 pair. That's not a 5 anymore. Let's see. Does that do anything else for us? Yes. This is a 4, 5, or 6. Excuse me. Let's see. These digits. Go ahead and fill in. We got a 1. We need a 2, 3, 4, 5. We got a 6, a 7. We need an 8. That's too many digits, isn't it? Oh, maybe it's not. Maybe I just got excited and pencil marked something before it was really time for it. Oh, they're not 3, though, because there's a 3 in the box. So they're... So this is a 2, 3 pair, because I need to put 2 and 3 in the column. Hey, Panthera. So that's a 4. This is not a 4 or 5. So these are a 2, 3 pair. Also not 8. Or 2, because the 2 was already pencil marked up there. So these are a 4, 5. So these digits are a 2. And let's see, we've got a 3. We've got a 4, 5. We need a 6 and an 8. That one's not a 2 or an 8, so that's a 6. These are not a 6. These digits are a 5, and we know where it goes. So the 5 goes there, and some other digit, a 7, I want to say. This 5 means that this digit is bigger than 2, 3, and smaller than 5, so it can only be a 4, which resolves the 3 and the 4. Over there. This digit is now a 6. It looks like. This 2 looks over here and says that's a 3 and that's a 2. Gets rid of those. Makes this a 3, 4, 5, which means that's not a 4. This is a 2, 6 pair, a 3, 4, 5 triple, and something else. The something else is a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's a 7. There's a 2, 6 pair in the column, so that's not a 6. It's also not a 7, owing to that. So this is a 5 or an 8 only. Let's see. Row 4, column 6. Let's see. So where it says is 3, 7, because it's the only other place a 3 or 7 goes. Let's see. In the row, column, or box. Let's see. 3, 7, not in any of those places. Not in any of those places in the row. Yep. 3, 7 in the row only goes here. There's no, so this is a 3, 7 hidden pair. Or if you prefer, a 4, 5, 6, 2, 8 quintuple. Very nice. It always feels so good to spot a hidden pair. Okay, so these are not 2, 6 or 1, 9 or 7. So this is 3, 4, 5, not 6, not 7, could be 8, maybe, possibly. I bet some of these don't work if I investigate closely. But if I further investigate Ambrose's point, where does 2 go in row 6? 2 in row 6 only goes here because of the 2, 6 pair here. Now, where's 8 in row 6? 8 in row 6 now only goes here. Which now makes that a 3, that a 5, that a 4. That 5 makes that a 4, and that a 5, and that an 8. This is not a 4 or a 5, so it's a 6. This is not a 6 or a 4, so it's a 5, so that's a 4. Let's see. The 3 there gives us a 7 and a 3. This row is almost done. We've got a 5 and a 6. We need a 7. This row, we've got a 4 and a 5. We need a 6. We still need a 2 for the box and a 6 for the column. 2 there, 6 there. 5 looks down and gives us a 4 and a 3. 4 looks up and gives us a 5 and a 4 and a 5 and a 2. And then the puzzle's over. Very nice little puzzle. Littler, I would say. Just a little bit littler than Niplu Ultra, but still lovely. And I liked the pattern. And I really enjoyed the doing a little bit of greening, and suddenly you get the whole Fistamafel ring doesn't have any 1/9s in it, which is a very cute discovery. I always like sandwich puzzles. I think no one makes enough sandwich puzzles. That is my professional opinion. As someone who likes doing sandwich puzzles. Yeah, the pattern that ended up here is very cool. All right. I'm going to be right back, and then I will do another puzzle for you. Alrighty, next up we have a region sum lines puzzle by Mormagli, who I think was actually in chat earlier. So we did a region sum lines puzzle earlier, but I don't blame you if you have blocked that out of your mind. But the way these blue lines work is that they cut out the same sum in each box they pass through. So just as an example, for this particular line, the purple digits have the same sum as the yellow digits. And if the line is longer, then there might be multiple. So these 4 digits have the same sum as these 5 digits have the same sum as these 4 digits. All right. And one consequence of that is that when you have cells like this that only pass through one cell, they basically work like arrows. So this digit is the sum of these 3. And so this is a very common sort of break-in for these, is to note that these all have to be at least 6, 7, 8, 9, because they're summing at least 3 digits. So that is a place to start with this. Now, What do I do after that, you might ask? And to that I say, let's see. Like, this is at least 15, but that does not seem immediately useful, because this is 4 digits, and getting 4 digits to sum to at least 15 seems doable. Should I be looking at, like, the fact that all of this together needs to sum to 45? Because everything in box 4 is on a region sum line? I mean, that seems suspicious, but I don't know what to do with it yet. J.C. Kadar bets Fistamafel ring, which I looked at just because it's been today's theme, but I don't see what I would do with these corner pieces. So I'm not 100% sure I like Fistamafel here. But what else am I going to do? I could color 6, 7, 8, 9s. That seems awful. Well, these are arrows, and these are region sum lines. Hey, Mormagli. Glad you could come. Hopefully this is not at a horribly awkward hour for you. Okay, so here's the suggestion that is being made by Wisteria. These 6 cells sum to at least 21, but these 3 sum to at most 9. So therefore, these sum to at least 12. So the sum of this line is at least 12. Ah! Wait. So these two are at least 12. And by the same argument, these are at least 12. Okay. I'm going to highlight some things. So this is at least 12. Oops, I did not succeed very well. These are at least 12. This is at least 12. How many more at least 12s can I get pointing into this box? This is at least 12. So this is at least 12 for the same reason. Okay. So each pair of these is at least 12. I don't know that these sum to at least 12, do I? Oh, they can't sum to at least 12, because this is at least 36. Because 12 plus 12 plus 12 is 36, did you know? So, in fact, these 3 cells sum to at most 9. And so because these 3 cells sum to at most 9... Wait. Oh, no, sorry, you're right. Sorry. I read this 3-cell line wrong. I was thinking that was a 1-cell arrow, but it's not. Right. So this is at least 12. This is at least 12. But that does not quite get us where we wanted to go. Darn it. Well, that would have been cool. Well, someone can go make that puzzle or that break-in for a puzzle. Oh, we can do a little bit better. We can do just the tiniest bit better than we are doing right now. Because these two can't both be 6. So one of these is at least 12, the other is at least 13. So actually, the sum of these is at least 25. So the sum of these 5 cells is at most 20. So the sum of these 6 cells is at most 20, which sounds exciting at first, but I don't think it actually is. I mean, they have to have repeated digits, but that's not super exciting, I don't think. Uh, row 5, 6, column 6. So the reason why, Martin, why this needs to sum to at least 12 is that if I look at these 6 cells together, the minimum these 6 cells sum to is 21. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The maximum that these 3 cells sum to is 9. And so 21 minus 9 is 12. So these need to total at least 12 is the way that I got that. And it's symmetric up here. And actually, you get one more bonus from the fact that these can't be both 6. And so that means actually the sum of the yellow cells is at least 25. Let's see. The minimum sum of the line in column 1. Okay, this is an interesting point. Okay, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cells. So the minimum of 7 cells is 28. And so the sum here is at least 28 over 3. But I already knew the total was at least 15 from this. Oh, can't both be 9. Sorry. The 25 was right, but yeah, I meant they can't both be 9, not they can't both be 6. Yeah, the every cell in box 4 has a line is suspicious. Although the setter said that there was something slightly misleading about this grid, and they came out with a later version that I apparently did not update to. But yeah, so people are bumping up the minimum of this this total, because if I look at this, those sum to at least 28. Minus these sum to at most 9. So this means these 4 need to sum to at least 19. That is the yeah. So this in fact sums to at least 19. Uh, no, it's at least 19. The line starting in row 1, column 3, has a region sum of at least 23 because of box 4. I don't understand. How are we getting anything about box 4 here? What are we doing with box 4 that I'm not understanding? Are we like maximizing this or something? So I guess maybe are we saying the maximum here is 8, 9, so the maximum here is 17 plus 9 is... Okay, so okay. So let's maximize everything not on the line in box 4. 8, 9 is 17. So the maximum of this is 17 plus 9 is 26. So the maximum that these add to is 26. So the minimum that this adds to is 19. I feel like we got 19 again. But I think we minimized 19 and 19 twice. Remember the yellow in box 5. So these need to sum to at least 12 each. So these need to sum to at least 24. Sorry, at least 25. So these sum to at most 20. Sorry, these sum to at most 20, which means these sum to at most 14. Okay, so let me go over that again real quick. So we proved that the yellow add to at least 25, which means that the maximum these 5 cells add to is 20. Which means that these 2 cells add to, and I'm doing 20 minus 6. Why is 20 minus 6 not the right answer? Because 20 minus 6 would be 14, would be saying the maximum of these is 14. Oh, because these 2 need to sum to at least 6. Okay. Wow, this is complicated. Okay. So this is at least 25. Plus this needs to be at least 6 because it's 3 digits over here. So 25 plus 6 is 31. So say 32 is the minimum sum of all of that. So that means the maximum sum here is 13. So the absolute maximum here is 13 plus 9. So 13 plus 9 is 22, which means the minimum region sum line here is 23. Okay, so I'm going to write that in the corner. The minimum that this region sum line can be is 23. Row 4, 5, 6, column 7. So we can bump this up one more, because this can't really be 1, 2, 3, because if this were 1, 2, 3, this would be 4, 5 at minimum, which would break this. The sum of the whole row 4, column 6, rectangle instead of 4 to 5 cells. I don't understand what you mean, Yura. I do agree we can actually get this up to 24, although I'm not sure this is helping. But we can get this up to 24 by noting that this can't actually be 1, 2, 3. So this can't actually sum to 6. It has to sum to at least 7. Add the arrow cell to the 5-cell line. Oh, so you're saying we should figure out what the minimum that the total of all of this sums to is. So the minimum that this sums to is 33 by what we just did. Because we said the maximum this sums to is 12. So the maximum this sums to is 12. So the minimum all of this sums to is 33. And so these cells over here need to sum to at least 33. See, I fear that is not getting us to the place that we want to go. I mean, it's the bound is very interesting because we said the maximum that these can sum to is 12. Sorry, that's not going to be helpful. The maximum this little line here can sum to is 12, which is very restrictive. But I feel like we need another. We need a more potent observation here. So this is max 12, while the other two are min 12. Do we know anything about this one? Both the non-yellows are between 7 and 12. It doesn't seem to do a lot, regrettably. What am I supposed to be looking at here? We're pretty stumped on this one, Playmaker. Do you have advice? We've done lots of maxes and minimums, and the maxes and minimums have come out nowhere close to each other. Row 5, column 5 is less than or equal to 6. Because let's see, so this is at least 25 together, so I'm not even sure I can immediately recover that claim. Look at row 2, column 6, and row 6, column 8. And row 4, 5, 6 together. Oh, row 4, column 5, 6 together. So the idea is you want us to figure out what the minimum that all of these cells add to is. So I think the minimum sum for green is 21 plus 6 is 27. And so these cells need to add to at least 27. Does that do something? Yeah, so this is at least 9. I agree with that. Okay, so this is at least 9, not at least 7. Okay, so we're going to say, because this is a minimum of 9. So the minimum here is 25 plus 9 is 34. So this is all minimum 34, which means this is maximum 11 now. So this is actually maximum 10 instead of maximum 12. I can't write in 10 very good, but we'll do it that way. And we'll just remember this means maximum 10. So this is max 10. So this is min 35. The same on column 2 and 3. Yeah, maybe that's tempting. Okay, so let's try this. So these sum to 21 at least. 27. These two sum to a maximum of 9. And so this needs to sum to at least 9. Okay, so here's the point. This now we've shown sums to at least 9 and at most 10. And I presume this sums to at least 9 and at most 10. For the same reason, right? This is at least 25 plus 9. I'm going to put the 9 over here. So this is 9 or 10. 25 plus 9 would be 34. 35. This is at most 10. Yep. So both of these lines sum to 9 or 10. So 25 plus 18 is what? 25 plus 18 is 35 plus 8 is 43. So that makes the minimum here a 1 or sorry, that makes the center cell a 1 or a 2. I don't know that these aren't both 9 or aren't both, well, I do know they're not both 10. One of them is 9. So yeah, so one of these gets a degree of freedom. But that's actually interesting because that's the entire degree of freedom, not just for this, but for the entire strip of lines. So these things can no longer be 6 or 7. They can only possibly be 8 or 9. Because if these were any lower, it would push this up higher than it's allowed to be. I think. I did that right? It's late. And so the question is, can they all be 9? Ah, there we go. Gorgeous. Okay, that is beautiful. That is really beautiful. So now the question is, can every single one of these possibly be 9? And the answer is no, they can't all possibly be 9, because that would put 9 in the center square here, where it cannot go. And so one of these is an 8, but that is our degree of freedom. And so that means one of these sums to 10. One of them sums to 9. This is a 1. And these really do each sum to 27, right? Because the way I got the degree of freedom was not to make these sum to 28. The way I used the degree of freedom was to make this sum to 1 more than it otherwise would have had to. Okay, so we're about to do a digit dance, but I want to make sure I understand this. So this sums to 27. This sums to 27. These are... one of them sums to 28? Is that right? I don't think one of them sums to 28. Because I think the only way to make one of them sum to 28 was if all 4 of these were 9s. So I think these really do sum to 27. So just to summarize the break-in playmaker, green is minimum 27. Purple is minimum 27. I don't know which color is which, apparently. which then makes these two each minimized at, if these are 9 and 9, these could be 9 each. So that would make these two a minimum of 9. However, we had a separate argument that they have a maximum of 10. But if they were both 9, the only way that they could both be 9 is if all 4 of these digits were 9. But if all 4 of those digits were 9, it would place a 9 here in box 5 where it cannot go. So this is a 1. It was a hard-earned 1. But we do get a 1 dance. Boop, 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 boop. It's a bit punk, the 1 dance. 1 dance. 1 dance. 1 dance. Thank you, Zach. We appreciate your interpretive digit dancing, as always. Okay, so this is really and truly a 1. And row 2, column 7. Sorry, row 2, column 7 equals 7. Because... Right. These digits are really 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oops. So that means these really are 7, 8, 9 triples. These aren't 6 anymore. These really are 1, 2, 3 triples. In order for this to actually work out. I would be very intrigued to see like how the first digit placed in each puzzle varies from puzzle to puzzle. Kevin, that is an interesting idea. Perhaps someday a devoted fan will go through and find what the most digit is. Yellow is 12 plus 13. Okay, so if this is 9 and 10, then this is 20. So this is the absolute minimum. It is 12 and 13. And the way to make that 12 and 13 was to make this an 8-9 pair. Going back to our argument about yellow, which makes this a 7. Very... very well spotted, Carl. So now, yeah, the 7 could be here, right? Okay, we've got 3 of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6s there. Okay, so now what do we do? So I guess we now know the 9 in this box, because these sum to 9 and 10, and there's no 1. The 9 in this box actually lives in one of these two. So one of these two is the 8. And because one of those two is the 8, we actually know that these two are both 9. So that's not the 9 and that's not the 9. Because remember, we get exactly 1 8 out of all 4 of those. And it's going to be one of those two. Because one of these sums to 9 and one of them sums to 10. And I can't make either of those numbers if one of the digits is a 9 and I can't use a 1. Sorry, I deleted the wrong 9. That's the 9. Uh, close enough, right? You know, what's a 9 between friends? Okay, so one of these two is a 9, and the other one is an 8. Can I do anything with that? Like, I know this cell's not an 8 or a 9. Does knowing that this cell isn't an 8 or a 9 do me any huge favors? Uh, uh, Set a region sum lines puzzle where every line is actually an arrow. That could be fun. Uh, yeah, so this is now 26 or 27. Those are the two possibilities for this one. Let's see, row 7, column 3, and row 3, column 7 are not 1, 2. Oh, sorry, that's not row 7. There you go. That's row 7. Right. If this were 1, 2, or 3, then the total would be 6, and it's not. So this can't be 1, 2, 3. Likewise, this can't be 1, 2, 3. So these are 4, 5, 6. That's a good spot to SPQ. Can't be 6. In box 5, 2 and 3 are interesting. So 2 and 3 can't go on the 12 or 13. So 2 and 3 both go on these, and of course they go on different ones. And so 1 goes with something to add to 9. So let's see, I'm going to pencil mark this in the most ludicrous way ever. One of them goes with something to add to 9, which would be a 7 or an 8. And the other goes with something to add to 10, which would be a... so 2 to add to 10 would be an 8. 3 to add to 10 would be a 7. I did this wrong. Sorry. So to add to either 9, which would be a 6 or a 7, or to add to 10, which would be a 6, 7, or 8. So definitely one of them has a 7 on it, for whatever it's worth. Oh, no, the 3 could go with that, right. The 3 could go with... Sorry, the 3 could go with a 9 and make 12. I think that's okay. Yeah, I think it could be 3 and 9 making 12. Okay. What else can we do? Row 9, column 1 is a maximum of 4. because this line is a minimum of 26, so the things off of the line need to sum to a maximum of 19, and these already sum to at least 8 plus 7 is 15. Yep, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4. I agree. These are actually fairly big. They need to be 12 and 13, so they're not nearly minimized. Unfortunately. It is possible we missed a set argument. The other lines in box 2 and 8. Oh, you mean these? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it is true that these need to sum to. What is it that these need to sum to? So one of these is 12. So this is an 8. So we actually know the exact total sum of all of these, because it is 17 plus 25. What is 17 plus 25? 17 plus 25 is 7 plus 35 is 42. So the total sum of these is 42. Okay, so these are minimized. These are exactly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is the thing I was missing. Because you could just calculate it. Yellow is 25 plus 17 is 42, but the minimum of all of those is 21, which you only get if you put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in both of those. So that means that these cells are 7, 8, 9, and I know where the 7 goes. These cells are 7, 8, 9. I've got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sextuple across the row. Always trying to lure me in with a sextuple. So these are 7, 8, 9. That one's not a 9. These are 7, 8, 9. That one's not a 9. Okay, and where was my pair pointing at? This is an 8, 9 pair, which makes this a 7. Yep, so that one of these is an 8 and one of them is a 9. Pointing at this cell makes this cell a 7. Means that cell's not a 7. Let's see, do I want to color my 8, 9s? Not quite sure I can just yet. Okay, this is not a 7, though. And that's not a 7, which means that's a 7. Means that's not a 7. This is... Oh, no, sorry. One of these two is a 7. I don't know which one yet. It's very, very intricate puzzle. 8, 9 pair in row 9. 8, 9 pair in row 9. So I can fill in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for the rest of the cells. But there's a 1, 2, 3 triple in this column, so this isn't 1, 2, 3. And there's a 1, 2, 3 triple in this column, so this isn't 1, 2, 3. So there's 2, 4, 5, 6s. Let's see, do I want to color the 8, 9s? I mean, you know the answer is yes, I want to color the 8, 9s, but am I going to get anything out of it if I color the 8, 9s? I might. Okay, so this is going to be the orange 8, 9, and this is going to be the blue 8, 9. So this is orange, this is blue and orange. Wait, I did this wrong already. Why did I do this wrong? These are the two that are different. Oh, maybe I didn't do it wrong. I don't know. Orange, blue, orange, blue, orange, blue. orange, blue, orange. Let's see. Blue's over here somewhere. Blue's over here somewhere. This is orange. So it's not a 7. Oh, also it's not a 7 because it's not a 7. But, other than that. So orange is in one of these cells. Orange is in one of these cells. Blue's over in one of these two cells. Oh, so actually, this is a 7 blue pair, for whatever it's worth. Not a whole lot, but technically something. This is not 1, 2, 3, or 7, 8, 9, so I can mark it as 4, 5, 6, as Sayori is pointing out. This is also not 7, 8, 9. Oh, I don't know about this one. I don't know if this one's 1, 2, 3 or not. But this one I know is not 7, 8, 9, and it's not 1, 2, 3, so this is 4, 5, 6. So I can lean into that symmetry a little bit. Let's see. So yeah, the orange is in one of these cells, but annoyingly, orange could go exactly there if this is a 2, which is regrettable. Let's see. I don't have anything like any cells that see both blue and orange, right? That would be helpful to know see both blue and orange. I don't think so. Either this is blue or this is orange. But that does not seem immediately helpful. Okay, Jay says if row 2, column 6 is an 8, then the none yellow in row 4 is the 10. Oh boy, I have to remember how this worked out. I've now forgotten. Oh boy. Okay, so right. Blue is part of this. So, right. If blue is 8, then that's 8, and this needs to be 10 to balance out. Okay, I'm with you. Okay, so if blue is 8, then this is the 10. Oh, and then blue has to go on here. Right. So if blue is 8, then blue goes here on this line that sums to 12 or 13. Unfortunately, I don't think that does anything, does it? Row 1, column 1 is 1, 2, 3 by region sum lines, says SPQ. Row 1, column 1? I'm not sure how we're getting that. the lines combined in box 1. So oh, we actually know what this sums to now, don't we? No, we don't. It's 26 or 27. So let's say this is 26 plus 9 would be 35. We would need these to sum to 10. Or if this were 27 plus 9, that would be 36. We'd need these to sum to 9. Okay, yeah. So just by doing maths, this is a 1, 2, 3. I agree. So the other 4, 5, 6 is somewhere else. Purple can only have 1, 4, 5, 6 in box 1, points out ranks. Yes, if purple had 2, 4, 5, 6s, it would add to more than 9, which means I do need another 4, 5, 6 in this box, and it has to go there. That is a good point. Can I do more with chasing 4, 5, 6s like that? I'm looking, I have 2 cleanly marked 4, 5, 6s over here. Box 7. Well, I have a 1, 2, 3, 4 marked down here in box 7. Stupid 4. Yeah, sadly. Row 9, column 1. You don't think it can be a 1. If this is a 1, then what goes wrong? This becomes 2, 3. Oh, I guess the point is, okay, sum all of this together. So the outies here, so let's think about it this way. So this is 26 or 27 plus 8 or 9. So the outies here are at a minimum, 27 plus 9 would be 34. The outies are a minimum, wait, I got 11. 27 plus 9 is 36. No, the outies are a minimum of 9. So this can't be a 1 because the outies wouldn't be big enough. Okay, I agree. That can't be a 1. So this is 2, 3, 4. And the maximum the outies can be is 26 plus 6 is 34. So the maximum the outies can be is 11, which unfortunately works out just fine with this being 4 and this being 7. Now there must be a 1 on the arrow in box 7. Is that true? Could this not be a 1 with this being 2, 3, and 4? No, it can't be, because that would break this cell, right? If I try to put the 1 anywhere but on here, so I'd have to put the 1 here, this would be 2, 3, This would have to be 4, and now this cell has no value. Gorgeous. Okay, so now one of these is a 1. One of these is a 1. So this isn't a 1. So it's only 2 or 3. I will tell you also those 2 cells aren't 1. Let's see. Ranks thinks row 7, column 9 must be a 9 because otherwise it doesn't add up to enough in box 6. Okay, so this sums to 9 or 10. Let's say it sums to 10, 19, ranks grkles. Those cells are tricky. They won't always just hang out like they're supposed to. This is quite thorny. This does add up to 15 or 16. Plus 9 is, say, 25 or 24. Plus 9 or 10 is 35, 34, something around there. So these two cells sum to around 9, I think, is the upshot of that. Okay, so the 7. Okay, so let's pencil mark the 7. We're going with Garian's point. So the 7 is going to get pencil marked into here. And unlike the 9, this is a real pencil mark. The 9, 10 is just to do that. Okay, so the 7 goes with a 2 or a 3 in one of these. There is a 1, 2, 3 triple in column 8, so these are from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've been staring at this cell for a while. So can we rule out this cell being 7 or 8? Will it make things too big? If this is 7 or 8, then these cells need to total to at most, so this is at most 16. If this is 7 or 8, this needs to total to at most 9. These 5 together total to at most 10. That seems like nowhere close to a problem, unfortunately. I would like it to be a problem. I would humbly request that it be a problem. Okay, so the 7 goes with a 2 or 3 horizontally. I think Nebu was working through some of this earlier. Can you go back and like add a clue or something? Let's see. Go back and make it a problem. let's see. Perhaps go back and add anti-knight. That's always very helpful to me. God, this is marked 3 stars on LMD. I found this to be much, much, much harder than Math Pesto's 4-star puzzle from earlier. Let's see. The setter says no set. Oh no, the setter says it's marked 4 stars apparently. But Sam says it's 3. Ranks says it's 3. 2 of 1, 2, 3 in column 7 has to be in box 6. But I don't know if it helps. Okay, so 2 of these are from 1, 2, 3. No, it does not, because it could be they could be 2, 3, 4, something to 9. So is it possible that you rated it as 4, but then people voted it at 3? Let's see, anti-knight says 2 has to be in either row 6, column 4, or row 6, column 5. Wait, one of these has to be a 2? 8 pairs with 2, 4, 5. It can't be in yellow. So why can't 2 go up here? I would be very happy if anti-knight could prove to me that there had to be a 2 down here. Hardest puzzle live stream since Naplu Ultra. Yes, hardest puzzle live stream since Naplu Ultra. Let's go with that. Yeah, if you want to give me a hint as to where to look, that would not be would not fall on deaf ears, Mormagli. It has been a very fun stream. It was with some trepidation that I started out with Naplu Ultra, but it actually has unfolded to be a great stream. People have had a good idea about box 5. So can these 9 pencil marks are real. One of those 2 is a 9. These pencil marks, this 0, 1 nonsense, is telling me that one of these 2 pairs sums to 10, and one of these 2 sums to 9. I acknowledge that this is nigh impossible to read. But I'm just instantly going to forget if I don't mark that one of these is 9 and one of these is 10, and I don't have a better way to denote it. Okay, so Chili, I think, is explaining what was Nebu's point earlier that I was hoping I didn't have to use, but I think I have to use it. So in box 5, the argument is 7 has to go with 2, making 9. And so the reason is if 7 goes with 3, making 10, here's what happens. Now I have to make 9. How am I making 9? I am making 9 only as 4, 5, because I've used the 7 and the 3 and the 1. So now I'm making 9 as 4, 5. But now I've used... now I've used the 1 in the box, the 3, the 4, and the 5, and the 7. And so now I need to make 12 and 13. But how am I making 12 without a 3, a 4, or a 5? And the answer is I can't make a 12 with a 3 without 3, 4, or 5. So I can't use 3 with 7, because then I would have to make 9 as 4, 5. And then it would be impossible to make 12, and I need to make 12 in one of these 2 yellow pieces. So I think the upshot of that is that one of these has a 2 in it to go with the 7. Okay, so 9 is 2, 7. So what is the 10? So if the 9 is 2, 7, then the 10 is 4, 6, right? Because there's no other options. I've used 2, 8, 3, 7, and I've used 1, 9. So these are 4, 6. So this is a... and I think I can clear out some pencil marks now. Let's clear out the 0 and the 1. Oops. 0, 1, 9, 2, 7. I know these aren't the 7s. So I know these aren't the 2s. Okay. And now, now that I know that, now that means that I'm making 12 and 13. I must be making 12 as 3, 9. And 13 as whatever is left over, 5, 8. Okay. So, imagining I believe all of that, which I think I believe all of that, how did that make my life better? Can clear out some of those 9s. Ah, yes, okay, we can clean out some 9s. Okay, so these aren't 9s, and if those aren't 9s, 9 went with 3, so that means these aren't 3. We know blue and orange are in yellow. I agree that blue and orange are in yellow. I wish I could, like, pair this 4, 6 up with a 4, 5, 6, but I cannot. I don't think I have any. Does that help with the 4, 5, 6 in row 3 and row 7? It's like, I was thinking, like, okay, there's definitely a 4, 6 in here. Does that help? I don't think so. Not that I see, at least. Because we know the sums. Yeah, we know one of these is 12 and one of them is 13. 12 and 13, yes. One of these is 12, one of them is 13. Okay, so let's just try this. 12 plus 7, 8, 9 is 12 plus 24 is 36. So, wait, Is that really true? Let's try that again. 12 plus 7, 8, 9 is 36. Oh, these cells sum to at most 9. That's been there the whole time. These cells sum to at most 9, so these can't have a second 4, 5, 6. And likewise, again, these sum to at least 12 plus 24 is 36. So these can't have a second 4, 5, 6 in them either. That's been hanging there for a long time. So that does make that better. Thank you, Ransk. So I know I need 2 4, 5, 6s in here, I guess. Which already sum to at least 9. Yeah, but that's fine. Okay, Carl says row 8, column 7. This now needs to be a 4, 5, 6. Because otherwise I'm making 9 as 1, 2, 3, and 9 is not 1, 2, 3. So this is a 4, 5, 6. Let's see, and there's some other place. Oh, over here also, I can't make this 1, 2, 3 anymore, because if this was 1, 2, 3, then I would be making this 9 as a sum of 1, 2, 3. That does not work. Okay, so yeah, we need 1, 4, 5, 6 in all of these sums. Now, Carl is saying row 8, column 7, and row 2, column 3 are equal. I don't see that. Triple in the box, too. Yes, there's also a triple in the box. Oh, okay. Sorry, you're just saying they were 4, 5, 6. Yes, I agree they're both 4, 5, 6. I was a little worried about what that chase was going to look like. Okay. Okay, so one of these is 4, 5, 6. 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 Yeah, I'll take a bigger clue. See, Nebu says row 2, column 8 equals row 3, column 3. Let's see, in box 8, there needs to be a 1 on the line for orange 8, 9. Otherwise, you break stuff. Okay. So if this is 2, 3, 4, it's the only way it could not have a thing on the line. Then this would be at least 1, 5, 6. I mean, it would have to be 1, 5, 6. I don't see how that helps. Or sorry, I don't see why that breaks immediately, Garion. Then row 7, column 3 becomes a 4. I agree, that's a 4. Oh boy, wow, that's complicated. Okay, so that's a long thing, but I agree. Okay, so if there's no 1 down here, this is 2, 3, 4. This is 1, 5, 6. This is a 4. This is a 2, 3 pair, but this is now a 2, 3 pair looking at a 2 or a 3. So that does not work. So I take Garion's point. There's definitely a 1 down here. So these are not 1. So we have that. Okay. Uh, Now let's see. The setter asked the relationship between the center sums and the orange and blue. Uh, okay, so where does the 12 go? Is that going to be the question? No, I don't think we know anything about the 12. Uh, yeah, I guess there is a blue here. There is an orange here. Uh, yeah, I'm trying to remember exactly. Oh, so they okay, so they do force the okay, so the okay, so oh boy. Uh so if the blue is 8, then this is 9 3 and the sum is 20. If the blue is 9, then the sum is 21 just of these three cells. Uh Okay, but if blue, so, but also, if blue is 8, remember, that means that this is 10 by our original argument. If blue is 8, this is 10. If orange is 8, uh, wait, no, I said that wrong. If blue is 8, yeah, if blue is 8, this is 10. If orange is 8, this is 10. I don't see it. How does that help? Uh, if orange is 8, let's see. Okay, Garian says if orange is 8, then row 4, column 8 becomes 8. Uh, so it's something to do, and Ben is hinting at this as well, that there's some way in which choosing the orange blue orientation chooses the orientation of this whole sunflower in the central box. But I don't even see the like what is breaking the symmetry part. Oh no, I did some logic earlier which this interacts with. Oh, that's terrifying. Uh what logic did we do earlier? Who knows? Uh I'm happy for you to just tell me at this point what the last piece I need here is, I think. because I don't think I can hold in my brain all of what's going on here with these 8s and 9s and the way that the different sums are collapsing here in the middle. I think I would need a sheet of paper to write this all down. What's happening with the sum in box 4? Oh boy, box 4. I haven't thought about box 4 in a while. So if this is 10, then this is 10 and 19, and then this is 26. Oh, given the orange-blue choice. Okay, so this is 26 or 27 in sum. And so if orange... No, orange doesn't affect this. Orange affects that. I don't think I know how orange affects this. Because orange and blue clearly dictate which way around the yellow goes. Oh, but they also, in this sort of weird indirect way, they interact with how this goes. Okay, that's the point. Okay, so what orange is... So if orange is 8, then this needs to be 10. So if orange is 8, this is 10. And if blue is 8, this is 9, I think. You can confirm or deny that. Okay, let's see. I'm going to look at Playmaker's point. So I was just kind of eyeballing that. This cell here needs to be able to add to at least 26 here. So these are 17. 17 and 6 would be 23. So this is... Can't this be 3? Playmaker? Think I get that this could be 3. Because that's 17 plus 6 would be 23. If this were 3, it would be 26. Okay, so what exactly is the point here? So I think the point is by looking at this box, I'm supposed to somehow make a connection here. So if orange is 8, this is 10, so that's 19. So this would be 27. Okay, let's see. So Jay has done the math here to figure out, based on what orange is, what this cell is. Based on how it dictates this, and this is never a 3, is the point that Jay has. So this is always a 2 or 4. 2, 4, 5, 6s, 2, 1, 2, 3s. That 3 is really very insulting, isn't it? Oh, wait, no, maybe, sorry. No, I think I was overexcited. So I was like, if this is a 3, this is a 1, 2, and then this has to be a 6, but this could just get away with being a 5. If this were a 3 and a 1, 2, and a 5, I think that would work. Okay, so yeah, this would have to be a 5 in that instance. Row 1, column 1. Okay, so for row 1, column 1, are we not stopped from doing it by this being a 7 or 8, Garion? So if this is 27 plus 9, that is 36. These two would need to sum to 9. If this is 26 plus 9, then that's 35, and these two need to sum to 35. Or sorry, these two need to sum to 10. Oh, okay. So Jay is now saying this arrow. I think it's this arrow we're talking about. Always has a 3 on, or sorry, no, always has a 5 on it. That would be interesting. Okay, so let's look at this. So if orange is 8, okay, let me chase Ambrose's. If this is a 4, then this has got to be a 3 and a 1. That would be 8. But then this is a 2. And then that's way too small, because now these only sum to 10. And so 17. And so now 45 minus 17 is 28, which is too big. So yeah, this can't be a 4. I agree. So this is a 5 or a 6. If orange is 8, then this is a 4 by math. So we can't make row 7, column 3 a 6. Okay, I'm trying to grok this. If this is a 6, then this is 1, 2. Should make this a 3. I'm completely lost. The sum of the longest line. 4 in the corner. So this is a 4, goes with blue as 8, goes with blue as 9, something like that. 6. We're saying 6 now. If row 8, column 1 is a 3, it forces a 1, 2 pair in box 7. So these would be a 1, 2 pair. If this is a 3, this is a 1, 2 pair. And row 9, column 1 is a 4. So now orange is 8. And now row 1, column 1 is 1, but these two things need to total to 10 if orange is 8. So that's a lot. I think I believe it. So the point is this can't really be a 3, I guess, if you follow that. I'm going to just trust Carl that this can't be a 3 and just remove 3 and just go on. So this is a 4, 5, 6 triple. So this is not a 4, it's a 2. So this is a 1, 3 pair. So this is a 2. So that's not a 2. I believe the argument. I tried to read Ben's stuff. It didn't look significantly different to me than what Carl said. Like, it still involved understanding the impact on this 26-27 stuff. Are you okay, Tristan? I just heard something thud downstairs. Hopefully Tristan is all right. Okay, so the point is, this being a 2 makes orange 9 by magic. So orange is 9. So blue is 8. So now this needs to be a 5. Well, it was never going to be... Yeah, okay. It wasn't even by magic, actually. Once this is a 1, 3, this couldn't be a 6, because that would be too big. So this is a 5. So these are a 4, 6 pair. Sorry, 4, 6 pair. So now the total of this line we actually can calculate. It's 17, it's 27, just for the record. So if this is 27, then 27 plus 9 is 36, which means this needs to total to 9, which means that this is a 2 and a 7. Which means that this is a 4 and a 6 up here. So these need to sum to 9. So there's no way there could be a 6 involved. Never mind. I was going to say something dumb. This isn't a 5. So these two need to sum to 7. So they're 6 and 1 or 4 and 3. Annoyingly, both work. There needs to be a 1 up here because this is summing to 8. So these are not 1. Let's see. Row 7, column 3 is a 5. Yeah, okay, so these aren't 5. Okay, 27 plus 9 is 36. I agree with that. So the outies need to sum to 9. So this is never a 3. And it's not a 2 either. So it's a 1. So these aren't 1, which places the 1 on the 8, which needs a 1. This is not a 1 or a 2, so it's a 3. So this isn't a 3, and that's not a 3. This is never a 6, or a 5, actually. So this is only 3, 4, 1, because it's totaling 8. That's a 3, so now that's a 4. So these are not 4. These are not 3 or 4. They are a 2, 5, 6 triple. 2, 5, 6 adds to 13, so this is the 13 sum, which means this is not the 9 and that's not the 3. This is the 5, 8. So that's the 9. That's the 3. These aren't 2 or 1. let's see. This isn't 3. This isn't 1 anymore. Hey, Torvald, how are you? Oh, I never finished. Sorry. Thank you, Carl. Carl pointed out I knew the outies in this box summed to 9, and I just didn't finish it. So that's an 8 is the point. That's a 7. Thank you for reminding me. 1, 3, 5 arrow in box 8. Maybe, possibly. I'm not sure. Okay, so there's already... Okay, the 6 has to be up here. That's the point that is being made by Sayori. So there's a 6 up here. So this can't be 1, 2, 6, but it has a 1 on it. So the only way that this works is 1, 3, 5. So this is not 4 or 6. This is not 2, 4, or 6. This is not 2, 4, or 6. So that's a 3, 5 pair. That's a 1. Let's see. So there's my 3, 5. Let's see. This 3 is not making that not a 3. This 2 is making that not a 2. This 5, 8 is actually making this a 6, because the 5, 8 pair is actually looking both at this 3 and resolving it, and this 5, 6 and resolving it. So these aren't 6. This is not a 6 or a 3. In fact, that's not a 3 either. So that's a 4. Hey, Torvald, thank you for the super chat. Is that a cup of coffee? It looks like a cup of coffee. This is definitely the tail end of my my brain power today. 2 6s. These aren't 6. They're not 2. They're not 5. These are 3, 4, and I know the order. That's a 4. That's a 3. It is. I could go for a cup of tired about now. The 4, 6 resolves that. The 5 resolves the 2, 5. The 2 resolves the 6, 2. That's not a 2. That's not a 5. Let's see. This is not a 2 or a 3. That's not a 4 or a 6. That 1 looks down, tells me that's a 2. So 4 looks down in column 7. So yeah, 4 rules 4 out of both of those. And gives me a 6 here. Sorry, a 6 there. Jessica would approve of this pairing. There's a 1 there, so there's no 1 here. No 1. In fact, that's a 5 now. So these aren't 5 either. That one's not 6. This is a 2, 3 pair, in fact. The outies in box 6 need to sum to 11. Thank you for the math. Yeah, this is definitely a feisty puzzle. That is a good word for it. This put up a lot more of a fight than I thought it was by looking at by glancing at the grid. This is not a 6. Okay, these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. This is definitely not an 8 or a 1. It's a 4 or a 6. This is not a 1 either. So we know the sum of the arrow in box 6. We do. This is the sum of 15. Now we know. So these are 7, 8 pair. Yeah, it adds to 15. So that's why we know these outies sum to 11. this is not a 4 or a 6 anymore. 6 in row 9. Oh, sorry, that's not row 9. I don't know why I thought that was row 9. These aren't 6. So this is the 6 in row 9. This I see is not 1, 2, or 3. It's 4 or 5. So this digit, I probably know what it is. This digit, I also know what it is. This is a 1 or a 3, and it's not a 1, so it's a 3 and a 1 and a 3. Let's see. Sextuple in column 3. Let's see. These aren't 3. They're not 4. They're 1, 2, 6, which makes this a 4. And this an 8. Let's see. This is not a 4 or an 8 anymore. It's a 1 or a 6. Let's see. Column 2. That's a 5. Thank you, Rex. That's a 6. This is a 7. Let's see. These two digits are a 3 and a 5 that I cannot place, sadly. Let's see. This top row has a 5, so this is a 4 or a 6. This digit is known. 2, 3, 4. This is a 5. So that's a 4 and a 5. So that's a 6 and a 4. Oops. I did not pencil mark that correctly. Let's try again. This just is a 6, but now this digit is a 2 to finish the row. This digit is a something to finish the box, a 5 to finish the box. It's a 4 and a 5. This isn't a 5 anymore. It's not a 5 anymore. So these digits need to add to 11, and they aren't, I'm just going through what chat has said. They need to add to 11. They can't be 5, 6, so this can't be a 6 or a 5. They could be 4, 7. They can't be 3, 8. So, in fact, this has to be a 4, 7 pair. We know the order even. That's the 7. That's the 4. That's the 8. That's the 7 and the 8. Let's see. This is a 1, 6 pair, and that's the 6 and that's the 1. That's the 6, the 2, and the 1. The 2 resolves the 3 and the 2. The 3 resolves the 5 and the 3. The 5 resolves the 8 and the 5. And there we go. Just under 100 minutes. Somehow we got through 6 puzzles today, despite having 2 monster puzzles in there. Yeah, that one was quite difficult. But yeah, the intricacy of this I was really impressed with. I really liked the break-in. I did not like the stuff with the 8 and 9 at the end, but the break-in with figuring out that these had to sum to 27 because of how that would impact what was going on in box 5, that part was awesome. It took me a while to figure out, and especially the best part of this puzzle. The best part of this puzzle was identifying that I could not place a 9 in all of these spots. That if all of these were a 9, it forced that to be a 9, and that didn't work. And that ate your degree of freedom. That part was just chef's kiss beautiful. But I would not have minded if the puzzle sort of became easy at that point, rather than requiring sort of all of this. You really, through the entire solve path, had to keep in mind every piece of this sort of minimizing and maximizing and all of these things. But the break-in here was just amazing. I really liked the idea of it and figuring out especially if everything was maximum, you wouldn't be able to put 9 in this box because of those perfectly placed 9s. That was just gorgeous. All right. Well, I'm about to wrap up, but I wanted to thank everyone, as always, for hanging out. Yeah, if it were me, and of course this is just me as the setter and solver, and you can do whatever you want. It's your puzzle. If it were me, I would have put a given somewhere or something so that once you understood everything with the break-in, the rest of it just sort of handled itself. Because it was a little too much, and I don't know if this is just because I have been streaming for 8 hours, but it was a little much for me to hold in my head all of the connections at the very end. But I mean, it was very cool, so I mean, it's totally a stylistic choice, whether you want to leave it exactly this way or make a slight tweak or whatever. But I would have made the end slightly easier if it was me to highlight the really cool break-in that you had. But yes, thank you for joining me. If you have not yet liked the stream, please do like the stream. Please consider subscribing. I've seen a lot of new people today, so that has been awesome. We solved Niplu Ultra earlier, which was awesome. If you did not see the solve of Niplu Ultra is one of the most awesome puzzles I've ever solved. I recommend, if you want to go see a really crazy puzzle that is just great from start to finish, go watch the solve of Niplu Ultra from the beginning of the stream. As always, if you want to support the stream, you can become a YouTube member. You can become a Patreon supporter, patreon.com/zetamath, or just click the join button down below and you can become a member, and then you can get some fancy emotes. You get your name in green everywhere, and everyone likes green. So it all works out very cool. So if you want to do that, you can support that. And at various levels, if you want, you can vote for what puzzles I do. So earlier, we did a solve of Chaotic Evil by Math Pesto that was dedicated to Luda and now I want to say Death Note, but that's not the right name of the person it was Luda and Woofers and someone whose name I now forget that rhymes with Death Note. Sorry if I've forgotten your name. But anyway, you can get your own puzzles dedicated to you if you vote for, if you join those and vote for what puzzles I do. Ken LaRoe, thank you. Oh, it's Ken LaRoe. Oh, it was Ken. And then, that's right, I figured out it was Ken, but under a different name. Yep. All right. And I am very much looking forward to seeing Simon's CTC solve from earlier, because it sounds like it was a Nihilian puzzle that was really amazing. You missed me doing a puzzle that you voted on, Ken. I did the Chaotic Evil puzzle by Math Pesto that you voted on. So every stream I do at least the puzzle that the most people have voted on. And so if you want to vote on puzzles, you can do that. All right. But thanks for watching. I'll see you all on Saturday. Don't forget that Ranksk is streaming after this. So if you want to go watch Ranksk stream some word games and other fun things, that will be available to you. And I will see you all later, I hope. Bye-bye for now.